A black, metallic right fist, with a howling sound, slammed down fiercely. Wow! The miserable screams of 8 Tails resounded throughout the world, shaking the coalition camp not far away. Many Cloud Shinobi showed a ghostly look. They all participated in the operation of 8 Tails, which was mad at the seal. Even though the battle with Master Third Raikage was at the end, 8 Tails, whose 8 tails were all cut off by Master Third Raikage, did not scream. But listening to this miserable cry, it was like tears. See, hell. A Cloud Shinobi murmured, shaking his whole body, and then his eyes were full of fear. Wow. It hurts. The incomparable pain spread into the soul of 8 Tails, almost making it unable to think. It could only cover its right eye and let out a scream. Abba. What's the matter? In a space, Killer Bee looked at 8 Tails, who was constantly screaming, and even started to twitch, and asked anxiously. Roar. Damn. What kind of attack is this? 8 Tails clutched his right eye and let out a low, painful growl. The open left eye was full of horror. For the first time since its birth, the taste has come. What is pain? Even if he had a fight with that fox and had all his tails stabbed by Third Raikage, he never had this kind of pain that seemed to directly affect his soul. This kind of taste is like someone holding a hardest hammer, directly through your head, and hitting your head with a hammer. This kind of pain is more terrifying than death. Although 8 Tails has never experienced death, 8 Tails feels that there will be nothing more terrifying than this kind of pain. Bye. I'm fine. 8 Tails heard Killer Bee's extremely worried voice and looked at Killer Bee with his left eye open, trying to show a kind expression and comfort Killer Bee. But before it could say its comforting words, in the real world, it saw Chimu Uyu swearing a second punch at it. The jet black fist came to its left open eye in an instant. The horrible fist pressure alone made 8 Tails' left eye feel a sting. This punch is even more terrifying than the previous one. 8 Tails subconsciously wanted to close its left eye, but before it closed its eyes, the right fist made contact with its left eye. Bang. Wow. With a miserable cry, the huge body of 8 Tails twitched unexpectedly, and the 8 Tails swayed unconsciously, hitting the body of the second tail not far away, and pulling it out. Woo bang. The second tail was caught off guard, but the 8 Tails' tail was directly pulled out and hit a huge small Yamanaka, smashing out the sky full of rubble. 8 Tails, what's wrong with you? Although he flew away, Arway did not scold 8 Tails, but looked at 8 Tails in disbelief, and said anxiously. I saw 8 Tails at this time, covering its eyes with both hands, screaming constantly, and the huge body was convulsing constantly. 8 Tails' octopus tail danced unconsciously, and the surrounding earth kept flying and breaking. Even as the 8 Tails were constantly waving, many of them slapped on the head of 8 Tails, as if doing so would relieve its pain. Woo. Just when Arway looked anxiously and didn't know what to do, a figure suddenly appeared on Arway's head. As soon as Arway's eyes lifted, a chill rushed into his brain directly from the bottom of his heart. Chimu Uyu. Looking at these two punches, Chimu Uyu, who was in such a situation with 8 Tails second only to 9 Tails, made them fall on his head. The first feeling of 2 Tails was not the anger of being trampled on, but the anger of being trampled on. Feeling cold all over. Obviously, with chakra flame burning all over his body, why does it feel so cold? What did you do to 8 Tails? Niu shuddered, then let out a scream, and then his head jerked, trying to throw Uyu off his head. What did you do? It's a pity, it seems you don't want to cooperate, little cat. Uyu grinned, with drunken eyes in his eyes, and stood up dangling. What made Niu feel the horror was that even though Chimu Uyu looked drunk, under his shaking, he seemed to have not been affected at all, and stood on his head as if he was walking on the ground. Huh. With the lessons learned from 8 Tails, the second tail could not help but close his eyes quickly to avoid the miserable end of 8 Tails. But once the eyes were closed, even though there was chakra's perception, the boundless darkness still caused the 2 Tails to fall into infinite panic. Oh, damn it, give me a good time. After waiting for a long time, I didn't feel the pain, only the painful low roar of 8 Tails coming from my ear. Niu roared like crazy in his heart. Sometimes, waiting is the most terrifying thing. Although you are unwilling to cooperate, I have always been more kind to the little cat. When Arway was frightened, Chimu Uyu's voice came in his ears. Huh. Little mother cat. Just the little mother cat. Better than being beaten and crying by Chimu Uyu. Listen to the miserable voice of 8 Tails, it makes the cats creepy. After exhaling heavily, Niu slowly opened his eyes. Then, his expression froze. You Do you call this kindness? Erwei looked at the scene before him, his face turned green, and countless appeared in Erwei's mind. Looking blankly at Chimu Yu took out the black knife from his waist, he trembled suddenly. Why do you call this kindness? The second tail almost didn't swear. Although Niu had never faced off against Chimu Yu before. But it is not a fool. In Yu Wooden Golem's body, he also knew many things about Chimu Yu. Knowing that Chimu Yu is well known in the ninja world for kendo, he can be called the first person in the ninja world in history. Thinking with the cat's toes, you all know how terrifying Chimu Yu's swordsmanship is. Just now, even with Chimu Yu's slash, there was a close contact. It was the first time that Niu saw someone who could use such a small knife to cut out such a terrifying swordsmanship in such a horrible scene. It's simply ridiculous. Just now Chimu Yu has even demonstrated that even without the knife, it is a terrifying fact. With 2 punches, 8 tails almost collapsed, with constant screams, and even a short-term loss of consciousness. This is the most outrageous thing that Erwei has seen since his birth. Even more outrageous, Chimu Yu said to himself, be kind to himself, then turned his head and took out the dark knife and looked at himself with a smile. Kindness. Kind shit. You are going to strip yourself alive. Don't be nervous. I originally used a whip to suit the situation, but I forgot to prepare it. Let's use this instead. Yu smiled and looked at the stiff Nitalo, and swiped the scabbard in his hand. Well, you have to prepare some whips in the future. As the breeder of these tailed beasts in the future, how can there be no whips? Armed Chang. The jet black airflow spread out from Yu's wrist, completely enveloping Chushui's scabbard. In an instant, the black armament hockey completely covered the scabbard, and the metal-like light shining on it made Niu a little dazed. It turns out, no, don't you cut yourself. It's okay, but also. Niu murmured, but before he could finish his words, he saw a dark afterimage passing by, and then slammed his body severely. Pop. Wow. A miserable scream sounded. 2 tails only felt the hot pain in the part that was drawn, the pain deep in the soul. This kind of pain can't even make me think, my brain is blank, and I can only make a miserable scream based on instinct. The huge body curled up together, trembling constantly. Two tails. In one space, the young wooden golem looked at the 2 tails curled up in disbelief, as if convulsively, screaming. By wooden golem, he was chosen when he was 2 years old and became the second Jinchuriki. She still remembers the scene when she first met Niu. Mystery, horror, evil. After that, Killer Bee taught her how to control the power of the 2 tails. However, being still young, he still couldn't fully master the power of the second tail. The perfect power of the 2-tailed master is the lifelong dream of wooden golem. Yes, the power of the 2 tails is perfect in the young mind of wooden golem. But now, Erwei was beaten like this by the man outside. Where is the majestic, 2-tailed beast, one of the 9 big-tailed beasts? It was like a poor little cat who was beaten up. Watching Erwei's constant screams and curling up like a spasm, wooden golem came to the side of Erwei for the first time without the company of Killer Bee, and stretched out his little hand on Erwei's head, stroking gently. There is hope in the beautiful eyes, hoping to relieve the pain of the second tail. Roar. By wooden golem. Niu felt the warmth on his head, opened his eyes with some pain, and looked at the gentleness in Yu Wooden Golem's eyes, and his mood was complicated. Thank you, I feel better, the second tail said. That's good. Yu Wooden Golem showed a big smile and said warmly. Well, Oh? The kitty's skin is quite thick, so it doesn't bark anymore. Just when Niu wanted to say something to Yu Wooden Golem, in reality, he heard a sentence that made it cold. Woo. Then, the second tail saw a dark afterimage swiftly passing by, drawing on his body one after another. Flap. Pop. Pop. Wow. The scabbard fell on Erwei's body like raindrops, and Erwei screamed, his eyes full of horror. Chimu Yu, it's too cruel. Can it be a reason for not calling? They all say that their tail beasts are natural disasters in this world, and they are a collection of disasters. But compared with the monster in front of him who was drunk and excited, holding the scabbard and pumping himself. It's just a docile kitten, okay. But soon, Erwei couldn't even vomit the groove in his heart, and his consciousness was completely overwhelmed in front of this pain. Oh, damn it, second tail. 8 tails shook its head and eased from the pain. It opened its eyes laboriously, only seeing the extremely vague picture. But I can still see the miserable appearance of Erwei being beaten. Asshole. Chimu Yu. Eight Tails was about to go crazy when he saw an afterimage galloping towards him from Erwei's body. You're the only one with a loud voice, isn't it? Then, under the horrified gaze of Eight Tails, the jet-black scabbard, accompanied by Chimu Yu's cursing sound, fell on him fiercely. Wow. The miserable cry continued to sound, and the earth shook constantly, as if it were groaning. In the coalition camp, everyone was stunned at the two Tails and Eight Tails who were constantly screaming. Many people rubbed their eyes hard in disbelief, rubbing them red, but the picture they saw remained the same. Eight Tails and Erwei, these two extremely terrifying natural disasters, are being beaten up by Chimu Yu. Master Chio, the experimental subject, is here. Chio stared blankly at the unreal scene before him, and Yi Kang's voice sounded while he was stunned. Very good, liberate one tail. Chio looked at a gray-faced man and ordered in a deep voice. In this case, one can only hope that the emergence of one tail can turn the tide of the battle. The man nodded silently, with fear in his eyes, but more of it was relief. Becoming one tail's temporary Jinchuriki, can't sleep, and have to endure more painful torture than death day and night. As an experimental subject, once one tail is released, the result is death. But for him, this is also a relief. Drink. The one-tail subject came not far from Erwei and Eight Tails. His eyes were hollow, the man made a mark, and the color of liberation flashed in his eyes. Guru. A huge amount of red chakra flooded him like a tide, his eyes closed, and there was a color of relief in it. Finally, can you sleep? Boom. The terrifying chakra tides were condensed into substance. After a while, 1 foot was hundreds of meters high, and the whole body seemed to be made of sand. There were countless curse prints. It looked like a civet cat, with a huge tail behind it, and a constantly dancing monster. Appeared on this land. The uncle has finally come out. I want to kill everyone, first from the second tail? Eight Tails? Shuhei let out a loud cry of joy, and then fixed his eyes with his two small eyes and saw the scene that made it sluggish. Eight Tails and Erwei are being beaten. One tail blinked its small eyes, and a coolness directed at its head. My uncle, want to go back? Huh. The squally wind blew outside the coalition camp. A monster that is hundreds of meters high, its whole body seems to be made of sand, has countless curse prints, and looks like a civet cat, with a tail constantly waving behind it. Every time I waved, there were horrible chakra fluctuations and fierce wind sand. Guru. Shuhei. The people of Sanagakure looked at the monster that appeared, and Shohei's crazy screams seemed to be still in his ears, swallowing fiercely, his eyes were full of terror. If the people of Sanagakure are allowed to vote for the most terrifying tail beast in the ninja world, even though 9 Tails is the strongest and 8 Tails is the second most recognized in the ninja world, they will definitely vote for Sanagakure's Shozuru. One-tail Shuhei can be called the most tyrannical, no, not tyrannical, but the most maddening, neurotic, and most maddened among the 9-tailed beasts. In addition, in the desert terrain of the Kingdom of Wind, One-tail's strength has increased exponentially, and the fear of One-tail has already penetrated the hearts of everyone in Sanagakure. If Shuhei joins, he will definitely defeat that monster, right? Everyone in Sanagakure glanced at each other and thought to himself. Flap. Pop. Pop. Wow. The half-drunk Yu didn't notice the appearance of Shuhei at all. The autumn water scabbard in his hand turned into afterimages, falling on 8 Tails and Erwei. The screams of 8 Tails and Erwei kept ringing. Compared with the size of One Tail, the khaki eyes that looked very small and blinked vigorously. Then he rubbed his eyes fiercely, and the rubbed sand fell off. Finally, a cold breath hit his head, causing Shuhei to shiver suddenly. 2, Erwei and 8 Tails, are being beaten by a kid? Shuhei felt that his back was chilly. It just felt that he was finally out of the seal, and when he was ready to kill it to vent his anger, he saw such a tail-scaring beast. The 8 Tails, second only to the Stinky Fox, and the 2 Tails who are not weak, both of them were unilaterally beaten by a kid. With the miserable howl, he almost jumped up in shock without guarding him. What's the special situation? Why did I meet such an exciting situation just after I got out of the seal? What did the bastards of Sanagakure do? Shuhei cursed in his heart. It is more neurotic, but it is not a fool. Can someone who can make 8 Tails and Erwei be so embarrassed? Can you be the opponent of this monster? Obviously impossible. At this time, he even wanted to return to the idea of the seal of the Jinchuriki experiment. Even if you return to the seal, It is better than facing such an exciting scene. Anyway, its lifespan is almost infinite, so why rush to escape the seal? The more he thought about it, the more reasonable it made sense. After blinking his eyes, he was about to return to the seal. I subconsciously felt for a while, but found that the Jinchuriki experiment body is dead. I was killed by the chakra tide just now. Shuhei at this time can't wait to give himself a big mouth. I'm asking you to get nervous, now it's alright, but it's coming out, so you can't go back. What can I do with this special? Shuhei cursed in his heart, he had already seen the begging eyes of Eight Tails and Erway. Yes, just pray. Although it's been a long time since I saw him, Shozuru still read the meaning in the eyes of these two former companions. You guys pray for a fart. Can you beat you into such a monster? Can you beat it yourself? Labor and capital are not that stupid, fox. Join you and be beaten by this little devil together? At this time, he even wanted to take a physical escape method. Isn't this a little civet cat? At this moment, a drunken voice sounded. Shuhei became stiff, and then stared at the figure standing on Erway's head, smoking the figure of Eight Tails. Raccoon, civet cat. Still young? Shohei's small eyes were full of killing intent. It remembered the insult that the stinky fox had made to it, trembling with anger. You are the civet cat. The thing I hate the most is the civet cat. Hey. Damn human. You dare to insult me. Like that, and watch me take you alive. He has always been a little nervous, and he screamed subconsciously when he was irritated by this kind of stimulus in Sanagakure. Then Shuhei saw the figure of Eight Tails standing on the head of the second tail, holding a scabbard and drawing 8 tails. His movement stopped, and he looked at himself quietly, his eyes narrowed slightly. Then Erway cast a look with a little admiration. As expected of Shuhei, who dared to scold each other with 9 tails, this is really brave. As expected, Sanagakure's one tail is so combative. Haha, Sanagakure's one tail, it's always been the case. Watch one tail tear that monster to pieces. In the coalition camp, hearing the screams of one tail, the people of Sanagakure unconsciously straightened their backs. Shuhei, who was once regarded as a devil by them, became their pride at this time. Take a look. You, the cowardly tail beast of Cloud Shinobi Village, was beaten up by Yu Chimu with screams. Let's look at our Sanagakure's Morizuru. As soon as he came up, he said cruelly that he was going to kill Chimu Yu alive. Shuhei felt cold all over. Impulsive, isn't this impulsive? I was used to domineering and blessing in Sanagakure, and when I was a little wronged, I subconsciously shouted these words. But now it is facing, it's not Sanagakure's trash, but a monster standing on the head of the second tail and smoking 8 tails. And those bastards from Sanagakure, what are you talking nonsense? Labor and management tore this monster to pieces? Shuhei felt that he had to be torn to pieces by him. Seeing that monster's slightly narrowed eyes, Shuhei felt that he was under unprecedented pressure. I said it was a misunderstanding, do you believe it? Shuhei opened his mouth and said dryly. Little civet cat, let me teach you what is the etiquette of picking up guests. Yu narrowed his eyes and pulled out his ears, feeling very dissatisfied with Shohei's harsh voice. What if the guests are frightened by catching them back to the exhibition to collect tickets? Must be a good education. Armed draw a knife. A cold light that was so dazzling as ultimate illuminates, making Shohei's eyes narrowed. Rumble. Immediately afterwards, a 30-meter high, extremely violent black-purple slash, under Shohei's stunned gaze, crushed towards it. Shuhei looked at the extremely violent and terrifying slash that was slashing at him, and cursed in his heart. It has been watching the monster in front of him beating Erway and 8 tails for some time. The monster just held the jet black scabbard and kept smoking 8 tails and Erway without drawing the sword at all. How come this monster slashed at himself as soon as he came out, in a posture of breaking his own body into pieces? At this time, Shuhei really wanted to slap himself and make your mouth cheap. Now that's all right, something big has happened. Damn it. Wind style, air training. Although regretful, looking at the violent black-purple slash that was getting closer and closer, Shuhei had no other choice. He screamed, his abdomen bulged high, and then a huge typhoon came from Shohei's spit out in the mouth. Boom. Puff. The huge wind ball that could destroy a small village was chopped into pieces by that violent slash under Shohei's stunned gaze, turned into a gust of wind, and disappeared into the air. Is the wind cut off? Seeing closer and closer to him, he could even feel the violent slash of his terrifying sword pressure. Shuhei subconsciously used his right hand to block. Puff. Wow. Gee. A giant claw made of sand rose to the sky. Immediately afterwards, Shohei's extremely harsh and miserable screams sounded. Rumble. In this miserable scream, the earth began to tremble because of the sound wave. The people who were with Cloud Shinobi Village just now brag about how cruel One Tail is, how brave the Sand Shinobi are. Suddenly they are in place. Compared with the screams of One Tail at this time, the screams of 8 Tails and Erway are a fart. Listen to the screams of One Tail. Even the earth began to cry. No, it's our Sanagakure One Tail, even the scream is the strongest. A Cloud Shinobi brother who was just next to him brags about the brutal Sand Shinobi of One Tail, looked at the weird eyes of the Cloud Shinobi brother beside him, and said dryly. Shuhei. Chiyo and other Sanagakure executives looked at One Tail, which was constantly rolling on the ground, screaming harshly, with black lines all over their faces. This bastard, in their Sanagakure, is a domineering blessing, and is about to kill at every turn. In the end, Chi-Mu-Yu was stabbed with a knife, and he was so miserable than anyone else. Especially Chiyo, at this time he had already swearing in his heart. I was cut off by Chi-Mu-Yu, and half of his body was almost cut off. It was not so miserable. Moreover, One Tail Shuhei itself is made of sand. Even if one arm is cut off, it will quickly grow back. You call me a fart? Feeling the weird eyes of the Cloud Shinobi elites around him, Chiyo looked at his empty right sleeve and cursed in his heart. What a shame to them Sanagakure's face. Wow, gee. Seeing One Tail screaming constantly, 8 Tails and Erway were dumbfounded. You were so brave just now. They both thought this bastard was good. As a result, this is it? Was Chi-Mu-Yu slashed to the ground with a single knife? This rubbish. It just loses our tail beast's face. Listening to Shohei's harsh scream, 8 Tails cursed in his heart. How did it feel that this stupid civet cat was here and could break the wrist with Chi-Mu-Yu? Really blind. It's really noisy, you stinky civet cat. Woo. Yuyu's figure turned into an afterimage and appeared next to Shohei's mouth. Hearing the harsh sound waves constantly coming, Yuyu's eyes flashed with boredom. Give me. Shut up. Turning Chusui around, the back of the knife turned upwards, and the black armament hockey had no reservations, all concentrated on the back of Chushui's knife. The heavy armament hockey made Chushui's already heavy blade deeper and deeper. Woo. Bang. Chushui's blade turned into an afterimage. The incomparably dark back of the blade slapped Shohei's chin, and a sour squeaking sound made the 8 Tails and Erway who were watching from a distance beat them fiercely. There was a chill. Listen to this sour voice, this is too cruel. Crack. Shuhei felt a pain deep in his soul, coming from his chin. The brain is blank, subconsciously wanting to scream, but can only make a whimper. Its jaw was interrupted. Damn it, it's a tail beast, a collection of chakra, how can it have a chin? This was the only thought in Shohei's mind before his brain was completely blank. Boom. Shuhei rolled his eyes, and his huge body slammed heavily on the ground, raising dust in the sky. He twitched his whole body, and kept whimpering subconsciously. Obviously, Shohei's consciousness has been completely lost. Really, really miserable. 8 Tails and Erway stared blankly at the One Tail that fell to the ground, twitching constantly, the beast's face twitching constantly. Did this guy come out to make a comparison? Swish, swish. Looking at Yu standing on One Tail's head, 8 Tails and Nitail trembled, their huge bodies swept backwards, and separated from Yu. You can be considered a contribution, civet cat. 8 Tails and Erway, who moved a distance apart, looked at Shuhei who kept pumping, secretly said in their hearts. They have found out, and it was the most stupid thing to do a close battle with Chi-Mu-Yu just now. Chi-Mu-Yu's insight is simply terrifying. It was even more terrifying than Uchiha Madara who had Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan back then. Every attack of their huge bodies is a joke in front of Yu Chi-Mu. A close fight with Chi-Mu-Yu is just looking for death. Must keep the distance. 8 Tails and Erway glanced at each other and made up their minds. Roar. Shuhei, have you lost consciousness? In the coalition camp, looking at falling to the ground, he could only subconsciously whimper, and his bloated and huge body twitched from time to time. The Sand Shinobi looked at each other and swallowed fiercely, with horror in their eyes. Color. Although Morizuru's performance after being cut by Chi-Mu-Yu just now, Sand Shinobi did not have much hope for Morizuru. But that is Shuhei after all. A monster in the desert. One of the 9 big-tailed beasts. As the most violent tail beast in the ninja world, Shozuru has left an indelible memory to the people of Sanagakure. Even Master Third Kazekage, who is known as the strongest wind shadow, is able to seal the guarding crane under the premise of restraining the guarding crane with gold dust and with the cooperation of a large number of sand shinobi. Sanagakure didn't know how many sand shinobi was killed since he got Sho Crane. But such a monster. Even if the opponent is that Chimu Uyu, he wouldn't be so fast, he would completely lose consciousness, right? Rosa, we are ready to go. Chio looked at Shuhei, who lost consciousness and fell to the ground, twitching from time to time, and his old eyes were a little loose. After a while, he was relieved, and said to fourth Kazekage Rosha, who was staring aside. Elder Thousand Generations, your injury? Luo Sha slowed down, looking at the empty sleeve of Chio's right arm, her eyes narrowed slightly. Don't think of me as a dying old woman, kid. Chio looked at Luosha's eyes, smiled suddenly, and said with a smile. I understand. Luo Sha looked at Chio's smile, her heart was a little complicated, she looked far away with heavy eyes, and said in a deep voice. When Sanagakure is alive and dead, the struggle for power has become so useless. At this moment, Luo Sha, with an extremely heavy heart, began to extract and accumulate chakra silently. Just controlling the placer gold and sand has consumed a lot of chakra. He wants to ensure that he is in the most peak state. In the face of that person, as long as one is not careful, blood will be spilled on the spot. Only now did Luo Sha fully understand. What does the name Chimu Uyu mean? That's a real monster. Roar. At this moment, Eight Tails and Erwei let out a terrifying roar. Eight Tails and Erwei glanced at each other, their eyes flashed decisively. In the past, when fighting against humans, their huge bodies and terrifying power were their strengths. But me and Chimu Uyu, there is no difference between close combat and death. Chimu Uyu has even more terrifying insight than Mangekyo Sharingan. If Mangekyo Sharingan is able to capture all the movements, then react quickly. Then Chimu Uyu, foreseeing their movements, reacted in advance. This feeling of being completely controlled makes Eight Tails and Niu feel incredible. How could someone predict an attack in advance? But things have happened, and they confirmed this answer during the time they were violently beaten by Chimu Uyu. Since the close battle with Chimu Uyu is looking for death, there is only one way to defeat him. Om. Two Tails and Eight Tails opened their mouths to their maximum, and two distinct light spots converged in their mouths. After a while, two black spheres with a destructive aura, tens of meters in diameter, slowly formed. Tailed Beast Bomb. The strongest attack of the Tail Beast. Don't die, smelly civet cat. Niu and Eight Tails thought of Shozuru, who was falling to the ground, twitching from time to time. Now Chimu Uyu is standing on Shozoru's head, poking at Shozuru with the knife in his hand from time to time. This is the best opportunity to use Tailed Beast Bomb to attack. As for the Shuhei, who is also within the explosion range of the Tailed Beast Bomb. Anyway, they are a collection of chakra. Although it won't be good to be hit by Tailed Beast Bomb, it won't die. Probably. Come on, Chimu Uyu. Tailed Beast Bomb. Shoo, shoo. Two Tailed Beast Bombs with an aura of destruction, with howling sounds, turned into an afterimage, and shot towards Shohei's head. Feeling a blank brain, Shuhei convulsed fiercely as the pain kept stimulating his brain. Damn, I was actually given to by a human. The severe pain caused Shuhei to lose the strength to curse at this time, and he twitched a few times from time to time. Shohei's huge body twitched fiercely as he moved his chin, which seemed to have no feeling. At this time, Shuhei found that he couldn't speak at all. This made Shuhei extremely horrified. But a collection of chakra. And it is the most special among the 9 big-tailed beasts, a body made entirely of sand. But this human's attack made him feel like he had an entity, and he was hit hard. This gave Shuhei an ominous premonition in his heart. Damn bastard, don't let me find a chance, I must eat you. Shuhei put a cruel word in his heart, and then, while maintaining a twitching movement from time to time, to prevent the human being from discovering the fact that it had regained consciousness, he carefully opened his eyes to see what was going on. This bastard, dare to poke my noble head with a knife. Shozoru's eyes opened a gap, his brain was still a bit trance, and his eyes were still a little fuzzy, but he still saw Uyu poking his head with a knife, and suddenly trembling with anger. It is a monster in the desert. One-tail Shuhei, one of the 9 big-tailed beasts. Even if it is careless and knocked down by you bastard, you can't use a knife to poke your head like trash. Is there no basic respect? It's so deceiving. Where are the two guys, 8 tails and Erway? Come and save me. Shuhei thought secretly anxiously. It doesn't dare to move at all now, and even maintains the frequency of twitching from time to prevent this guy poking his head from discovering his own abnormality. If discovered by this guy, he would be dead. Shoo, shoo. Huh. What sound? At this time, a horrible whistling sound passed into Shohei's ears. Shuhei blinked his somewhat blurred eyes, and looked towards the sound. Tail, tail, tail. At this look, Shuhei almost jumped up in surprise. Tailed beast bomb. Looking at the 2 huge tailed beast bombs that smashed into his forehead, Shohei's head was not dizzy, and his eyes disappeared. The little khaki eyes widened, and he stared in horror. Matabi, Gyuki, you 2 bastards. In a hurry, Shuhei directly called out the names of Erway and 8 tails in his heart, and cursed in his heart. Then he closed his mouth fiercely to prevent him from whimpering so as not to be discovered by Chimu Uyu. Special, you 2 bastards, call labor and capital to help you fight. Because of you, you are in a crisis, so forget it if you don't come to save yourself. Do you want to release tailed beast bomb at your own forehead? We are our own. Are you crazy? Shuhei cursed in his heart. And take a look at the size of these 2 tailed beast bombs. Shuhei dare to swear, Gyuki and Matabi, the 2 bastards, have all the energy to suckle. Is this killing yourself? Even if you want to use tailed beast bomb to attack the guy on your head, at least you have to wait until you wake up and stay away. What does it mean to smash it directly on your forehead? Damn it. Now I can only hope that these 2 tailed beast bombs will work. Even if Shuhei wanted to hide at this time, he couldn't do it. Because it hasn't been completely relieved from Chimu Uyu's attack, the brain is still unable to fully control his body. In other words, these 2 tailed beast bombs, it's a deal. Fortunately, as one of the 9 big-tailed beasts, chakra aggregates. Although the tailed beast bomb is scary, it can't be killed. At most, it's just a little hurt. At this time, Shuhei can only hope that he will get 2 tailed beast bombs and it will be valuable. Sand, sand. Shuhei secretly manipulated the sand on his head, and when he felt he had grasped something, he was delighted. You bastard, you have been fooled by your perfect acting skills. Shuhei thought contentedly in his heart. In this case, tailed beast bomb should definitely be able to hit. Use yourself to get hurt, and exchange your bastard's life. It's worth it. Shuhei thought viciously in his heart. Then he moved his small eyes and looked at Chimu Uyu on his head, hoping to see him panicked. As a result, as soon as Shuhei looked away, he saw a big smiling face. Shuhei blinked, and then felt a cold back. This guy knew he was awake a long time ago. So, what did you just catch? My eyes were a little stiff and looked towards the place I had just felt, and found that what I was holding was just a fragment of a stone. Diaresis bye-bye, little civet cat. Yuyu grinned at Shohei, and in his desperate eyes, his figure flashed and disappeared on Shohei's head. At this time, tailed beast bomb, just above Shohei's forehead. No, boom. The desperate roar of Shuhei was overwhelmed by the loud explosion of tailed beast bomb. Rumble. Within a 10-kilometer radius, they were torn in by terrifying explosions. A huge mushroom cloud soared into the sky, and the earth groaned and collapsed in this devastating explosion. Dead. Are you dead? Niu blinked his eyes and looked at 8 tails on the side. Don't be careless. What we are facing is probably Uchiha Madara, a monster of a level. A tailed beast bomb, even if it hits him head-on, is not safe. 8 tails was always cautious, looked at the second tail, and said in a deep voice. When Niu heard the familiar name, his whole body trembled. Thinking back to the scene of being beaten by Chimu Uyu just now, the more I think about it, the more I think it makes sense. Face Chimu Uyu kind of monster, absolutely cannot be careless. Tailed beast bomb with 2 full shots is absolutely not insured. At the thought of Chimu Uyu who had not killed Chimu Uyu and Chimu Uyu rushed out of the explosion area to find a picture of himself afterwards, Niu was suddenly crazy. Meow. The blue flames all over Erway's body were booming, and he let out a strange roar, as if the hair was blown up. The mouth was open to the largest extent, and countless different light spots gathered in Niu's mouth. Tailed beast bomb barrage. Shoo, shoo, shoo. At this time, the 2 tails seemed to be transformed into a perpetual motion machine, and dozens of pitch-black spheres with devastating fluctuations, with howling noises, shot towards the center of the explosion. I just wanted to remind Erway's cautious 8 tails to stare at these dozens of tailed beast bombs dumbfounded. It just wants to remind the second tail, don't be careless, the battle is probably not over yet. As a result, Erway seemed to be stimulated and went crazy. Especially Erway has forgotten, that stupid civet cat is still there. 8 tails looked at the dozens of tailed beast bombs whizzing away, leaving a big drop of cold sweat on his head. Although the size of these tailed beast bombs is not as large as the initial full-scale tailed beast bomb, they are numerous. Such a terrifying quantity almost drained the second-tailed chakra. Looking at the 2 tails whose eyes were still blood-red, 8 tails twitched at the corner of his mouth. Shuhei, danger. Oh, damn Gyuki and Matabi, it hurts my uncle to death. During the explosion, Shuhei struggled to support the broken ground, shook his head, which was a little dizzy because of the explosion, and cursed secretly in his heart. That human tricked himself and got himself 2-tailed beast bomb for nothing. Fortunately, that human finally left his head, and he gained temporary safety. Huh. Gyuki and Matabi, this uncle will not trouble you for the first time. When the human is killed, this uncle will settle accounts with you later. Shuhei thought secretly. Cough, cough, these fumes choke my uncle to death. Shuhei waved his hand and looked at the surrounding dust county with disgust because of the explosion. Wind style, breeze. Shuhei made a seal casually, and a gust of wind swept away the dust. Shuhei shook his head, his vision gradually became clear. Shoo, shoo, shoo. What catches the eye are countless black spheres. Boom. Dozens of jet black-tailed beast bombs with a destructive aura started a series of explosions. Rumble. The thunderous loud noise continued to explode, and the terrifying sound waves spread. Kacha, kacha, boom. The blast of air broke the earth to pieces. The earth is crying, the earth is collapsing. Huge mushroom clouds rose into the sky, and mixed together in the process of flying, forming an extremely huge mushroom cloud, which was extremely shocking. Shoo, shoo, shoo. The tailed beast bomb in front had just exploded, and the following tailed beast bomb shot towards the center of the explosion with a howling sound. Boom. Boom. The explosion of dozens of tailed beast bombs ripped in the area of tens of kilometers. Even if the ninjas of the coalition camp were so far away from the explosion, in front of the horrible airwaves caused by the explosion, they felt that they were a flat boat in the waves, and they could capsize at any time. They can only hold on to everything they can catch, and work hard to maintain their figure in the horrible airwave to prevent being blown away by the horrible airwave. I don't know how long it took before the roar of the explosion gradually ceased. Crack, crack. The fragments of the sky and the earth that were raised in the explosion slowly fell to the ground. The huge mushroom cloud that formed remained in the wind for a long time. The Sanagakure elites, such as Chiyo and Luosha, used chakra to stabilize their figure and looked at the mushroom cloud that has been lingering in the wind for a long time, and a cold sweat gradually appeared on their foreheads. If their thinking is correct, their Sanagakure's most important war weapon, Shuhei, is at the center of that terrorist explosion. Wow. Fragments of the earth continued to hit the ground, and the mushroom cloud was gradually dissipating in the wind. However, apart from the sound of the earth fragments falling continuously, there was still no other sound. Shuhei. How? Luo Sha, Chiyo and others looked at each other, and their eyes were full of fright. Are you Cloud Shinobi's tail beast crazy? Didn't it mean that your Cloud Shinobi's Jinchuriki can completely control the power of the tail beast? How could this happen? Are you trying to kill our Sanagakure one tail? Chiyo snarled at Jonin, an elite of Cloud Shinobi village who had also been watching. Morizuru, as Sanagakure's only tail beast, has reached the highest strategic position after the disappearance of third case cage. It can be said that Shuhei is Sanagakure's strongest force and the last force to press the bottom of the box. But now, the shit second tail of Cloud Shinobi village, as if going crazy, fired dozens of tailed beast bombs at Shuhei. Especially even if they had been on the battlefield, facing the enemy ninja, the tail beasts did not show such madness. Dozens of tailed beast bombs. Even though Shozuru is a monster whose whole body is made of sand, Chiyo is a little unconfident. Shuhei, wouldn't something really happen to the explosion of those dozens of tailed beast bombs? If Shuhei had an accident, then Sanagakure would lose its most important strategic weapon. The consequences. Chiyo became more angry as he thought about it, and shouted at several elite Jonin in Cloud Shinobi village. Several Cloud Shinobi Village elite Jonin who had been scolded glanced at each other and opened their mouths without saying anything. The people of Cloud Shinobi Village have always been hot-tempered. If it was placed in the past, Chiyo scolded them like this, they wouldn't care if you were Sanagakure's elders, just going up directly would be a physical exchange. But at this time, looking at the one tail, which did not move at all among the dozens of tailed beast bombs, several Cloud Shinobi's elite Jonin twitched their mouths, allowing Chindai to curse. The ghost knows why Erway suddenly went crazy. It stands to reason that Master Killer B has already taught Wooden Golem how to control the second tail. Even if he hasn't become the perfect Jinchuriki like Master Killer B, who has an excellent relationship with 8 tails. The loss of control of the second tail is also a small probability event that is almost impossible. After all, what irritated the second tail? Several elite Jonin from Cloud Shinobi Village listened to Chiyo's cursing and looked at each other, their mouths a little bitter. Hoo, the second tail panted violently, his expression a little wilted, and the blue flames burning all over his body had dimmed a lot. The second tail is not the almost infinite monster of chakra like 9 tails. Even 9 tails is only theoretically unlimited chakra, and it takes time to extract chakra that consumes a huge amount of chakra in battle. These dozens of tailed beast bombs almost drained the second-tailed chakra. For at least 10 minutes, the 2 tails had almost no combat effectiveness except for his huge body. Dead. Are you dead? Chimu that bastard. Looking at the mushroom cloud that was gradually dissipating, the red eyes gradually returned to clarity. Opening his mouth, the 2 tails are still condensing the tailed beast bomb subconsciously, but chakra has already exhausted it, and can no longer condense the tailed beast bomb. 8 tails. Why don't you use tailed beast bomb barrage? 2 tails subconsciously looked at the dumbfounded 8 tails, and said in a dissatisfied voice. 8 tails turned its neck mechanically, looking at the second tail, the corners of its mouth twitched. Immediately afterwards, the entire bull's head was distorted and convulsed violently. You fellow. Did you forget about keeping the crane there? 8 tails looked at the second tail that still wanted to launch the tailed beast bomb, as if going crazy, shouted. I'm so embarrassed to ask why I don't launch tailed beast bomb barrage. Are you really afraid that Shohei's death is not thorough enough? Although that stupid civet cat has a stinky mouth, it is also one of the 9-tailed beasts, everyone's companion. Seeing that there was no movement in the mushroom cloud, 8 tails only felt a little cold on the hands and tail. Although that stupid civet cat is also a tailed beast, it is a monster made of sand, but it was hit by dozens of tailed beast bombs at the same time. Don't really die. Although everyone is a collection of chakra, in theory, they will not be killed by ninjutsu, but can only be sealed by the seal technique. But since the birth of the 9 of them, although there have been disputes and fights, there has never been a tailed beast that has suffered dozens of tailed beast bombs at the same time. 8 tails really didn't dare to pat his chest at this time and said that Shozuru would definitely survive. Hearing 8 tails' words, Niu trembled as he looked at 8 tails' almost distorted expression, and his eyes were full of horror. Forget it. Just now, Niu just thought of the scene of being beaten up by Chimu, and even worried that if Chimu was not dead, he would trouble himself and hit himself on the ground. Coupled with the explosion of the 2-tailed beast bombs, the sight was already blurred. Where does it remember Shuhei? Just want Ishin to kill Chimu. Looking at the fragmented earth and dust all over the sky under the explosion of dozens of tailed beast bombs, Niu felt cold all over although he was burning with blue flames. Shuhei, don't be killed by yourself. Hoo. Under everyone's gaze, the violent wind blows away the raised dust, revealing a picture of the center of the explosion. Then, everyone, including Erway and 8 tails, took a deep breath. Again, Matabi, Kao, Yuki. I saw Shuhei at this time, extremely miserable. There is hardly a piece of good sand all over the body. In the past, the bloated and huge body was almost like a puddle of mud, and the shape of a civet cat was not visible at all. The mysterious lines covered on it were also in tatters at this time and could not be connected at all. Shuhei almost lost consciousness in the explosion. But the 2 names were whispered in the mouth, constantly gnashing their teeth, as if there was an unshakable blood feud. The 8 tails and Erway tremble in the distance. Listening to the tone of the guy Shozuru, 8 tails and Niue have no doubts. If Shozuru is strong, they won't bother Chimu at all, and will definitely rush to fight with them both. Interesting, haha. At this moment, a burst of laughter came. Hearing this familiar sound, 8 tails and Niu mechanically turned their necks and looked at the source of the sound. After looking at the picture clearly, Eight Tails and Niu, as well as Chio and others in the coalition army, had extremely wonderful faces. I saw Chimu Yu all over his body, without a trace of dust, sitting on a stool made of trees. It is not difficult to see that this stool was made temporarily by Chimu Yu, pouring a sip of wine into his mouth from time to time, as if watching a play. Eight Tails looked at the dumbfounded expression of Niu, then looked at Morozuru, who was bombarded into a puddle of mud by the tailed beast bomb and the unscathed Chimu Yu, only feeling that his bull's head was going to be distorted. What did you think? How can you think that there are two idiots, Matabi and Shozuru, who can compete with Chimu Yu? As soon as Shuhei appeared on the stage, he was chopped over by Chimu Yu, losing all of the tail beast's face. Matabi is even more outrageous. Dozens of tailed beast bombs smashed at Shuhei and beat him to death. Chimu Yu has nothing to do with it. Take a look at this bastard Matabi. Those dozens of tailed beast bombs almost drained its chakra, temporarily lost combat effectiveness. Shuhei mentioned differently. Do you expect a puddle of rotten sand to stand up and fight Chimu Yu? And listen to what Shuhei said unconsciously. Eight Tails has no doubt that if Shuhei still has some strength, he will have to work hard with himself in the second tail. Looking at One Tail and Erwei, and seeing that they are unharmed, Chimu Yu watching the play, Eight Tails suddenly felt an urge to cry. Unexpectedly, among the 9-tailed beasts, there are 2 wizards of Yu. With such 2 guys here, the beasts of Heshaotail are immortal in Chimu Yu's hands. In Yu's eyes, the strange red light was bright. In the future, the Yu master seemed to have seen an extremely interesting thing. The corner of Yu's mouth was slightly cocked. Finally, the corner of Yu's mouth had an exaggerated curvature, and he laughed. The future scene is really interesting. Yu stood up and walked slowly towards Shuhei. Damn it. Eight Tails watched Yu walk towards Shuhei and the weird red light in Yu's eyes. There was a strong sense of ignorance in her heart. But at this time, both One Tail and Erwei lost their combat effectiveness, only one of them was left, and they didn't dare to act rashly at all. At this time, it just wants to buy time as much as possible, and after Niu recovers chakra, it will compete with Chimu Yu. This guy, what the hell is going to do? Looking at Yu who walked to the side of Shuhei, Eight Tails felt shocked at this moment. Suddenly, Eight Tails saw Chimu Yu smile at himself. Then I saw the power in Chimu Yu's hands that he was familiar and unfamiliar with. Difficult, can it be said? Eight Tails thought of a possibility, and the cold sweat behind it flowed down. What's wrong with you? Eight Tails. Niu twisted his head, looked at Eight Tails with a distorted face, and asked questions as he kept extracting chakra. Chimu Yu didn't attack them. Isn't it a good thing? It can take the opportunity to extract chakra and restore combat power. What is Eight Tails? It was uglier than when the old Six Paths man died. Eight Tails heard the voice of the second tail and trembled all over. Looking at the second tail, there was an urge to hammer the second tail to death. Don't you think the power in Chimu Yu's hands is a bit familiar? Eight Tails' voice was trembling, and said, it's a little familiar, which makes me feel a little nostalgic. At this time, the second tail, chakra is almost exhausted, and the perception ability has reached the lowest point. Seeing the energy in Chimu Yu's hand, Nishi nodded and said, what's so special is the power of the old man in Six Paths. Eight Tails looked at the stupid look of the 2 tails, wishing that an octopus's tail would kill the guy, and the beast roared distortedly. Nitail blinked, shaking his whole body. It's really interesting, so let's get started. Yu looked in front of him, twitching from time to time, like a Shuhei in a puddle of rotten sand, shining with a strange red light. Having seen the future, Yu raised a nasty smile at the corner of his mouth, gathered the power of 6 paths in his body, and pressed hard against Shohei's huge body. A strange wave exploded. Matabi, Gyuki. A low roar resembling a vengeful ghost crawling out of hell sounded. A strange wave came crashingly. The mysterious power completely wrapped Shohei's body, causing Shohei's broken body to emit a strange light. The mysterious lines on the huge body of Shuhei. The purple light is flourishing at this time. It seems to resonate with the mysterious energy in Yu's hand. Boom. Boom. It was depressing, like the sound of a heart beating, emanating from Shohei's broken body. In Shohei's loose khaki pupils, the 4-star points began to rotate quickly. There was a roar in Morizu's mouth, like a ghost from hell. Wow. the broken earth was quickly dismembered and turned into sand in the sky. The sand seemed to have spirituality, turning into a series of muddy tides, quickly rushing towards the broken body of Shuhei. Gradually, Shohei's broken body began to be repaired, and the civet-like appearance gradually appeared. Although it has not fully recovered, it is no longer the same as before, like a puddle of rotten sand. Shuhei regained consciousness. In the coalition camp, everyone was stunned to watch the abnormal changes in Shohei's body. Listening to Shohei's unique screaming sound, Chiyo murmured in disbelief. Such a screaming noise undoubtedly belongs to Shuhei. Just now, Shuhei was definitely in a state of unconsciousness under the attack of those dozens of tailed beast bombs. But now, under the action of the mysterious energy in Chimu Yuyu's hands, he has regained consciousness? Chimu Yu actually has the energy to save the tail beast? Why do you want to save the crane? Chiyo muttered incomprehensibly. Niu went crazy suddenly, and Shozuru directly lost his fighting ability. Isn't this a great thing for Chimu Yu? But why? Chimu Yu wants to save Shuhei. Moreover, what is that energy? It's not chakra. It can restore the unconscious Sho crane. Chiyo had a bad feeling in his heart. That kind of energy, even if she is not a perceptual ninja, has a shocking feeling. But after careful sensing, I found that there was nothing. This sense of confusion made Chiyo's anxiety reach ultimate. It was as if she was not qualified to perceive the existence of that kind of energy. At this moment, Shohei's huge and bloated body had completely recovered. Behind him, the tail that marked the identity of the tail beast was constantly waving, and every time it was swung, it carried the terrifying chakra tide. The depressing tyranny chakra ran around Shohei's body, and the purple lines on his body seemed even more strange. Gyuki. Matabi. A ghost-like sound that seemed to crawl out of hell came from Shohei's mouth. The shrill voice made Eight Tails and Niu tremble, causing the coalition ninjas to cover their ears in pain. Gyuki. Matabi? What's this name? Could it be that Eight Tails and Niue, like Shozuru, have their own unique names? Chiyo covered his ears a little uncomfortably, thinking constantly in his heart. But then, Chiyo became stiff, and Luosha glanced at each other abruptly. Shohei's state seems to be something wrong. Thinking of Shozoru's domineering work at Sanagakure, the crazy atrocities, Chiyo and Luosha left a big drop of cold sweat on their foreheads. Chimu Yu, why do you want to treat Mororu? They seem to understand. Shuhei, you are fine, that's great. Eight Tails looked at Shuhei, who seemed to be eating both of them. The corners of his mouth twitched, a smile on his face. Watching Shuhei smiled. Okay. Are you very sorry that I am still alive? Shohei's khaki eyes were glowing with a little red light at this moment, staring at Eight Tails and Erwei. Shuhei is angry. He was forcibly pulled onto the battlefield, and just released the seal. Before he could be happy, he was chopped over with a knife and rolled all over the floor in pain. Forget it. After all, the two bastards, Eight Tails and Erwei, are also partners of the same origin. As a result, these two bastards actually fired tailed beast bomb over their heads. This, Shuhei also endured it. After all, to deal with the monster that could slash him down with a single blow, he would make some sacrifices. As long as he could avenge that slash, Shuhei wouldn't care about it. But what do the next dozen tailed beast bombs mean? He really suspected that he was going to die in the explosion. In the serial explosion of dozens of tailed beast bombs, that kind of despair, kind of suffocation, kind of resentment. At this time, Shozuru, what he hates most is not Yu, who is rolling all over the floor with a slash, but Eight Tails and Niue are what he hates most. These two bastards are so special that they want to kill themselves. If these two bastards are not broken into pieces, it will be hard to dispel its hatred. How come? Shuhei, of course we hope you are okay. That was a misunderstanding just now. Let's deal with the enemy first. Eight Tails looked at Shuhei with an expression that seemed to eat people, and then at Chimu Yu, who was standing next to Shuhei with a playful look, felt that he was going to be guilty of epilepsy. Persuaded bitterly. Aha! The second tail nodded in agreement, with a stupid expression on his face. Eight Tails had a toothache. It's all something you provoke, so I am embarrassed to nod. Don't you hurry up to apologize to Shuhei? Misunderstand. When Shuhei heard this word, his whole body trembled, and then his whole body screamed as if his hair had exploded. Are there any misunderstandings about dozens of special tailed beast bombs? Die to this uncle. Great burial in the desert. Shuhei screamed, and chakra burst out without any reservation. Rumble. The fragmented earth suddenly turned into a sea of sand. The terrifying sea of sand is 100 meters high, covering the sky and the ground. With Shohei's hatred, he patted Eight Tails and Erway fiercely. Eight Tails looked at Shuhei, who went crazy directly, and cursed in his heart. What kind of thing is this really called? I got 2 helpers to deal with Chimu Uyu. Before Chimu Uyu had 2 tricks, he started to do it himself. The appearance of guarding the crane is already in a state of madness, and admonition is no longer of any use. Eight Tails, save me. Compared with Eight Tails swearing in his heart, Erway's face turned green at this time. It just ran out of chakra because of those dozens of tailed beast bombs. In such a short period of time, the 2 tails did not accumulate much chakra at all. At least, it is impossible to escape from this sky full of sand. The sand of Shuhei is different from the sand of Jinchuriki. Shuhei, besides 9 tails and 8 tails, the strongest of the 9-tailed beasts, has a lot to do with his good at sealing technique. Once caught by Shohei's sand, he not only has to face the terrifying squeezing force of the sand, but also the more terrifying sealing power. If it is sealed by Shuhei, let's not talk about the safety issue, then it would be too embarrassing. The body that 8 tails was about to act stunned suddenly and looked at the second tail. At this time, there was an urge to throw it into the sand. If it weren't for you guy, would the scene be what it is now? For the sake of comparison, it found Erway and 8 tails, and prepared to gather the power of their 3-tailed beasts to deal with Chimu Uyu. As a result, Chimu Uyu slightly subtended them, and these 2 bastards started to do it first. And one by one is more ruthless than one. You are really brave enough to beat your own people. Think about these 2 guys, how they were when they played against Chimu Uyu. Just thinking about it, 8 tails has the urge to kill. Are these 2 idiots no brains? Looking at the terrifying sand sea in the sky, 8 tails 8 octopus tails suddenly wrapped the panicked 2 tails, trying to evacuate the range of the sand sea. But the moment the octopus's tail was wrapped around the body of the second tail, 8 tails trembled suddenly. Because of this tremor, 8 tails' movements were slightly sluggish, and they were stuck by the huge amount of sand in Shuhei. Matabi, labor and management are going to kill you. 8 tails let out a roar. Looking at the stunned 2 tails on the side, there was an urge to give it a tailed beast bomb. This bastard did not control the chakra flame on his body, and burned his labor and capital to death. 8 tails exploded in his heart, looking at the chakra flame burning on his tail, and his heart became suffocated. But at this time, it was not the time to scold Erway, because of the slow movement, the edge of the sand sea had already entangled himself. Directly facing the power of Shohei's seal, even if it was oneself, it would be a little troublesome. Roar. The aggrieved 8 tails, which was about to explode, didn't care about it at this time. A huge amount of tyrannical chakra surged out like a tide. The tails of the 8 octopuses resembled a surging giant wave, carrying a tyrannical chakra, slammed into the center of the sea of sand. Boom. Chakra, the tyrannical tail beast, hit many broken holes in the sand sea. But with the blessing of Shohei's chakra, the sand continued to gush out, filling the holes. While pumping the sand sea, a few tails accidentally drew on Erway's body, and Erway grinned. Then there was a fierce light at 8 tails. At this time, everyone in the coalition camp was stunned when watching this scene. 1 tail, 8 tails and 2 tails started fighting. And looking at this posture, it's still an endless situation. As for how to tell, in the long history of war in the ninja world, it's not that they haven't seen the battle of tail beasts. As the war machine at the bottom of the pressure box in the major shinobu villages, once the war has become fierce, it is time for the tail beast to appear on the scene. But even when facing an enemy ninja, the tailed beasts will not try their best, but will only throw a few tailed beast bombs under the control of Jinchuriki. There has never been a situation like this tailed beast chakra raging. This is so special, it's fighting with the determination to kill the other party. Cloud Shinobi and Sand Shinobi's hearts trembled, and then their eyes suddenly crossed. What are you Sanagakure's 1 tail doing? Are you crazy? Why do you want to attack our Cloud Shinobi village's tail beast? What's the matter? It wasn't the second tail of your Cloud Shinobi village who moved first. Can 1 tail go crazy? Damn Sand Shinobi, labor and management have long seen you upset. Come on, watch me blow up your muscles. The battle between the tail beasts also detonated the ninjas of Sand Shinobi and Cloud Shinobi. In itself, Sanagakure and Cloud Shinobi village are not peaceful in history. There have also been small-scale wars. Before, it was because of the same enemy, Chimuyu, that they united together. Moreover, the ninjas of Sanagakure and Cloud Shinobi Village have different personalities. Now, the tail beasts in their village are all fighting together, completely igniting their previous conflicts. They roared and rolled their sleeves in a posture to kill each other. Damn it. Stop it. Luo Sha looked at the scene about to lose control, and her face suddenly sank. They came to deal with Chimuyu, but they didn't even see Chimuyu's face, so they had to do it themselves. What's this? Woo. Shut up all to me. Just when Luo Sha wanted to control the most excited people, a figure flashed by and roared. Ray, Lord Raikage. When the Cloud Shinobi saw fourth Raikage appear, the hot brain suddenly cooled down and stopped moving. The Sand Shinobi, who received the order of Luosha and Chio, also stopped their movements with an unhappy expression. They came to the back of Luosha and others, staring at the Cloud Shinobi. Feng Ying. Fourth Raikage just wanted to curse, but opened his mouth and suddenly realized that he didn't know what to curse. Scolding one tail against 8 tails in her way. But he had seen the miserable appearance of one tail being blown up by the second tail's tailed beast bomb just now. Sand Shinobi is not to blame for this incident. When I thought that the 3-tailed beasts that were originally used to deal with Chimuyu are fighting together at the moment, fourth Raikage has the urge to hit someone. Feng Ying, get ready, it's up to us. Fourth Raikage looked at Luosha and said solemnly. Tailed beasts can't count on it anymore. His chakra will be fully recovered in a little time. Yeah. Luosha looked at fourth Raikage and nodded silently, her eyes a little serious. Pop. 8 tails, you did it on purpose. After being drawn by 8 tails again, the second tail roared and looked at 8 tails fiercely. I was not careful, I was helping you defend against Shohei's attack. 8 tails looked at the angry expression on the 2 tails, feeling a little guilty in his heart, but on the surface he still said proudly. Do you treat me as an idiot? The second tail roared, eyes full of fierce light. Are you not? The corner of 8 tails' mouth twitched, and he didn't understand why Erwei suddenly became smart at this time. Matabi, you guys don't have chakra anymore. It seems that the tailed beast bomb barrage just now was made by you bastard, right? Die to this uncle. Tailed beast bomb. At this time, he noticed some strange Shuhei, and looked at Erwei with gloomy eyes. Then he opened his mouth in the blood basin, and a huge black sphere condensed in his mouth. You are so smart. At this time, 8 tails cursed in his heart. When confronted Chimuyu, 1 or 2 of them became idiots, and suddenly they became smarter. This is really too grassy. 8 tails looked at the tailed beast bomb in Shohei's mouth, resisting the urge to curse, and also began to gather the tailed beast bomb. Tailed beast bomb. Shoo, shoo. Tailed beast bomb. Shoo. 2 jet black spheres with a destructive aura shot out from the mouths of 8 tails and Morizuru. Looking at its size, it is even bigger than the first time 8 tails released tailed beast bomb to Uyu. Shuhei also refused to give in too much, and the power of milking was used. The 2 8 tails and Shuhei, the tailed beast bomb sent out with all their strength, suddenly met in midair with a howling sound. Boom. Boom. The terrifying explosion sounded like thunder. The 2 jet black spheres burst fiercely, releasing devastating energy. The broken earth shook again, and the earth continued to crack and collapse. Because the explosion was too close, Shozuru and 8 tails used chakra to fix their figures and prevent themselves from being involved in this terrifying explosion. Chakra was almost exhausted, and only part of Chakra's second tail was restored just now, which was extremely embarrassing. I saw it let out low roars, and the 4 grabbed the undead clinging to the ground. But the constantly cracking and collapsing earth couldn't bear its huge volume at all. Under the claws of the second tail, the earth was constantly shattering, and it could only continue to dig the ground, trying to maintain its shape. Meow. Finally, the broken ground under the foot of the second tail could no longer support it, turned into fragments, and collapsed toward the center of the earth. Niu let out a cry with a little despair, and was dragged by the blast, torn away towards the center of the explosion. The 8 tails on the side wanted to stretch out the octopus tail to help, but when it was about to wrap the body with the blue chakra flames on the 2 tails, it seemed to think of something. And it was this stiffness that completely lost the hope of being rescued, and was torn in by the explosion. Damn Matabi, deserve it. Seeing this scene, Shuhei was overjoyed, and in his khaki eyes, the 4-star points quickly rotated. Morizuru also recalled, Erwei, this bastard, showed that chakra was overdrawn. The dozens of tailed beast bombs that I have suffered just now are definitely from the hands of Niu. Thinking of the despair he experienced among the dozens of tailed beast bombs, Shohei's khaki pupils shrank suddenly. What kind of second tail? Die for this uncle. Tailed beast bomb barrage. Shuhei made a sharp scream, so loud that even the coalition camp in the distance could be heard clearly by everyone. Then he opened his mouth abruptly, and countless unused light spots gathered in Shohei's mouth. Continuously. Shuhei. Stop. When I heard the name of this trick, I wanted to have 2 more tricks with Shozuru to vent my gloomy 8 tails, and I was shocked. Shuhei is going to kill Wei. The second tail, who was torn into the center by the explosion, was using the newly refined chakra to resist the explosion. When he heard this name, his face turned blue. Tailed beast bomb barrage? The bastard Shuhei is going to kill himself. Didn't you just forget that you were in the center of the explosion? Why are you so grudges? Shuhei, I was wrong, stop joking. The second tail suddenly became anxious, and it was now covered in chakra, which was a little strenuous to resist the explosion of the 2 tailed beast bombs. If this is the tailed beast bomb barrage of Shuhei again, Niu feels that he can really meet the old man of 6 paths. Also, how dare you scold me? Die to this uncle. It's a pity that Shuhei was already a little mad. In the explosion, he didn't hear Wei's voice at all, thinking he was cursing himself. This made Shuhei anxious, and the light spot in his mouth quickly took shape. Tailed beast bomb barrage. Shoo, shoo, shoo. There were 20 tailed beast bombs, with howling noises. They shot towards the center of the explosion. Damn Shuhei. Damn Matabi. 2 idiots. 8 tails looked at the tailed beast bomb that was smashing at the second tail with a whistling sound, and suddenly gritted his teeth, and chakra burst out all over his body. Then the 8 tails of octopus slammed on the ground fiercely, and with a roar, 8 tails turned into an afterimage and fell beside the somewhat desperate second tail. Block me. 8 tails roared, chakra concentrated on the tails of the 8 octopuses and patted the tailed beast bomb fiercely. Rumble. A terrifying explosion occurred immediately, and the entire body of 8 tails, as if struck by thunder, convulsed suddenly. It hurts labor and capital. Moo. 8 tails let out low roars. With the help of Killer Bee, they forcibly stabilized their minds and quickly gathered more chakras to resist the explosion of tailed beast bomb. Wow. Finally, after I don't know how long, the sound of the explosion subsided slowly. Huh. Shuhei was panting, blinking, and after venting, Shuhei seemed to have recovered. It seems to have attacked Gyuki and Matabi with tailed beast bomb barrage? These 2 guys, won't something really happen, right? Shuhei widened his small eyes and looked into the smoke of the explosion. Swish. Swish. Moo. Meow. Suddenly, 2 black behemoths, with an angry howl, bit from the dust in the sky, biting towards Shuhei. I saw 8 tails in her way at this time, extremely embarrassed. Especially 8 tails, which directly resisted the tailed beast bomb, had 8 octopus tails. At this time, only 4 were left, and the remaining 4 were sacrificed in the explosion of the tailed beast bomb. Crack. 8 tails in her way, with a frightened expression on Shuhei, bit from left to right on both of Shohei's arms. It hurts my uncle. 8 tails, are you crazy? Shuhei let out a scream and looked at 8 tails in disbelief. The second tail is fine, after all, it is a cat, and it is normal to bite. Why does 8 tails bite itself? The bite hurts more than the second tail. Moo. 8 tails bitterly did not let go, the bull's eyes were full of anger. That anger at 8 tails. I got 2 helpers to deal with Chimu Yu, but when they played Chimu Yu, they only promised and were rubbed on the ground by Chimu Yu. As a result, when hitting his own people, the attackers were more brutal than each one. Wait. Chimu Yu. 8 tails was biting at Shuhei in anger, and the cold sweat on his back came out. Isn't their target Chimu Yu? Why are they almost out of their brains now, but Chimu Yu hasn't moved? Looking at himself, Morizuru, and Matabi's state at this time, 8 tails' bad premonition grew stronger. Now if Chimu Yu strikes at 3 of them, they will be given for nothing. Sakiki Yu, how can you be a peerless figure comparable to Uchiha Madara? Should you disdain to take advantage of this? 8 tails comforted him in his heart, but biting Shohei's bull's mouth, unknowingly, slowly let go. Chong. At this moment, a piercing sound of knives suddenly sounded, causing 8 tails to tremble suddenly. Crunch, crunch, twisting his neck mechanically, he saw Chimu Uyu, who was holding the famous black knife Chusui in Ninja World, and looked at them with a smile. Shuhei, Matabi. Eight Tails looked at the smile on Yuyu's face, feeling that his heart was about to jump out, and hurriedly called out the names of One Tail and Erway. As a result of not getting a response for a long time, Eight Tails turned his head and almost died of anger. Meow. Gee. I saw Shuhei and Erway at this time, like two wild beasts fighting. You bite me, I bite you. Shuhei. Matabi. How angry at Eight Tails. Chimu Yuyu's knife is about to rest on their three necks, and these two bastards are still biting here like a shrew. The special Chimu Uyu is here. Looking at One Tail and Niu, who hadn't reacted at all, Eight Tails slammed their heads and roared. Chimu Uyu. Shuhei and Erway, who were biting together, blinked as they awakened from a dream when they heard the name. That's right. They came to the battlefield to deal with Chimu Uyu. At this moment, Morizuru and Niu felt a sense of clear understanding. Then I heard the voice that made them cold all over. It's just a row, just to save time. Yuyu grinned at the three tangled beasts. It happened that the three chopped together, which saved him a lot of effort. Morizuru and Arrow turned their heads mechanically, and what they saw was darkness. One sword flow. The horrible sword intent, like the substance, spread quickly. The sky was plunged into darkness under this sword intent. Even a gleam of light, no darkness, made Eight Tails, Morizuru and Niue plunged into a great panic. They kept twisting their bodies, trying to escape the darkness. But three behemoths, entangled together, can't be separated so easily. Damn it. Who is biting my tail? Shuhei. Get out of here. Kai. It's you guys getting out of my way. In the darkness, the roars of Eight Tails, Niu and Shuhei kept ringing. The struggle and the panic not only prevented them from separating, but the tails became entangled together. Om. In the sky, a huge pair of eyes with no eyelashes and almost no whites opened slowly. At the moment when the eyes were opened, Eight Tails, Erway and Shozoru's huge bodies suddenly stiffened. Suddenly, they had a little understanding in their hearts. The reason why it is so dark is because all the light has been taken away by those huge eyes. Damn it. What a swordsmanship. Shuhei let out a harsh scream. Shuhei at this time, the despair in his heart. Chimu Uyu, just saved himself, now he is going to cut himself again. To play? One sword flow dark sky demon god. Om. All the light that was swallowed turned into a huge game that was so dazzling to the ultimate. This horror training with a height of hundreds of meters, as the autumn water fell, formed a horror slash of hundreds of meters in front of Uyu. Huh. The Chusui in Yuyu's hand was slashed out diagonally. This violent black-purple slash, like an ancient behemoth out of trouble, with a terrifying roar, slashed towards Eight Tails, Erway and Shuhei. The slash of hundreds of meters completely covered the body of the three-tailed beast. Damn it. Eight Tails can feel the terrifying sword pressure on the violent slash by just feeling it. The sense of crisis in my heart almost made Eight Tails crazy. It twisted its huge body desperately, trying to avoid this terrifying slash. But Morizuru and Niu became a huge burden at this time, and Eight Tails couldn't get rid of it in a short time. This makes Eight Tails extremely desperate. And Shuhei and Erway were also completely panicked at this time. They desperately wanted to escape, but the behemoth over 300 meters or the behemoth with tails, once entangled, how can they be separated so easily? The three-tailed beasts, like catfish, were constantly twisting their bodies, but in despair they discovered that not only did the three of them not separate, they became more and more tightly entangled. Meow. Erway Ching is anxious, so he just turned sideways, tried to hide under Shohei's bloated body, and desperately pushed Shuhei out. Damn Matabi, you bastard. There were countless flashes on Shohei's head, and then he reacted suddenly. The bastard Erway wants to help him block that slash. The angry Shuhei didn't care, and his two claws grabbed the second tail desperately and dragged it out. Meow. Let go of me. Niu let out a scream, struggling desperately. And the Eight Tails on the side looked at these two idiots. Death is imminent, still entangled here, suddenly desperate. After closing his eyes, he returned to the spiritual world and stayed with Killer Bee. At the moment, Eight Tails, there is only one word in his mind. For nothing. Puff. Puff. A violent slash of hundreds of meters long slashed fiercely on the huge body of the three-tailed beasts. Countless sand, flames and octopuses that were chopped into pieces flew around. Eight Tails, Erway and Shuhei, the three-tailed beasts known as natural disasters, let out a scream. Under the raging slash of hundreds of meters long, it flew feebly towards the distance. Boom. Click. I don't know how long it took to fly, but 3 huge tail beasts smashed into a big mountain in public. The terrifying sword pressure suddenly broke out, and the mountain was suddenly torn apart. Along with the roar, it broke into pieces of rocks, burying the 3-tailed beasts. For a while, there was no sound. Ding. Wow. A mountain that was hundreds of meters high was completely shattered under the pressure of a terrifying sword. The fragments of the mountain, accompanied by the roar, buried 3 behemoths over 100 meters tall, and there was no movement for a while. Guru. The voice of swallowing saliva kept ringing in the coalition camp. All the coalition ninjas looked at the fragment of the mountain that buried the 3-tailed beasts in disbelief. They were trembling all over, with indescribable horror in their eyes. That's the tail beast. Since the death of Konoha's first Hokage, the tail beast has become the most powerful strategic force in this ninja world. Every time the ninja world war, as long as the tail beast appears on the scene, it is a slaughter on one side. In order to obtain such a powerful force, each ninja village also paid a great price. Every tail beast is extremely powerful and extremely arrogant. So as long as they have a chance, they will hit the seal of Jinchuriki, trying to regain their freedom. And sealing this thing is not enough to completely trap the tail beast, so after a while, the tail beast will run away. And at this time, every shinobu village must be filled with human lives. As an unkillable monster, the tail beast also possesses a huge amount of chakra. Ninjas can only consume the tail beast's chakra like suicide in exchange for the tail beast's weakness. And this price may be the lives of hundreds or even thousands of ninjas. But there are still 3 such terrifying tail beasts. Although I thought to kill myself because of some things before, the scene of being chopped over by a slash was still extremely shocking. To put it bluntly, even if the tail beast stands still and asks a jonin to hit it, it will be tickling the tail beast. But such a terrifying tail beast is still second only to 9 tails 8 tails, and the third ranked 1 tail, as well as 2-tailed and 3-tailed beasts. In this way, was it defeated by Chimu Uyu? This is Chimu Uyu, the most terrifying genius in the history of the entire ninja world. The strongest ninja in the ninja world today. The coalition ninjas glanced at each other, and what they saw in each other's eyes was boundless fear. Facing this kind of monster, they don't even have the courage to take up kunai now. Damn it, Van. 4th Raikage looked at the shattered mountain with an anxious look in his eyes. The battle ended, it was too fast. This speed is beyond 4th Raikage's imagination. According to 4th Raikage's thoughts, the power they have assembled is already the top power in this ninja world. But in front of Chimu Uyu, the defeat is still so miserable. Yes, although 4th Raikage still wants to struggle now, he understands that the coalition that lost the 3-tailed beasts is definitely not the opponent of Konoha and Chimu Uyu. Now, in terms of high-end combat power, the power of both sides is completely reversed. Chimu Uyu, terrible guy. On the side of the coalition staff, Ebizo looked at the figure in the distance, with a look of fear and a little admiration in his eyes. As the think tank with the most honors in Sanagakure's history, Ebizo's military and strategic capabilities are beyond doubt. As the general staff of the coalition forces, Ebizo can better understand how terrifying Chimu Uyu really is. Before the war, according to Ebizo's estimation, the coalition forces had an absolute advantage over Konoha in terms of combat power. First of all, the number of coalition ninjas has reached nearly 30,000 ninjas. Konoha has less than 10,000, which is more than 3 times the force gap. Looking at the high-end combat power, although Konoha has Sanin, Chimu Uyu, and Yellow Flash. But on the coalition side, there are only 3 tail beasts. Add 4th Raikage, 4th Kazekage Rosha, and his sister Chiyo. Although I dare not say absolute advantage, but it can definitely break the wrist with Konoha's high-end combat power. High-end combat power, as long as Konoha is dragged down, it is a great victory. And when the big forces are divided, the coalition forces will gain a decisive advantage. After Konoha's first Hokage passed away, the ninja world had already reached a consensus. No matter how strong a single ninja is, he will die of crowded tactics. The second Hokage Senju Tobirama, who was better than the original one, died in a crowd of people. According to the original plan, it should be the ninjas of the coalition army that would erode Konoha's forces step by step with absolute strength. After that, with the 3-tailed beast as the core, he and 4th Kazekage Luosha, and Chimu Uyu fought fiercely. Then gather all the elite ninjas and use the combination of sealing technique and joint ninjutsu to kill Chimu Uyu. But this wonderful plan in this imagination completely collapsed from the first day. Konoha, with a fast and fierce attack, destroyed all the bridgeheads outside the coalition forces. Let the coalition base camp become blind and deaf. Then Chimu Uyu suddenly appeared, and under the trick, the three-tailed beasts started fighting each other. Finally, when the three-tailed beasts fight to the end, complete a fatal blow. All three tail beasts will be hit hard. The battle plan that was carefully studied was destroyed by Uyu Chimu alone. This chain of schemes even made Ebizo feel cold all over. Even if Chimu Uyu does not have such a terrifying force, he is still an extremely terrifying enemy. And coupled with its terrifying force, can anyone really defeat Chimu Uyu in this world? Ebizo gave a sorrowful laugh, as if 10 years old. He lost his confidence. Ding! Congratulations to the master for hitting 1 tail, 2 tails, 8 tails. Ding! Congratulations to Master Chakra plus 3000. Ding! Congratulations to the Lord's Body Constitution plus 1500. Ding! Congratulations to Master Armament Hockey plus 2000. Ding! Congratulations to Master Kendo Comprehension plus 2000. Ding! Congratulations to the Master for gaining the power of 6 paths, 3/9. A series of reminders sounded in Yuyu's mind, making the corners of Yuyu's mouth evoke a curve. The harvest this time made Uyu quite satisfied. Although, Uyu didn't get too many points of the body that you want most, but the 3 gains of 6 paths power, so that Yuyu's current 6 paths power, Jofun has already got 5 points, which is more than half. Only 3 tails, 6 tails, 7 tails and 9 tails are left. As long as you cut all 4 of them, Uyu will be able to gather the full power of 6 paths. It can be said that it is just around the corner. But what needs to be done most now is to get the 3 tail beasts back to Konoha. There are already 5 tailed beasts in the Tailed Beast Zoo. When I think of it, you only need to exhibit these 5 tailed beasts, and you will be able to continuously collect good wine, and Uyu takes a refreshing sip of the wine. Swish. After drinking 2 sips of wine, Uyu fired a flare into the sky, and then sat on the ground, drinking and waiting. Swish. Swish. Before long, there was a terrifying whistling sound from a distance. I saw Orochimaru and Jiraiya, their bodies turned into afterimages, and chakra constantly erupted under their feet. The speed was so fast that the faces of both of them were distorted. Bah! Pop! When they arrived in front of Uyu, the two slammed the brakes, and Jiraiya couldn't control his strength, and fell a dog to eat shit. And Jiraiya, who didn't have time to care whether he fell or not, got up quickly, and together with Orochimaru, looked at Uyu nervously. Last time, the action was a little slower, and the two of them accompanied Uyu to practice knives for a week. That day, I really danced on the tip of a knife. So this time, when Jiraiya and Orochimaru saw Uyu's signal, they were desperate. Jiraiya and Orochimaru can guarantee that they have never passed so quickly in their entire lives. Tons, tons, tons. Uyu didn't even look at the two guys, and they drank on their own, making Jiraiya and Orochimaru feel frustrated. Swish. Swish. After a while, 2 afterimages appeared one after another. It is Tsunade and Minato. Tsunade looked funny at Orochimaru and Jiraiya, who were so tired to death, but dared not to show up. These 2 old teammates of my own were really squeezed by Uyu. Really, why is it so slow? Uyu frowned. This sentence almost didn't scare Orochimaru and Jiraiya to death. The two of them shivered, their faces a little pale. Even in my mind, I was thinking of Mount Myoboku and Ryuchi Cave, which are the treasures of feng shui. I'm here soon, okay. Tsunade smiled and walked to Uyu's side, stretched out a slender hand, and smoothed Uyu's frown. Ah, pay attention next time. Uyu wanted to take the opportunity to show off his family status, but seeing Tsunade's bright smile, he coughed and didn't want to get angry. Uyu. Where's the enemy? Tsunade watched Uyu couldn't bear to train himself, laughed a few times in a low voice, and then asked with some doubts. According to the plan, Uyu first came to teach the coalition forces some lessons, and then attracted the enemy's high-end combat power. They saw Uyu's signal, and then came here to fight the enemy with Uyu. The horrible roar just now made Tsunade want to ignore the signal several times and came to support Uyu. But both Jiraiya and Orochimaru begged and persuaded. Because Orochimaru and Jiraiya knew that this was a plan set by Uyu, if you didn't see the signal, they would go to support Uyu. Not only did it fail, but it did. Uyu has no mercy on anyone who dares to disobey his orders. Jiraiya and Orochimaru estimated in their hearts, if they defy Uyu's order and go to support in advance, they will have to lie down for half a month. In the tearful pleading of Jiraiya and Orochimaru, Tsunade also had to wait patiently. After Uyu sent the signal, Tsunade rushed towards here in a hurry. But what Tsunade didn't expect was that Jiraiya and Orochimaru, two guys, were even faster than her. He simply took out his half-life and hurried here. But after arriving, Tsunade was a little confused. What about the enemy? Hearing that, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Minato also pricked their ears and kept searching left and right. The enemy? It has been resolved. Uyu lazily pointed to the mountain debris that buried the 8 tails, and said. Solution, solved? Orochimaru and Jiraiya were dumbfounded. That's 3 tail beasts, and 2 shadows, Uyu alone solved it. Snake player, white-haired bastard, let your summoning beast dig for me. Uyu brought a few people to the fragments of the mountain where 8 tails were buried, and pointed and said. Dig? Jiraiya and Orochimaru looked up at the fragments of the hundreds of meters high and shivered. Although there were a lot of doubts, they didn't neglect their actions at all. After quick knot printing, his hands slammed on the ground. Summoning technique. Bang. Bang. After a burst of smoke, Wan Snake and Toad Wen, who were too large, appeared here. After coming out, the 10,000 snakes with bruises and bruises did not slander like before, but were looking for something with lingering fears. When he saw Uyu, his huge body shuddered suddenly and dropped his head on the ground. Yes, Lord Uyu, long time no see. Wan Shi's head fell on the ground and said dryly. Orochimaru's mouth twitched when he saw Wan Snake licking the dog. Wan Shi is a bastard with a notoriously bad personality, but in front of Uyu, he is as good as a domestic cat. Little Snake, you are a lot better. Uyu took Chushui's scabbard and patted Wan Shi's head fiercely, and Wan Shi was shaking constantly. In front of Uyu-sama, he is naturally very well behaved. Wan Shi laughed dryly. Can you be so cute? If you are not behaved, you will definitely be chopped off by this monster and made into a snakeskin wallet. Stop talking gossip. Dig this out for me. Uyu was too lazy to talk to 10,000 snakes, pointing to the pile of debris hundreds of meters in front of him, and said. Seeing the hundreds of meters high mountain debris pile in front of them, the faces of Wan Snake and Wen Tai turned green. When will this be digging before it can be digged? This is using them as coolies. Dare to ask Master Uyu, what is this to dig? Wen Tai asked equally obediently, and Jiraiya shuddered in such a tone. Wen Tai was also completely shameless. But Jiraiya and Orochimaru are also very curious. Uyu, what are you going to dig? My 3 pets. Uyu grinned at the curious eyes of several people. Boom. Boom. I saw a toad and a snake in a huge boulder hundreds of meters high and formed by countless mountain fragments, digging desperately. Ninfa many shark shadow snake hands. Ninfa lionhair technique. In the back, Orochimaru and Jiraiya went all out to move the waste stones dug up by Wan Shi and Wen Tai outside. Countless pythons sprang out from Orochimaru's hands, entangled the boulders, and moved out with great effort. And Jiraiya can only use his white hair to roll the boulder laboriously. Ha ha Minato, you unfilial fellow. Why don't you help the master move with me? Jiraiya was so tired and panting, looking distress-edly at the white hair falling on the ground, feeling that his scalp was about to be pulled off. Teacher, how do I move? Minato looked at Jiraiya with a wry smile. He doesn't know Mr. Jiraiya's messy hair lion technique, and the length of his hair is not allowed. Work hard. White hair, are you lazy again? There are also snakes who have not eaten. If my pets are suffocated to death, accompany me to practice the knife for a month. At this time, a drunken anger sounded, causing Jiraiya and Orochimaru to tremble. Boom. Boom. Suddenly, Jiraiya and Orochimaru burst out of chakra all over. Jiraiya didn't care about her hair anymore, and moved the boulder crazy. The hair is gone, and it can grow again. If you practice the sword with Uyu for a month, Jiraiya feels that he can really choose a feng shui place for himself in Mount Myoboku. Hi. And hearing Uyu's words, Wan Shi and Wen Tai didn't dare to be lazy at all. Especially Wan Shi, it feels something is wrong with Chimu Uyu's eyes. It seems that I will become a snakeskin wallet at any time. So Wan Snake was completely crazy, regardless of his unhealthy injuries, turned into a purple electric drill, and went crazy to the center of the mountain debris. Broken snake scales, with blood in it, spilled all over the floor, and the text on the side was too frightened. This stinky snake is so desperate. Well, the snake did a great job. At this time, Yu Yu's words came. It is my honor to do things for you, Yu-sama. Hearing this, Wan Snake said in a respectful manner at the moment he was working, and then drove his horsepower to continue digging. You Toad, is it a bit slow? Wen Tai on the side only felt a dazzling gaze shining on his back, and shivered fiercely, only feeling that the lumps all over her body were erected. Master Yu, I will dig. As soon as Wen Tai gritted his teeth, he looked at his toad claws with a bit of distress. And this is suffering for Jiraiya and Orochimaru behind. The faster Wanshe and Wentai move, the more boulders they need to move. Looking at the huge boulders in front of them, Orochimaru and Jiraiya's faces turned green. Wanshe and Wentai, the two bastards, in order to please Yu, they both hurt miserably. Glancing at each other, Jiraiya and Orochimaru gritted their teeth abruptly. What else can I do? Do it. Rumble. The huge boulder piles, under the efforts of Wanshe, Fumada, Jiraiya and Orochimaru, continue to collapse toward the center. Crack. At this moment, Wan Snake stopped suddenly, and it felt like it got into something. And Wen Tai, who was on the side, also took a sudden action, and it also dug up something. Wen Tai and Wanshe looked at each other, and then visually checked the distance between them, and there was a little incomprehension in their eyes. Didn't you mean to dig up Mr. Yu's pet? Why is it so huge? Yes, Master Yu, I dug something. I dug it too. Wen Tai and Wanshe didn't dare to attack again. What if they hurt Master Yu's pet? Then they will really become snakeskin wallets and dried toads. Oh? You dig it, 10,000 snakes and white-haired bastards, you guys also go and help. Yu put down the bottle, took Tsunade to the side of Wanshe and Wenta, and said. No, won't it hurt them? Wan Shi and Wen asked too cautiously. Their strength is great. If you accidentally kill Yu's pet, they won't have good fruit. Let you dig and dig. Where are so many words? Yu became a little impatient when asked by Wan Shi and Wen Tai, frowned and cursed. Ming, understand. Wan Shi and Wen Tai shuddered and said quickly. Then he didn't dare to speak any more, and quickly moved away the boulder in front of him. Boom. As the boulder in front of me moved away, the buried things were exposed. What is this? Octopus. There can be octopus on land. Wan Shi looked at an octopus foot exposed in front of him, with a on his face. How did I dug out the sand on my side? Wen Tai frowned and looked at the sand pile in front of him. In this sand pile, there were cracks, like wounds, which made Wen Tai very puzzled, and then poked twice with curiosity. At this time, a miserable scream sounded, and Wen Tai shivered in shock. Sand, did you speak? No, it's not right. This is. Wen Tai looked at the sand pile, that looked like a living thing in front of her, and a drop of cold sweat ran down her forehead. Very active, little civet cat. Listening to Shohei's miserable cry, Yu picked up the Chusui scabbard in his hand, gave a grin, covered armament hockey, and smashed it fiercely. Boom. The terrifying loud noise exploded suddenly, and Shuhei let out a harsh scream. And the huge boulder in front of him, under the terrifying power of armament hockey, suddenly exploded, revealing what was buried inside. This is. Suddenly, Wanshe, Bunta, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Minato, including Tsunade, all showed horrified eyes. Among them, there was a civet cat-like monster covered in sand, a cat monster-like monster burning with dark flames, and a monster with a cow in the upper body and an octopus in the lower body. Everyone is no stranger to these three monsters. Exactly. 1 tail, 2 tails and 8 tails. 1 tail, 2 tails and 8 tails all have one thing in common at this time, that is, on their huge bodies, there is a scary knife mark that almost cuts them off. These three behemoths, known as natural disasters, can only pant with big mouths at this time. Even the chakra fluctuations are incredibly dark, and they are obviously seriously injured. Especially 8 tails. At this time, there are only 2 of the 8 tails left in 8 tails. It can be as miserable as it is. Seeing the scary knife marks on the 3-tailed beasts, how could Wen Tai and Wan Shi not know who cut it? The pet that Master Yu is talking about is the 3-tailed beast. Wen Tai and Wan Shi looked at each other, and their eyes were full of horror. No wonder Master Yu is not afraid of them digging, If only digging can hurt the tail beast, it would be a ghost. Oh, damn it. At this time, Eight Tails shook its head hard, and lifted the bull's head a little bit hard, looking at the few people in the two summoning beasts in front of him, with unwillingness in his eyes. The defeat this time is really terrible, it was too frustrated. The two helpers who were found had not even made two moves with Chimu Yu, and they started fighting by themselves. Although after the last cut, Eight Tails also understood that even if there were no such accidents, the three of them tried their best and they would not be Chimu Yu's opponent. But such a failure still made Eight Tails feel extremely ashamed. Looking at him angrily, the two Tails who had fainted and Shuhei who kept screaming, had a look of despair in their eyes. Two Tails, Chakra was exhausted, and after another attack by Chimu Yu, he passed out completely in a coma. And the bastard Shuhei couldn't count on it at all. Himself, Eight Tails broke 6, Chakra was almost exhausted, and at the same time he was seriously injured. Eight Tails has tried it. The self-healing ability of the tail beast Chakra is not enough to recover from the scar cut by Chimu Yu. Above that, there is a mysterious power, like the extremely restrained tail beast Chakra. Under this force, the knives seem to be slashed directly on their souls. Eight Tails, for the first time since its birth, knows what a serious injury is. This is completely different from being interrupted by the third rakeage with Eight Tails. What third rakeage interrupted was only its own Chakra. As long as Chakra is restored, the Eight Tails can be reborn quickly. But the serious injury this time is a serious injury in the true sense. Eight Tails even suspected that it would take at least a few months for his injury to slowly recover. Here, Chakra, a tail beast with powerful self-healing ability, is used as a support. Otherwise, Eight Tails feels that the tails that have been cut off may never grow. Diaresis, it's so noisy, smelly civet cat. Yu frowned and scolded impatiently, picking out his ears, then picked up the Chusui scabbard in his hand and drew it toward Shuhei who kept screaming and screaming. Flap. Pop. Pop. Ow. Ow. Shuhei felt that his brain was blank, and the pain was severe, like a sledgehammer, constantly hammering its soul. It wanted to shut up so that the demon would not torture it again. But the tremendous pain made it difficult to control its voice, and it kept screaming. In the end, Shuhei didn't know how many times he had been drawn. With incomparable fear, Shuhei slowly passed out. Seeing the fainted Morizuru, Eight Tails, Bunta, Wanshei, and Orochimaru and Jiraiya who were fainted, they all shuddered severely. This is too cruel, right? Shang fainted a tail beast, how ruthless it was. Wan Shi and Wen Tai were very fortunate at this time, especially Wan Shi, felt that it was a miracle that they were able to survive from Lord Yu's hands. Yes, even if Wanshei is a mental activity, he calls Yu Lord Yu. This is because Wan Shi discovered that as long as he had malicious in his heart towards Yu, he would be discovered, and then he would face the end of being made into a snakeskin wallet. Little octopus, I am the friendliest person, so I give you two choices. Yu looked at the fainted Shuhei, nodded in satisfaction, and the noise in his ear finally disappeared. Then he looked at Eight Tails and said with a grinning grin. When Orochimaru, Jiraiya and others heard Yu say this, they glanced at Morizuru who had passed out, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Do you call this kindness? You, tell me. Eight Tails looked at Chimu Yu with a grin on his face, and shuddered all over his body. At this time, it suddenly envied Niu. The fainting passed early, at least no longer need to suffer follow-up torture. First, return to Konoha with me obediently. Yes, is there any other choice? Eight Tails asked carefully after Yu finished speaking. Of course there is. Second, I was fainted by me, and then came back to Konoha with me. Yu scrubbed the Chusui in his hand and grinned. Eight Tails' face turned green when he heard it. This is really a friendly option. Yu Guang looked at Shuhei, who had passed out and twitched from time to time. He wanted to fight the Eight Tails twice, but he immediately took his heart. I'll go back to Konoha with you. Eight Tails said from the heart. No, there is no way. Eight Tails knew very well that the guy in front of them was an out-and-out brutal monster. Instead of being taken home by Chimu Yu half dead, it is better to follow him back to Konoha obediently. Anyway, the result is the same. Very well, now I'm going to deal with that shit coalition affairs. I don't have time to care about you, little octopus, it's up to you to escort these two guys back to Konoha Garden. You should know the direction of Konoha, right? Hearing this, Yu nodded in satisfaction, took a sip of wine, and said. Everyone present, including 8 Tails, all looked stunned. Let the tail beast escort himself back to Konoha? 8 Tails blinked, thinking he had heard it wrong. After getting the confirmation from the monster in front of him again, he took a breath. This is too terribly bullying, right? Inside the pile of debris and boulders in the mountain, the only quiet thing at this time is the sound of the wind constantly passing through the hollow. Let the tail beast escort himself back? Jiraiya and Orochimaru looked at each other, and the corners of their mouths twitched. This is beyond their cognition. The tail beast, as the weapon of war at the bottom of each shinobu village, is it not treated as a treasure? Moreover, the relationship between the tail beast and the ninja village is actually being imprisoned by the ninja village in the Jinchuriki way, and then using the power of the tail beast. Therefore, every tail beast is very eager to break the seal of Jinchuriki and regain freedom. Including 8 Tails before encountering Killer Bee, the same is true. So there is also, the tail beasts run away again and again. Every runaway will bring indelible pain and terrible loss to the ninja village to which it belongs. Why is such a terrifying tail beast? When it comes to you, it becomes like an ordinary animal. The most outrageous thing is that the tail beast escorted itself back to Konoha, which simply subverted Orochimaru and Jiraiya's cognition. What? Is there any problem? Yu looked at the bewildered 8 Tails, frowned slightly, and asked. Aren't you afraid that we ran away? 8 Tails asked subconsciously, but as soon as it came out, 8 Tails regretted it. Isn't this just telling Chimu that they want to run? Run? You can try. Yu looked at 8 Tails and grinned. Immediately afterwards, Yu raised one hand, and a mysterious force burst out. Looking at this power, 8 Tails felt a cold sweat instantly, looking at the terrifying power in Yu's hand in disbelief. This is, how is it possible? 8 Tails murmured, as if seeing a ghost in horror in his eyes. This is the power of the old man of 6 paths, the power of 6 paths. But how can it be so much stronger than before? Although 8 Tails also knew before, Chimu 6 paths power. But it is definitely not so powerful. Now that the power of 6 paths gives 8 Tails the feeling that Chimu can kill himself at any time. Although 8 Tails was not sure whether he, as a tail beast, would truly die, 8 Tails did not dare to bet at all. After all, the power of 6 paths can create their 9-tailed beasts, and theoretically, it can also destroy their 9-tailed beasts. The longer you live, the more you are nostalgic for this world, especially after the appearance of Killer Bee. 8 Tails is more nostalgic for this beautiful world. Take his own life and gamble with Chimu on a possibility, but 8 Tails asked himself that he couldn't do it. I understand, I take them back to Konoha. 8 Tails saw Yu's eyes gradually rising for Shion, and the whole body shuddered. Shuhei, who passed out and twitched from time to time in an unconscious state, is the best example. Yu's meaning is obvious. If you don't want to go back consciously, then you will be dragged back to Konoha after being fainted by Chimu. Instead of that, it's better to be a bit more conscious and escort yourself back to Konoha. The thought of this made 8 Tails feel bored. This is really a shame. But 8 Tails didn't dare to violate the law and ran away halfway. The power of 6 paths is both familiar and unfamiliar to 8 Tails. Although 9 of them were created by the old man of 6 paths with the power of 6 paths, the old man of 6 paths at that time had reached the end of his life. The specific power of the power of 6 paths, 9 of them do not know at all. But thinking about it, the magical power that can create 9 of them must have other terrible things. Ninja world, big and big, small, very small. If you ran halfway and were finally found by Chimu, the consequences would not be as simple as being fainted to death like Shuhei. Thinking of the brutal methods of the man in front of him, 8 Tails felt cold behind his back. Compared with the monster in front of them, the 9-tail beasts known as natural disasters are as docile as domestic cats. I was seriously injured. It may take a long time to take them to Konoha. After hesitating for a moment, 8 Tails looked at his waist, the knife mark that almost penetrated himself, said with some pain. This injury is really too serious. 8 Tails feels that, let alone the unconscious Morizuru and Niue go to Konoha, even if they go to Konoha, it will be choking. It was almost cut in the middle, and even if it moved, it was a kind of purgatory pain. Well, since you have become a member of my tail beast zoo, you can't look too bad. Yu touched his chin, groaned for a moment, and patted the 8 Tails wound with his hand, as if examining something. Moo. 8 Tails suddenly screamed, but shortly afterwards, his hands covered his mouth fiercely, preventing himself from making a sound. The Shuhei beside him screamed, and was fainted to death by the monster in front of him. Even if it hurts to hit the wall with a bull's head, Eight Tails dare not make any noise at this time. Little octopus, it's very good, not like that smelly civet cat. Yu grinned at what Eight Tails looked like at this time. Then suddenly his brows wrinkled, armament hockey covered his feet, and he stomped heavily on the body of Shuhei who had fainted next to him. Boom! Boom! Accompanied by the terrifying roar, the cave shook violently. Jiraiya and Orochimaru tried hard to stabilize their figures, with a look of horror in their eyes. Yu's feet are even more terrifying than Tsunade's Tianshu feet. Is it not just swordsmanship, but even physical skills are so terrifying? Orochimaru and Jiraiya glanced at each other, both eyes were complicated. It seems that in their entire lives, they will be squeezed by Yu. Seeing Shuhei who had fainted, his whole body convulsed constantly, with an expression of indescribable pain on his face, Eight Tails shuddered suddenly. Chim Yu, this is, kill the civet cat, show it to the cow. Obviously, Chimu Yu is telling himself that if you are obedient, everything is easy to say, if you are not obedient, then the current Shuhei will be his future end. Eight Tails touched the non-existent cold sweat on his forehead, with a well-behaved face. It is hard to imagine that among the nine-tailed beasts, the Eight Tails, second only to Nine Tails, who has always been proud and whose eyes are above the top, would have such an expression. With such 8 tails, Wen Tai and Wan Shi straightened their bodies unconsciously, like the two most obedient pets, standing on both sides of Yu. Although Wen Tai and Wan Shi are proud, but a monster like 8 tails can beat both of them with one. Such monsters are so well behaved in front of Master Yu, they can only be more well behaved to please Master Yu. Otherwise, who knows, one day, will it become a snakeskin wallet and dried toad. Okay, little octopus, then I will treat you. After Yu kicked Shuhei, looking at 8 tails' incomparably well-behaved look, he grinned. Yu's right hand was facing upwards, and the power of 6 paths burst out, and then slapped the 8 tails' wound severely. 8 tails grinned in pain, but did not dare to make any noise. Bizarre fluctuations flowed through 8 tails, and under the shocking gaze of everyone present, 8 tails' injuries healed rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Kacha! Kacha! The scary knife scar that almost penetrated the 8 tails completely healed in less than 10 seconds. Under the unbelievable gaze of 8 tails, the fracture of the 6 severed tails is like real flesh and blood, constantly squirming and growing. After a while, these 6 docked tails grew back. Is this the power of the old man in 6 paths? 8 tails moved its huge body and regained its strength, without the slightest joy. Instead, it felt cold all over. Chimu Yu with such power, since he can recover, he can be destroyed. 8 tails looked at the man in front of him, with a weird smile on his face and a chill, and then obediently lowered his huge body to show obedience. It's a pity, I thought you would resist. Wow. Hearing the words of the man in front of him, 8 tails only felt cold sweat behind his back. I will heal these 2 guys together. My pet can't look so bad. Yu looked at Erwei and Shuhei who passed out, and the power of 6 paths appeared in his hand and patted Erwei and Shuhei fiercely. Suddenly, a strange wave came, and after a while, the injuries on the huge bodies of Shuhei and Erwei completely disappeared, and Ruyoru's breathing returned to normal. It's just still in a coma. Watching Morizuru and Niu return to normal, 8 tails not only didn't have the slightest happiness, but felt cold in the bottom of my heart. Especially Shuhei, it can be said to be extremely miserable. Chimu Yu first chopped Shuhei half to death, and then experienced the baptism of tailed beast bomb after Shuhei passed out. After fainting, he treated Shuhei and then chopped him half to death. Now he is healed again. What does this show? It means that Chimu Yu, who is so special, can cut them 1,000 times. And don't worry about killing them, you can torture them forever. I thought of being chopped to death by Chimu Yu, then healed, and then chopped to death. This kind of cycle makes 8 tails heart cold. This is really something more terrifying than death. Originally, 8 tails, after regaining its strength, still had some fluke mentality. He wanted to think about it on the way to Konoha to see if he could come up with a plan to escape. But at this time, 8 tails completely extinguished this thought. If Chimu Yu caught this, it wouldn't be as simple as death. That is better than death. Hearing Chimu Yu's words meant to treat them as his own pets. If we put it in the past, The pride of 8 tails is absolutely unacceptable. Would rather fish die and break the net. But now, 8 tails feels that being a pet is not so unacceptable. At least, it's better than being cut by Chimu Uyu 1,000 times, and you can't die if you want to die, okay? What are you still doing here? Just like an idiot, go to Konoha and find third Hokage, let the old man arrange a place for you. Yu looked at 8 tails stunned and frowned, cursing. I understand, I will take them to Konoha. 8 tails shuddered suddenly, then said from the heart. Under Yuyu's order, 8 tails carried Morozuru and Niuichi on their shoulders, and followed Uyu out of the huge boulder pile of debris. Then we will meet Konoha, yes, Lord Uyu. 8 tails looked at Uyu, lowered his head while his thoughts changed, and said from his heart. Give me faster, if it slows down. Yu frosted the autumn water in his hands, saying meaningfully. Ming, understand. 8 tails shuddered sharply, and said in a trembling voice. Under the twitching gaze of Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Minato and others, 8 tails carried the huge bodies of Morozuru and Niu, and ran towards Konoha. Jiraiya and Orochimaru glanced at each other, their facial expressions twitching, but there were strange colors in their eyes. The 3-tailed beasts really escorted themselves to Konoha. Moreover, Uyu asked 8 tails to find the old man. Orochimaru and Jiraiya could imagine that when the old man saw these 3-tailed beasts, he escorted himself to Konoha. How wonderful his expression should be. Suddenly, Orochimaru and Jiraiya seemed to think of something, and the corners of their mouth twitched. They seemed to tell the old man about these 3-tailed beasts in advance, right? Otherwise, the old man thought these 3-tailed beasts had come to attack Konoha. However, Jiraiya and Orochimaru looked at each other next, both of them looked weird. Tell the old man. Beautiful him. The special old man secretly calculated the affairs of the two of them, but it still makes Jiraiya and Orochimaru still fresh in their memories. Because of the old man, the two of them were beaten by Uyu and lay for several days. This time, it was the old man's turn to taste this taste. When the 3-tailed beasts arrive at Konoha, he won't be scared to death. Jiraiya and Orochimaru looked at each other, thinking of the key points, shaking with excitement. Old man, wait for you to die. Click, click. Next, it's time to solve this shit coalition. Yu flexed his muscles and grinned as he looked at the coalition camp in the distance. Hoo, the strong winds caused by the aftermath of the previous terrorist battles continued to blow between the coalition camps. The icy cold wind blows on the faces of the coalition ninjas, extremely cold, just like their hearts at this moment. 8 tails, left. A Cloud Shinobi elite Jonin, looking at the disappearing back of 8 tails in disbelief, muttered. Then his whole body trembled, as if he had seen a ghost. Other Cloud Shinobi, just like the expression of this Cloud Shinobi elite Jonin. Looks like he has seen a ghost. 8 tails, although it had been extremely violent before, several runaways have brought incalculable losses to Cloud Shinobi village. But since Killer Bee became 8 tails Jinchuriki and completely controlled 8 tails has never gone violently. Killer Bee has also become the first perfect human pillar in the history of ninja. Just now 8 tails appeared in their sight and saw 8 tails' huge body without the slightest injury. Originally, the people in Cloud Shinobi village were very happy. But what made them dumbfounded was that 8 tails directly carried her away in one tail and ran in one direction. And in that direction, the ninjas of Cloud Shinobi village can be sure that it is definitely not Cloud Shinobi village. 8 tails, escaped? Still carrying one tail and second tail? Thinking of this possibility, many of Cloud Shinobi's elites looked ugly and scary. 2 tails and 8 tails represent the absolutely powerful force of Cloud Shinobi village. As the 5 great Shinobu villages, Shinobu village is the most respected for military expansion. Niu and 8 tails, 2 terrifying war machines in the ninja world, are very important to Cloud Shinobi village. But now, under the influence of Killer Bee, 8 tails, which has become the most reliable force in Cloud Shinobi village, ran away with Erway and Sanagakure's one tail? Damn it, Raikage, what the hell is going on? Why did 8 tails run away with Shuhei? Chio and the others looked at 8 tails and one tail in the distance with stunned expressions. The figure of Niu, with an ugly face, asked fourth Raikage. One tail Shuhei, after third Kazekage disappeared and Chio was cut off by Uyu, Sanagakure is the most powerful war weapon. Sanagakure is absolutely unbearable. After losing third Kazekage, he loses Shuhei again. In this case, Sanagakure's military strength will drop to the lowest point since Sanagakure was founded. This is the unbearable pain of Sanagakure. This time Sanagakure brought Motozuru, and he said hello to Cloud Shinobi Village in advance. After Seiki Uyu is resolved, let Cloud Shinobi Village help Sanagakure recover the show crane. As a result, Shuhei was carried away by 8 tails? This made Luo Sha and Chiyo look ugly and scary. They even ignored the current crisis and stared at Fourth Raikage. Pay attention to your words. Fourth Raikage's face was even more ugly than Chiyo and Luosha, and he shouted angrily. Because 8 tails not only represents their strongest weapon in Cloud Shinobi Village, but the 8 tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee is also his brother. Wait, sister, Master Fengying, the problem is not with 8 tails. When several people were at war, Ebizo separated them and persuaded them.
What's the matter? The gazes of Fourth Raikage, Chiyo and others focused on Ebizo's body at the same time.
The problem should be Chimu Uyu. Sho Crane was severely injured by the tailed beast bomb's attack before, and he immediately recovered under Chimu Uyu's treatment. Reminiscent of the 8 tails just now, they clearly suffered a knife from Chimu Uyu, but only 8 tails was unharmed. Both Shozuru and Erwei passed out into a coma. They are definitely Chimu Uyu's masterpieces. Ebizo analyzed. After Ebizo's answer, Fourth Raikage and Luo Sha and other Sanagakure people slowly calmed down. But their faces are still ugly. Whether it is because of the tailbeast himself or because of Chimu Uyu, the loss of the tailbeast is almost a foregone conclusion. After carefully reflecting on the direction where 8 tails and other 3-tailed beasts were leaving, the expressions of the people present were even more ugly. They now compared a lower position and were able to determine that the direction where 8 tails and other 3-tailed beasts left was Konoha. Chimu Uyu escorted 8 tails and other 3 beasts back to Konoha? All the people present thought of this answer subconsciously, and then they were extremely confident. After all, Iwagakure's 4 tails and 5 tails were escorted back to Konoha by Seiki Uyu just after the defeat. 8 tails, 2 tails and 1 tail, Chimu Uyu will never let go. If 8 tails and other 3-tailed beasts were really escorted back to Konoha by Chimu Uyu. So in the future, Konoha will have 1 tail, 2 tails, 4 tails, 5 tails, 8 tails and 9 tails, a total of 6 tail beasts. At the thought of this, everyone present looked hard to see the extreme. There are a total of 9-tailed beasts in the ninja world. In the era of first Hokage Senju Hashirama, because of Senju Hashirama's ideals, Senju Hashirama divided the 9-tailed beasts evenly among the big ninja villages. Konoha only kept the most powerful 9 tails, and the remaining 8, all of which were given to the major 9 tails. Even so, after losing Senju Hashirama, the god of ninja, Konoha is still the largest ninja village. But now, Konoha is about to have 6 tail beasts, including the strongest 8 tails and 9 tails. Except for Kirigakure, who did not fight Konoha head-on, the other 3 ninja villages have lost all the tail beasts. Between this plus and minus, there is a huge gap between them and Konoha's military power. This huge gap even made everyone present a little desperate. If this really becomes a reality, then I'll have a fart with Konoha. Let alone Chimu Uyu, who is even more terrifying than the tail beast. Just line up the 6-tailed beasts and use tailed beast bomb to knock them all down. Master Raikage, Master Fengying, let's take account of our losses and make good preparations and plans for the future. Ebizo's lips trembled, and there was a complex color in his eyes. Did the vigorous Cloud Shinobi and Sand Shinobi coalition forces finally lose the war at the cost of losing the 3-tailed beasts? Such a loss is really unacceptable. Chimu Uyu's strength is really desperate. With Ebizo's wisdom, it is natural to understand that after losing this war, they will almost never have the opportunity to pose a threat to Konoha and Chimu Uyu. As for making some plans and preparations for the future, that is purely beautiful words on the scene. Anyway, with Ebizo's wisdom, I couldn't think of a way to defeat Chimu Uyu. The coalition camp was silent, and many people were immersed in the loss of defeat. But in the hearts of more people, it is fortunate. At least, the monster Chimu Uyu went back to Konoha because he was going to escort the tail beast. They don't need to face that anymore. With their own efforts, they defeated the monster of their Cloud Shinobi Sand Shinobi coalition forces. Many ninjas of Cloud Shinobi and Sand Shinobi breathed a long sigh of relief and glanced at each other, with the joy of the rest of their lives in their eyes. First. Swish. 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 Just when Fourth Raikage wanted to say something, a few breaking noises came. Is this the camp of some shit coalition forces? Are you brave enough to unite against me? A slightly drunken voice sounded. Allied ninjas present, hearing this sound, their whole body trembled suddenly, turning their necks mechanically, looking at the source of the sound. There were a total of 5 people greeted them, but the sight of all the coalition ninjas was attracted by the leader. A long knife with a black scabbard is pinned to his waist, a bottle of fine wine is in his hand, and his narrow eyes are a little drunk. This image. Cold sweat spread all over the back of every coalition ninja. Puff, well. Why is it here? Chi. After recognizing the person, many people sat on the ground in fright, and their bodies trembled in fear. Chimu Uyu. The voice of fear echoed in the coalition camp. Chimu Uyu. Fourth Raikage stared at Uyu, squeezed hard with an iron fist, with blue veins jumping on it. Chio stared at Uyu's face fiercely, with bitter hatred in his eyes, but in the depths of his eyes, there was an unspeakable look of fear. Is he, Chimu Uyu? It was the first time I saw Uyu's fourth Kage Luosha at close range. His complexion was dignified, his hands clenched, and his hands were full of sweat. Jiraiya and Orochimaru next to Uyu saw the reaction of the coalition forces and glanced at each other, both of them with sadness in their eyes. What's special, before, where did they go, where weren't the shouts of Sanin? But following Uyu's side, they didn't even have the qualifications to be noticed. Moreover, the ninja who had fought with them for nearly a year was the ninja who faced them. It was simply sad. Why is it here? Ebizo looked at Uyu. In addition to fear in his eyes, there was still incomprehension in his eyes. According to the previous analysis, Chimu Uyu should now be escorting 8 tails and other 3-tailed beasts on their way to Konoha. And besides Chimu Uyu, Tsunade, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Namikaze Minato, all are here. The strongest people on the Konoha frontline are all concentrated here. What about the escort of the tail beast? Do you expect Konoha's ordinary ninja to escort the 3-tailed beasts? Isn't that looking for death? Konoha will never give up the 3-tailed beasts, let them go? What the hell is going on? Ebizo thought about breaking his head, but didn't think of an answer. Chimu Uyu. What about it? Fourth Raikage stared at Uyu, shouting angrily. Little electric mouse, it seems that you haven't understood the current situation. I'm not here to answer this kind of mindless question. Uyu looked at Fourth Raikage, cut his ears, and grinned. F*K, bastard. Being insulted in public in the coalition camp, Fourth Raikage's fists creaked and stared at Uyu. But he did not dare to act rashly. The image of his father's tragic death still flashes in his mind from time to time. Even his father, Third Raikage, died tragically under Chimu Uyu's hands. Although he didn't want to admit it, Fourth Raikage knew that he was not an opponent of Chimu Uyu at all. Feng Ying, it's time for us to take action now. Fourth Raikage looked at Luosha on the side, with blue veins on his forehead soaring, and said in a deep voice. Although he doesn't really value Luosha, but now that he has lost the 3-tailed beasts, he can only count on Luosha. Luosha's complexion became more solemn when she heard the words, and she nodded, but she felt like a huge boulder was crushed in her heart. Is this Chimu Uyu? Just looking at him makes it hard to breathe. Damn, I'm Fourth Kage. Luosha roared in her heart, constantly boosting her confidence. Chong. Rory, chatty bastards, don't you really think it's my opponent, do you? Chu Shui suddenly unsheathed. Uyu held Chu Shui in his hand, pointed at the dignified and terrified allied forces, glanced around and grinned. Pointed at by this famous black sword Chu Shui, who killed countless well-known strong men, even the weak ones in the coalition force almost stopped breathing. Let's look down on people. Chimu Uyu, boom. Seeing that the mood of the surrounding coalition ninjas was not right, Fourth Raikage roared, and chakra burst out all over his body, turning into bursts of thunder, entwining him. If you want to find a first-line opportunity to defeat Chimu Uyu, you must unite all your forces. If the coalition ninjas completely lose their fighting spirit, today, it may be the end of Sanagakure and Cloud Shinobi Village. This is more convincing for you, lousy. Uyu looked at Fourth Raikage, who was full of thunder and lightning, and said with some interest. When Fourth Raikage heard the words, he almost didn't run away on the spot. He looked at Uyu with a gloomy face, his mouth moved slightly, as if he was saying something. There are so many useless guys. Let me take a look, how many guys are worthy of being cut by me? Uyu glanced around and said with interest. Rubbish, cut it is for nothing, wasting one's own strength. And UYU has the same, a powerful tool for screening garbage. Ohm. Yuyu's eyes condensed, and the next second, the violent king's momentum rushed out. Boom. Invisible fluctuations, like thunder, passed through the bodies of everyone in the coalition camp. Kacha. Kacha. The breath of the king cracked the ground under Yuyu's feet, as if he couldn't bear it, the king stepping on it. Boom. The clouds in the sky are clear in an instant. The cold wind in the air disappeared instantly. Nothing can surpass the king. Puff, puff. The next moment, the sound of falling to the ground sounded one after another, and countless coalition ninjas rolled their eyes, lost consciousness, and fell to the ground as if they were cutting wheat. The weak can't even stay awake in front of the king. Conqueror's hockey, start. Boom. The breath of horror swept the earth. The breath of the king raged unscrupulously on the earth. Puff, puff. Cloud shinobi sand the weak among the shinobi coalition ninjas, under the breath of the king. His eyes were widened, and he completely lost consciousness. Like a cut wheat, he suddenly fell to the ground. In just a moment, few people can stand on the scene where tens of thousands of people were originally concentrated. Huh. The breeze slowly brushed across the earth, as if cleaning the wreckage after the king's ravages. The face of the only person who could stand was full of horror. Here, what happened? At this moment, apart from Jonin, there are only a few special Jonin with particularly strong willpower. They looked at the comrades who fell to the ground in horror, and their eyes were full of disbelief. But they didn't even know what happened, and their surrounding companions fell. The coalition camp of tens of thousands of people is the only people who can stand at this time. Hey, wake up. A Jonin from Sanagakure, looking at the disciples around him, all passed out in a coma, shaking their bodies with trembling hands, but did not respond. Damn it, wake up. Looking around, his disciples and companions, lying on the ground like a dead body. The Jonin of Sanagakure let out a desperate roar. He didn't even know what happened. The weak cannot stay awake in front of the king. The weaker ones who are slightly stronger, although able to stay awake, do not even have the qualifications to be despised by the king.
These people don't even have the qualifications to feel Conqueror's hockey.
This is momentum. Cage-level powerhouses such as 4th Raikage, Chiyo, Luosha, etc., can feel the sweep of Conqueror's hockey. They just felt a terrifying aura that seemed to stand in the sky, roaring from Chimu Yuyu's body. Under this momentum, they felt that they were a small boat among the waves, capable of overturning at any time. They can only gritted their teeth, resisting this terrifying aura. Immediately afterwards, the tens of thousands of coalition ninjas around fell, over half of them. If it weren't for the slight chakra fluctuations, they would have thought that tens of thousands of ninjas had died under Chimu Yuyu's aura. But even so, it is too shocking. How could it be vigorous and able to make tens of thousands of people unconscious at the same time? I was trembling. 4th Cage Luo Sha lowered his head slightly, looking at his hands with a little blank look. The hands were shaking uncontrollably and couldn't be controlled at all. As a cage-level expert, I can't control my body with consciousness. As this, Chimu Yu? Luo Sha lowered her head, staring at her trembling hands. Deep in her eyes, there was a color of fear that could not be hidden. At this moment, Luo Sha completely understood what the name Chimu Yu really meant. Damn, is he really a god? Chiyo was trembling all over, with too much unwillingness in his eyes. Obviously, she has already hated Chimu Yu. Obviously, she has already made a vow that she must avenge Sanagakure's compatriots who died tragically in Chimu Yu during her lifetime. But now, she didn't even have the courage to look at Chimu Yu. This makes Chiyo extremely desperate. Damn, I was trembling. I was desperate. Damn, bastard. At this time, 4th Raikage's fists were a little pale. He gritted his teeth, as if contending with the sky, looking directly at Yu with difficulty, with a strong unwillingness in his eyes. Tens of thousands of ninja allied forces. There are only so few people who can stay awake at this moment. And 4th Raikage clearly felt that under Chimu Yuyu's terrifying aura, he could not stop shaking. This is not his inner fear, but his instinct is fear. Just like a rabbit, facing a male lion. Maybe this rabbit had never seen a male lion before, but the moment it saw a male lion, its instinct was afraid of the male lion. Although there is too much unwillingness, although extremely unwilling to admit. But at this moment 4th Raikage's heart has a thought that constantly arises, that is, the gap between him and Chimu Yu may be even greater than the rabbit and the lion. Looking at Chimu Yu at this moment, Just looking at him almost exhausted all of fourth Raikage's energy. It's like a mortal above the earth, looking up at the existence above the sky. In this case, he simply can't exert his full power. Being able to play 50% is already extremely difficult. But in the face of this, what can the monster that beheaded his father, who can only exert 50% of his power, do? In the bottom of fourth Raikage's heart, for the first time since he was born, he understood the feeling of despair. This is too. Seeing the Cloud Shinobi Sand Shinobi coalition forces that collapsed directly under Yu Yu's momentum, Orochimaru and Jiraiya were full of shock. Yes, collapse. Most of the tens of thousands of Cloud Shinobi Sand Shinobi coalition forces lost consciousness and passed out in a coma. The only people left who were able to stand were also shocked by the scene at the moment, without any thoughts of resistance. Look at cage-level powerhouses such as fourth Raikage. Even if Jiraiya and Orochimaru are not perceptual ninjas, they can clearly perceive that their chakra is in disorder. Ninjas in this state, even if they are shadow class powerhouses, they can't show much of their strength. Can the Cloud Shinobi Sand Shinobi coalition, which can compete with Konoha as the top force in the ninja world, was defeated by Yu in one day? Orochimaru and Jiraiya's eyes were even a little dazed. At the same time, there was an idea of recognizing fate in my heart. If you were bullied by Yu, just bully. There are not many people who are eligible to be bullied by Yu. At this moment, Orochimaru and Jiraiya even had such an idea in their hearts. Yu. At this moment, Tsunade's beautiful eyes are inseparable from Yu's body, and their eyes are full of worship and tenderness. The man she chose was indeed the best. The scene at this moment, even if her grandfather, Senju Hashirama, is alive, can't do it. Well, after cleaning it again, it really feels refreshed. Congratulations, bastards, you are qualified to be cut by me. At this time, the Sand Shinobi Cloud Shinobi coalition forces who were still immersed in shock and fear heard such words. They raised their heads mechanically and looked at the man with a smile on his face in fear and said words that made them desperate. Looking at the black sword Chusui in the hand of that man, who was known as the powerful man in the ninja world, their bodies couldn't stop trembling. Who wants such qualifications? F*K, bastard. When Luo Sha heard this, her whole body trembled suddenly, and then she gritted her teeth, resisting her instinctive fear. Luo Sha at this moment is desperately resisting. Although he has too many shortcomings, he still remembers his identity. Sanagakure, 4th Kazekage. At this moment, those who can still stand on the field are at least Jonin, or a special Jonin with strong mental power. It can be said to be the true mainstay of Sanagakure. In order to defeat Chimu Yu, Sanagakure brought almost all Jonin to the Cloud Shinobi battlefield. If all these people die by the hands of Chimu Yu, then Sanagakure's elites will be completely destroyed. Without Jonin, Sanagakure would not be able to receive high-level missions, and relying on C-level or D-level missions would not guarantee the normal operation of Shinobu. And without Jonin, it is impossible to guide the new generation of ninjas. It can be said that if all these Jonin are killed by Chimu Yu, then Sanagakure's present and future will be completely finished. Sanagakure absolutely cannot bear such a huge loss, absolutely not. At least, Sanagakure cannot go to ruin under his leadership. That way, he will be engraved on the pillar of shame. Bah! Luo Sha gritted his teeth, his mouth full of blood, and finally, his trembling hands gradually returned to normal. Hoo! Luo Sha gasped, staring at Yu, blood dripping down his chin. Rosa, you. Chio looked at Luo Sha, who was gasping with blood, with a complicated expression. Originally Luo Sha, only because he was able to extract placer gold, did he sit in Fengying's position. And because Luo Sha is too greedy for power, the older generations of Sanagakure, such as Chio and Ebizo, don't like Luo Sha very much. However, Luo Sha at this moment has broken the view of him 1,000 generations ago, and has truly achieved what he should do. Bah! Good job, Fengying. 4th Raikage used brutal thunder and lightning to rudely stimulate the cells of his body, finally defeating his instinct. I'm 4th Kazekage. This is just the beginning, get ready, Raikage. Luo Sha stared blankly at 4th Raikage's praise, looked at Yu solemnly, slammed her mouth, and felt blood boiled. Well, it's the taste of blood, fight with him. Follow Master Fengying and fight with Chimu Yu. Follow Master Raikage. Seeing their own shadows, so majestic, the only remaining Sand Shinobi Cloud Shinobi Jonin took up their weapons and prepared desperately. Just because of the two of us, they are not his opponents at all. Just fight hard and die a bit more heroic. Fourth Raikage laughed. When Luo Sha heard the words, the corners of her bloody lips twitched. The momentum that had just been accumulated was suddenly empty. Especially, he tried his best to bite his mouth full of blood and defeated his instinct, not for the sake of death. Although this is also true. Luo Sha looked at the man in front of her and trembled all over. So, he tried his best to bite his mouth full of blood. What is it for? Just to flutter before you die? You Raikage, really, really. Chio looked at Luo Sha, who just looked like a real wind and shadow. At this time, his momentum sank and the corners of his mouth twitched wildly. Looking at a Cloud Shinobi elite Jonin, his face was speechless. Ha, ha ha, we Lord Raikage, this has always been the case. However, Elder Chindai, in the situation at this moment, besides being a bit more heroic, do you have other ways to do it? The Cloud Shinobi elite Jonin asked rhetorically with a broken jar. When Chindai heard the words, his entire face was drawn. Why are the guys at Cloud Shinobi village so careless? Then Chio suddenly turned his head to look at his younger brother, Ebizo, known as Sanagakure's think tank. Hurry up and think of a solution. The method of death is too awkward. Ebizo looked at his sister's inquiring eyes. The corners of his mouth suddenly raised, and his hands were silently spread out. Can he have a trick? Their current power is facing a monster like Chimu Uyu. It's like a rabbit and a male lion. Apart from screaming twice to make him look dead and dignified, is there any other way out? Very self-aware, but you are not bad, you are qualified to be cut by me, is Luo Sha? I remember you, and I will use the strongest knife to bury you later. Yu heard the conversation between Fourth Raikage and Luo Sha, and looked at Luo Sha, who was full of blood, grinning. When Luo Sha heard this, her face turned green, and she bit her mouth full of blood, so why did she get a worse ending of being chopped off by you? Then, I will satisfy you and let you die with dignity. Yu held Chusui in his hand and poured a sip of wine into his mouth, showing a slight grinning smile. Wait a minute. Luo Sha suddenly raised her hand and roared, blood spurting out of her mouth. Do you have any last words? You said it for nothing. Everyone present must be hacked to death by me. Yu frowned and said impatiently. All the coalition ninjas present had already prepared their ambitions to die, but at the moment they had cold hands and feet. You are too cruel, right? Are you not allowed to say the last words? When they thought that they were going to die tragically by Chimu Yuyu's knife, without even having a last word, everyone trembled. I have a proposal. I have a proposal. Luo Sha looked at Yuyu's impatient expression, her face turned green, and she hurriedly raised her hand and shouted. Before he bit his mouth full of blood in order not to be nailed to Sanagakure's shame pole, and desperately got rid of the influence of Chimu Yuyu's terrifying aura on him. At that time, he was really passionate, and felt that he had done what he should do, and he was ready to fight hard with Chimu Uyu. It is so called, I moved myself. But all of this disappeared in the laughter of Fourth Raikage, an idiot. Especially although Fourth Raikage is an idiot, he is right. Face Chimu Uyu, with just a few of them, can you do anything else besides fluttering before you die? That is, to die with dignity. This moment made Luo Sha sober. He fought his life, biting his mouth full of blood, not for the dignity of death, but to preserve Sanagakure's high-end power and not to let himself be nailed to Sanagakure's humiliation pillar. But Luo Sha, who was sober, found that he was hacked to death by Chimu Uyu without any resistance, compared to being hacked to death by Chimu Uyu with dignity. Are they all hacked to death? None of the Sanagakure elites present can survive. At that time, what will Sanagakure's descendants think of him as Fourth Raikage? How will the deeds of his life on the tombstone after his death be written? Sanagakure, Fourth Raikage Luosha, succeeded in the position of Fungying after Third Raikage disappeared. In just 1 year, Konoha's most terrifying powerhouse, Uyu Chimu, suffered 2 consecutive defeats. In the end, he tried to compete with Uyu Chiji because of his unreliable ability, resulting in the casualties of Sanagakure's elites, caused Sanagakure to enter the darkest moment. Thinking of this, Luo Sha shuddered suddenly. Absolutely not. He Luosha absolutely cannot be nailed to Sanagakure's pillar of shame. Luo Sha roared inwardly. Huh. Proposal. Why are you so much nonsense? Obediently cut by me. Yu is a little annoyed with Luo Sha. Raising Chusui in his hand, he will cut it down fiercely. Liquor. Sanagakure owns the special wine of the daimyofu, the country of wind, you must have not tasted it yet? Luo Sha watched as the dazzling blade was about to fall, she said quickly, with honorifics in her tone. As soon as Luo Sha's voice fell, the scene was quiet. Cloud Shinobi and Sand Shinobi who were present blinked and looked at each other. Is this the legendary, By-Life wine? The corners of Chiyo's mouth twitched sharply, with strong shame in his eyes. Why did you think that this guy is a competent Fengying just now? Even with respect to Sanagakure's mortal enemy? Why don't you call Chimu Uyu directly, Lord Uyu? Yes, Uyu-sama, you have also been to Sanagakure and tasted our Sanagakure wine, knowing that our Sanagakure wine is very strong, different from other ninja village flavors.
And the wines from Damingfu in the Kingdom of Wind are among the best in wine, don't you want to try it? Quote.
Luo Sha no longer cares about the gaze around him. He now has one thought, that is, that all the Sanagakure elites present cannot be lost. He Luo Sha absolutely cannot be the first Fengying to be nailed to the Sanagakure column of shame. As for the face, compared with some of the current faces in the stinky 10,000 years, Luo Sha can still be distinguished. Chiyo was no longer twitching at the corners of his mouth, but his entire face was distorted, and his whole body twitched like a goat. This bastard Luo Sha really dare to say it. What a shame. Their Sanagakure's wind shadows actually call their mortal enemies an adult? Is this Luo Sha really shameless? Thousands of generations have always been rigid, and the anger will erupt on the spot. Elder sister. But at this moment, Ebizo on the side grabbed Chiyo abruptly, shook his head at Chiyo, and stopped Chiyo's actions. Compared to Chiyo, although Ebizo is also very old-fashioned as Sanagakure's best think tank in history, Ebizo's wisdom can understand that what Luo Sha did at this time was right. Moreover, Ebizo admired Luo Sha very much at this time. After succeeding to the throne and becoming Fengying, Luo Sha did not hide his enthusiasm for power. After taking office, he desperately gained power and gained a greater right to speak.
And such Luo Sha is naturally proud in her heart.
But at this time, as Fengying, what he should do more is to preserve Sanagakure's strength. If Sanagakure's elite were killed by Uyu Saiga here, then Sanagakure's future would be completely over. In the face of Sanagakure's future, what is personal honor and disgrace? If Luo Sha at this time knew Ebizo's mind, she would definitely look confused. Is he so great? He just didn't want to be Fengying, he was slaughtered before he was sitting hot, and he had to be nailed to Sanagakure's stigma. Yes, Master Uyu, I have a very good relationship with Da Mingfu in the Kingdom of Wind. I can ask Da Mingfu in the Kingdom of Wind to put out a lot of special wines for you to taste. Ebizo took a long breath, walked to Luo Sha's side, bowed, and said. This surprised Luo Sha on the side. He really didn't expect that Ebizo, who has always been rigid and likes to go against him, would actually support his decision. As if thinking of something, Luo Sha's eyes gradually became weird. What you are so special about Ebizo, who used to fight against himself so hard, turned out to be a greedy person who fears death. Hearing this call from Master Uyu is much more eager than yourself. Ebizo looked at Uyu respectfully on the surface, but in fact the corners of his eyes twitched wildly. He always felt that Luo Sha's eyes were very wrong when he looked at him at this time. There was an urge to make him want to beat Luo Sha. Special offer. Wine? Yuyu's eyes moved slightly, and the special wine of the Daming Mansion was indeed called Changyi Yuya. Yuyu has drunk from Da Mingfu in the country of fire and Da Mingfu in the country of earth. As for the Damingfu of the Kingdom of Wind, although he said he had been to Sanagakure, the original Uyu did not know the existence of this special wine. Cut Sanagakure in half with a single knife. Even if there was a special wine, it was probably buried under his own knife. Every time you think of this, Uyu feels a little upset. This is a good proposal. Yuyu thought for a moment, then nodded. Compared with fine wine, what is he going to do with these wasteful lives? Yes, isn't it? Yuyu-sama, as long as you forgive us, as soon as we return to Sanagakure, we will serve many fine wines. Luo Sha felt that she would never lose to the shameless Ebizo. Otherwise, if Chimu Uyu doesn't chop Ebizo, what should you do if you chop yourself? So Luo Sha eagerly said. That eager voice made Ebizo a chill suddenly and a chill. Then he looked at Luo Sha with a flattering face weirdly. At this time, Ebizo suddenly felt that he was thinking too much, and Luo Sha's begging for mercy was not for Sanagakure's future at all. This bastard might just want to survive. Otherwise, this flattering look is too much, right? Well, your kid is still more advanced, eh? That old immortal. What are you staring at me? Do you have any dissatisfaction with me? Yu Yu nodded, thinking that Luo Sha was still more sophisticated, but then frowned and pointed at Chio and cursed. This old thing has great malice towards himself. Chio felt very aggrieved because of Luo Sha and Ebizo's behavior. At this time, he was pointed at his nose and cursed again, and suddenly his old face was so dark to ultimate, he opened his mouth and was about to say something. Seeing Chio's ugly old face, Luo Sha became anxious on the spot. A flash came to Chio's side, his right hand pressed against Chio's head fiercely, using magnet style to sand the ground in front of Chio, and then he pressed Chio into a dog to eat shit. No, Lord Yu, she's getting older and her mind is a little awkward. Rosa looked at Yu Yu's somewhat dangerous eyes, and suddenly laughed, and at the same time his subordinates added some strength. I yelled at Chio in my heart. It was a good situation. If Chio angered Chimu Yu, then they were all over. Chio's head was buried in the sand, his left hand fluttered unconsciously, as if a fire was about to explode in his heart. But all the joints of her whole body were controlled by Luo Sha with sand. As a puppet master, without a puppet, the joints of the whole body are controlled again. Facing Luo Sha's control, there is no resistance at all. I can only curse continuously in my heart, sister. Ebizo looked at Chio, who was struggling like a drowning dog, pressed by Luo Sha in the sand, his face turned green. However, due to the pressure of Chimu Yu at this time and the future of Sanagakure, Ebizo did not dare to attack at this time. Seeing Yu Yu's turn from cloudy to sunny expression, Ebizo hurriedly accompanied the smiling face. Anyway, Luo Sha didn't dare to kill his sister. The sister suffered a bit, and it was worthwhile to exchange for Sanagakure's future. On the side of Fourth Raikage, his muscular brain was almost down. How come it suddenly becomes a situation where they are about to surrender to Chimu Yu? Fourth Raikage looked at Luo Sha with a flattering face blankly, with contempt in his eyes, as if he had eaten shit in his heart. He actually approved such a thing just now? I'm so blind. Feeling Fourth Raikage's knife-cut gaze, Luo Sha's eyes fluttered. I say, who? Woo, pop. Just as Fourth Raikage was about to speak, several figures flashed up and hung on Fourth Raikage's body, pressing Fourth Raikage's mouth. They are just a few Cloud Shinobi Village think tanks who are still sober under the impact of Yu Conqueror's hockey just now. Yes, Lord Yu, what our Lord Raikage means is that Cloud Shinobi Village is willing to pay the same price as Sanagakure. A think tank from Cloud Shinobi Village, while covering Fourth Raikage's mouth tightly, showed Yu a flattering smile. Then turned his head, looked at Fourth Raikage ferociously, and whispered to remind Fourth Raikage not to talk nonsense. Now that it's time for the survival of Cloud Shinobi Village, if you can make Chimu Yu happy and exchange their survivors, it will be worth it. If Cloud Shinobi Village is over because Fourth Raikage talks nonsense, then they are all sinners. Fourth Raikage's mouth was tightly covered, and his facial expression was a little distorted. But he did not move at all. One reason is that the think tank member in front of him has been the chief think tank of Cloud Shinobi Village since his father's time. It can be said that he grew up watching him. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is his elder. Another reason is that although Fourth Raikage is impulsive and rude, but not stupid. Sanagakure's bastards are so shameless, in exchange for Saiga Yuyu's men to be merciful, if he insists on going down with Saiga Yu, he will get the end of Cloud Shinobi Village. That's so stupid. So Fourth Raikage, at this time, was constantly flashing lightning, and seemed to be struggling, but in fact he couldn't hurt these think tank members on his body at all. At this time, Luo Sha, watching the farce on Cloud Shinobi Village, her lips twitched wildly. What a special Fourth Raikage, just now he looked at himself with contempt. Where are you so good? Pretending to be unable to resist. Just those old think tank members who are about to lose their teeth, you can kill them with a wave of your arm. Soon, Luo Sha cleared up her mood and looked at Yu nervously. They are doing things here, all to please the man in front of them. Only when he is happy can they survive. Well, it's not impossible to kill you all. Ecstasy appeared in the eyes of Luo Sha and others. Even Chindai, who was struggling constantly with Luo Sha pressed into the sand, calmed down and pretended to be dead. However, it is unavoidable to be slashed by me. Let's start with you. Yu grinned and said, attribute points, that absolutely cannot be let go. Anyway, hacking a crippled person, the attribute points obtained are not much different from that of hacking. This small difference is worthwhile in exchange for a large amount of cherished wine. Moreover, we must also consider sustainable development and hack all these people to death. If I still lack attributes, where can I find it? Then Yu picked up Chusui in his hand, pointed to Luosha and said. Luosha, who showed ecstasy on the front, suddenly stiffened, and then paled. He doesn't have any face anymore. Why is he still getting chopped off? Let's start with you. Luosha, who was still full of ecstasy just now, suddenly froze, replaced by a pig liver color. He doesn't have his face anymore. Why is he still being chopped off by Chimu Yu? And it's the first one. Yes, Lord Yu, no, didn't you say that you can let us go? Looking at the horrible black light glowing in the black light Chusui, Luosha felt her teeth trembling. He bit his mouth full of blood again, and he lost his face again. How did he get it in exchange for being the first one to be chopped off? I told you to spare your life. I didn't say not to chop you. Why are you a bastard who talks so much? Come over and stand up quickly, otherwise I will chop you. Yu frowned, feeling that Luosha was too much nonsense, and cursed. I will come here. When Luosha heard this, she hurriedly responded, letting go of the hand that was pressing on Chio's head, and walked stiffly in front of Yu. Sister, are you okay? And Chio, who got rid of Luosha's control, got up tremblingly from the sand with the help of Ebizo. Rosha, bastard, why are you still helping him? Chio has been calming down in the sand for so long, but he actually wants to understand, hard and against Yu Saiga, Sanagakure's end is all perished in the hands of Yu Saiga. But as an older sister, she still wanted face in front of Ebizo, and Chio said in a low voice of dissatisfaction with a face full of sand. Elder sister. Ebizo saw Chio's appearance and didn't know that his sister's old problem had committed again, so he obediently explained it in a low voice. Rosa, this bastard, really deserves it. After Chio listened, he looked at Luosha, who was stiff in front of Yu, with a look of relief in his eyes. This bastard dared to press her head in the sand. Deserve it. Sister, we might also be chopped by Chimu Yu. The light and fluttering voice of Ebizo on the side made Chio's old face stiff. Looking at the empty sleeve on his right, Chio at this moment once again recalled the despair that Yu had under the knife. Yes, Lord Yu, you won't chop too hard, do you? Luosha looked at Yu's eyes, feeling a little bit cold in her heart, and said with a little trembling on her lips. The current situation is really letting the man in front of him be slaughtered. Do not worry. Luosha's face was slightly softened. At most, those who lack arms and legs can't die. Luosha's expression suddenly froze. Missing arms and legs. We have all surrendered, and we have to be chopped off with missing arms and legs? This is too cruel, right? Sand Shinobi and Cloud Shinobi were also a little pale. According to Chimu Yu, after finishing 4th cage, it was them. But they did not dare to resist at all. Because he doesn't move, he may survive. There is only a dead end to resist. Countless strong men died under the black sword Chusui in the hands of that man, which is the best proof. Yes, Yu-sama, you must cut it on time. Luosha's face was stiff, and her lips trembled. Well, let me do some preparations first. Yu thought for a moment, then grinned. Since it is not going to be hacked, it is natural to maximize the benefits. Preparations. Luosha looked dumbfounded, slashing people. What preparation work is needed? But then, he saw a scene that almost broke him. Bang. Wow. I saw that Yu took out bottle after bottle of fine wine from the seal scroll he was holding, and put it on the ground. The large number made Luosha feel a little dazzled. Snakes. Yu motioned his eyes, a little dissatisfied in his eyes. Come, here comes. Orochimaru's face was a little stiff. He had been watching the show just now, and he had forgotten what he should do. Earth style. Orochimaru quickly made a seal, carefully manipulating chakra. After a while, a set of exquisite chairs and tables slowly rose from the ground. Luosha and other high-level officials of the Sand Shinobi Cloud Shinobi coalition forces could hardly believe their eyes. I saw this set of seats. The degree of exquisiteness is unparalleled. It is almost comparable to the exquisite seats made by master craftsmen. It is unbelievable that this is made of earth style. According to legend, Orochimaru, one of Konoha's Sannin, is a ninjutsu genius second only to Konoha's second Hokage. Now it seems that it is indeed well deserved. A fart. The direction of your ninjutsu is wrong, right? Luo Sha and others looked at Orochimaru with a smile, and roared in their hearts. Is this the cold coon Orochimaru that made the ninja world afraid of it? Directly for the enjoyment of Chimu Uyu, specially developed Earth style with exquisite seats? This is simply. This makes the elites of Sand Shinobi and Cloud Shinobi extremely complicated. Because during the Second Ninja War, Sanagakure faced the Konoha troops led by Orochimaru. During this Third Ninja War, Cloud Shinobi Village faced the Konoha unit led by Orochimaru in the early stage. But now, the man who made them remember, even given the title of Cold Coon, made them feel as uncomfortable as eating shit. Why were they blind in the first place? They would call such a guy Cold Coon. Fortunately, they also gave out a title, that is, Mad Ghost. Compared to Jiraiya, one of the Sannin, it won't make them feel blind. You see that your wine is dirty, I'll wipe it for you. At this moment, under the stiff gaze of the Cloud Shinobi Sand Shinobi coalition forces, Jiraiya, who they called the Crazy Ghost, had a flattering smile on his face. He picked up the wine placed on the ground, carefully wiped the sand on the base of the wine with his sleeves, and then placed it neatly on the exquisite table. That flattering smile made Sand Shinobi and Cloud Shinobi couldn't believe their eyes. Because Jiraiya is also their old enemy, and it has brought great losses to their village. Especially Sanagakure. In the Second Ninja World War, there were several key battles that Jiraiya led Konoha to win. In the end, what are you doing here? Looking at Jiraiya's flattering smile, the hearts of Sand Shinobi were as uncomfortable as eating shit. How did they lose to such a bastard in the first place? But at the same time, everyone's heart is extremely heavy. Jiraiya and Orochimaru, before the rise of Chimu Uyu, they were Konoha's leading figures. In the ninja realm, it is also a battlefield that spreads all over the world. But such them, in front of Chimu Uyu, became such flattering people. This proves once again how cruel the man in front of him is. Yes, Lord Uyu, are you? Luo Sha adjusted her mood and asked with a stiff expression looking at Uyu who was sitting on that exquisite chair. This posture gave Luo Sha a very bad premonition. Bah. Uyu didn't lift his eyelids. Does he need to explain to Luo Sha? Tsunade walked to the side of Uyu and opened up all the fine wines on the table. The tempting aroma of the wine immediately spread, making the expressions of Luosha and Fourth Raikage not far away a little unnatural. Sanagakure, Cloud Shinobi Village, there is no such thing as a bad drinker. Luo Sha and Fourth Raikage are naturally also very good wines. They found out as soon as they smelled it, the ones in front of Chimu Uyu are all rare and rare. Legend has it that Uyu Saiga robbed all the wine storages of the Iwagakure family, and now it seems that it is so. With so many good wines, even the shadows have not drunk much. Tons. Uyu picked up the wine bottles and poured fine wine into his mouth one after another. The posture made Luo Sha, Fourth Raikage and others feel distressed. Such a good wine should be tasted slowly. If you change to them, such a rare bottle of good wine, then you must drink it for several days. But in Chimu Uyu's mouth, these good wines entered his stomach like water. This also made Luo Sha and Fourth Raikage understand why Chimu Uyu would let them die because of alcohol. According to Chimu Uyu's drinking method, there is not enough wine for him. Tons. Ha. After an unknown period of time, the last bottle of wine on the table entered Uyu's stomach. Uyu breathed out a breath of alcohol comfortably, his eyes full of drunken blur. Ding. When the master enters a drunken state, the reward will have a special blessing. The system prompt sounded in Uyu's mind. Uyu, completely drunk. Hiccup. You bastard, stand up for me, now. Now it's time to chop you. Uyu burped a drink, stood up swayingly, and holding Chusui, walked to Luosha's body and cursed. Diaresis. Seeing Uyu's appearance, Orochimaru and Jiraiya both showed sympathetic eyes to Luosha. Everyone in Konoha knows that Uyu, who is drunk, is the most terrifying and cruel. Luo Sha's expression was as stiff as a stone, feeling the smell of alcohol rushing toward her face, watching Chimu Uyu's trembling steps, and feeling the sympathetic eyes of Jiraiya and Orochimaru again, and she felt like she was going crazy. Up. How to chop yourself and get drunk first. Pop. Hi. Just as Luo Sha was thinking about it, a black scabbard slammed on him, causing Luo Sha to scream. What's the matter? What are you doing? Labor and management can't see where you should be cut. Uyu pointed at Luo Sha and said cursingly. Luo Sha, who was screaming, was going crazy, no matter where he moved. It was obviously that you drank too much by yourself. I didn't move. Luo Sha stood up, not daring to move. Whoo. Woo. Woo. Boom. 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 But unexpectedly, what greeted him was a jet black scabbard that turned into black shadows. Ah. Luo Sha only felt a burst of pain that seemed to be hammering on his soul, constantly rising. She couldn't even speak, she could only scream constantly. Chi Mu Yu's cursing sound came from my ears. You are still moving. Are you bastard provoking me? This scene made everyone in the coalition shudder severely. There was a look of horror in his eyes. Chi Mu Yu, too cruel, right? This is to beat Feng Ying to death. Ah. Luo Sha screamed, feeling like she was going crazy. If this continues, he doesn't have to wait for Chi Mu Yu to cut it, he will be beaten to death directly. Driven by the survival instinct, Luo Sha felt it hard with the sand, and then swayed all over Chi Mu Yu's body swing. Finally, beaten up and stopped. Well, wouldn't it be enough to get down to the ground? Yu looked at Luo Sha, who was standing still, and nodded in satisfaction. Luo Sha's entire face was a little distorted, but she did not dare to make any extra moves. Because he just swayed, it has consumed all his energy. Very well. Stand still, that's it. Yu raised Chusui, the black and purple blade reflecting the stinging cold light in the sunlight. When Luo Sha saw this, she almost collapsed. Because even though Chi Mu Yu's body is shaking constantly, the knife he is holding is not moving at all. Luo Sha originally thought Chi Mu Yu was drunk. Maybe he wouldn't be so heavy to start. As we all know, the strength of a ninja is determined by chakra. As a combination of mental power and physical power, chakra will fall into chaos when drunk. Therefore, drinking will be included in the 3 forbidden ninjas. But now it seems that this must be on Chi Mu Yu, it is useless at all. Luo Sha even felt that Chi Mu Yu held a knife more stable than when he was not drunk. Huh. Puff. Ah. At this moment, a burst of cold light flashed, blood rose, and screams sounded. Puff. Ah. Chu Shui drew an afterimage, severely slashing on Luo Sha's body. With Luo Sha's screams, blood rose. I saw a terrifying knife mark that almost cut Luo Sha half of his body, starting from Luo Sha's neck and running through Luo Sha's abdomen. Above this terrifying knife mark, Luo Sha's internal organs can even be seen. The ninjas of the Cloud Shinobi Sand Shinobi allied forces stared wide. This is too cruel, right? Feng Ying won't be hacked to death, right? In the eyes of many people, a look of horror emerged. Hoo, Luo Sha fell to the ground, covering her wound tightly, her face extremely pale. But no matter how Luo Sha covered her wounds, it continued to flow. No. The blood spurting can't stop at all. The blood quickly gathered at Luo Sha's feet into a depression, and Luo Sha's consciousness was quickly disappearing. At this moment Luo Sha thought a lot, and suddenly he understood. Maybe Chi Mu Yu, he didn't want to let them die at all. Seeing this slash, it was simply to slash him to death. I didn't expect Luo Sha to be so teased before death. Luo Sha opened her mouth, her heart was extremely bitter, and she felt a little bit dead. But then he heard a sentence that even broke him. Huh? Why is there so much blood? It seems to be a bit crooked. Luo Sha, who was dying, suddenly trembled, raised her head, and stared at the man in front of her. I saw Chi Mu Yu, his face a little puzzled, muttering to himself. This is so you cut it crookedly? Luo Sha, who was dying, opened her eyes wide, and at the moment she was convulsing like a goat. Luo Sha thought that Chi Mu Yu deliberately wanted to hack him to death. As a result, what is so special as Chi Mu Yu drank too much, chopped crookedly? Luo Sha felt that there was not much blood in her whole body, and she rushed to her forehead, almost fainting. Luo Sha at this moment has even thought of what will be written on the tombstone after his death. 4th Cage Rosa, surrendered to Konoha's greatest power, Yoyu Saiga. But because Chi Mu Yu was so drunk, he was hacked to death by him. This is so unstoppable. Luo Sha felt the rapid passing of his life, and a touch of despair emerged in Luo Sha's eyes. Such an injury, even if Tsunadeheim, who is known as the medical sacred hand, is present, I am afraid it will not be saved. Luo Sha felt her consciousness gradually dissipating. I only felt the only light in my eyes. Wait, light? Mysterious fluctuations descended on Luo Sha's body. Under this force, The scary knife mark on Luo Sha's body healed quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a moment, Luo Sha's injury recovered as before. This astonishing scene of dead and bones made everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Especially Chio, who has some medical ninjutsu basics. His old eyes are red when he rubs them. Is this medical ninjutsu? This is simply a method of the gods. Just like Luo Sha, Chio thought that Chi Mu Yu was teasing them on purpose, and then playing them to death. But the current situation tells Chio that Chi Mu Yu did not break his promise. However, this miraculous scene made Chio feel extremely complicated and heavy. Is this person really a god? Chio dared to swear to the sky that even if the injury of Luo Sha just now was treated by the guy Tsunade, it would definitely not be cured. This simply gave Luo Sha a second life. But Jiraiya, Tsunade and others who saw this scene looked indifferent. It's not that the scene is not shocking enough, but that they are numb. Even the tail beast can be cured, let alone a little Luosha. Especially Tsunade, as Yu medically ninjutsu, can she still be unclear? What Yu uses is not medical ninjutsu at all, it already involves the essence of life. On the side, Orochimaru, under his indifferent expression, was filled with astonishing enthusiasm. Isn't this kind of deadly and fleshy means exactly what he is after? Well, I must make Yu more happy in the future, maybe I can learn a few tricks. The seat made by Earthstyle has room for improvement and one after another ninjutsu ideas tailored for Yu were quickly outlined in Orochimaru's mind. Orochimaru has settled his attention. After returning to Konoha, he will retreat and develop a set of ninjutsu specifically to serve Yu. As for the research secret, also study a fart study. Take a look at Yu's method, let him study for decades, it may not be possible to study it. You must be coaxed. This thought continued to echo in Orochimaru's mind. Luo Sha's eyes revealed a daze, watching her abdomen recover as before, she still hadn't recovered. How did he come alive? Immediately afterwards, Luo Sha's eyes burst into the joy of resurrection. Praise Lord Yu. Woo, pop, wow. An afterimage slammed on Luo Sha's body, causing her pain to curl into a ball, and she screamed in pain. Swish, 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 flap, pop, pop. What a bastard, I let you move and waste my time. Yu was yelling and cursing, while smoking Luosha fiercely. This bastard made himself hacked and wasted his 6 paths power. If it weren't for this bastard to ask himself for wine, Yu wouldn't save this guy. The more you think about it, the more angry, Yu starts getting harder and harder. Wow. Luo Sha screamed, and there was panic in his eyes. He felt that if he didn't do anything, he would be beaten to death alive. Just after being rescued from the brink of life and death, Luo Sha didn't want to experience the feeling of death again. Simply let go of his consciousness, his head tilted, and he passed out. Huh. So casual? Yu smoked and found that Luosha was unresponsive, frowned, and kicked Luosha again, muttering dissatisfiedly. This brutal scene made many ninjas of the Sand Shinobi Cloud Shinobi coalition trembled. Who can stand your beating like this? When they think that they are about to be slashed by the brutal man in front of them, many people feel their legs swinging constantly. Ding. The master seriously injured 4th Kazekage Luosha after being drunk, and get a reward. Ding. Chakra plus 500. Ding. Physical plus 300. Ding. Armament hockey plus 300. Ding. Kendo comprehension plus 300. The system prompt sounded in Yu's mind. This made Yu curl his lips. For the current Yu, a guy at the level of Luosha can't get many attribute points. However, it is necessary to take the attribute points in front of the so-called accumulation of less. You bastards, please line up for me, hurry up, or I will cut you off. Yu danglingly pointed at all the Sand Shinobi Cloud Shinobi coalition ninjas present and cursed. With 4th Kazekage Rosha's miserable end in front, the Sand Shinobi Cloud Shinobi allied forces did not dare to dobibi at all. They lined up quickly and looked stiffly at Yu who came towards them. Woo bang. Bang. Wow. At this moment, Yu who walked in front of them suddenly lifted the scabbard in his hand and drew it, screaming at the 2 Cloud Shinobi standing in front. Let me relax, you bastards, each of your muscles collapsed so tight, don't you know if it feels bad to cut it? Yu said cursingly. The ninjas of the Cloud Shinobi Sand Shinobi coalition forces lined up. Hearing this, the corners of their mouths twitched wildly. What's the matter? Even if you cut them off, you still want the feel. They have been on the battlefield for so many years, but this is the first time they heard that it is said that slashing people feels good. But looking at the eyes of the man in front of him gradually becoming dangerous, they quickly eased their muscles and waited with fear. Even fourth Rakage, with a pig liver-colored face, received a massage from a few think tanks. The words of the oldest think tank sounded in my ears. What? The future of Cloud Shinobi Village is in your hands. Just be hacked obediently, or you will be the sinner of Cloud Shinobi Village. Such words. While making fourth Rakage suffocated, she still had to receive massages from several people. Well, this bastard is not bad. I know to relax myself before being chopped off by me. You continue, and I will chop you at the end. Yu Yu pointed to fourth Rakage and said complimentingly. Yu Yu-sama, don't worry. We will definitely make you satisfied. Several think tanks of Cloud Shinobi Village, with smiles on their faces, added some strength to their hands. At this moment, fourth Rakage's entire face was distorted. What do these old things think of him as fourth Rakage? But apart from shame, fourth Rakage is more annoyed. Chi Mu Yu, this bastard, don't even remember him? It's time to harvest. Yu Yu looked at the line standing in line, as if seeing countless attribute points, grinned. Huh, puff. Puff. Immediately afterwards, a series of dark and purple cold lights rose. Along with the screams, blood rushed out. This brutal scene made the people behind who hadn't been chopped up, all in fear. This is so special, how is it the same as a slaughterhouse? Seeing the comrades in line in front, one by one fell to the ground seriously injured, they felt frightened. Fortunately, although the injuries were serious, they were not fatal, as Mr. Chimu Yu promised. But this brutal scene still made many people tremble. Huh, puff. Puff. Yu Yu waved the autumn water to your heart's content, and every time you waved it, the corresponding attribute point sounded in your mind. Although there are not many attribute points for a single person, the victory is more. The more you chop, the more excited Yu is. Chu Shui in his hand even swishes a series of swords and flowers, making the rest of the people who have not been chopped frightened. What about cutting vegetables? Puff. What? Another knife went down, and a scream sounded. Yu Yu's footsteps suddenly stopped, looking at the old guy in front of him, frowning. Why, there is no attribute point. What are you going to do? Chio clutched his wound and looked at Yu with a pale face. A scary knife mark with deep visible bones appeared on her abdomen, making her face pale and bloodless. Huh, puff. Under Chio's awkward gaze, Yu slashed her in the leg again. With a scream, Chio fell to the ground, eyes full of fright. Why? Why did everyone get slashed only once, and why should she get slashed twice? Puff. 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 But before Chio could come back to his senses, 3 times fell. Chio's shoulders, back, waist, and blood burst out at the same time. Leaving him limp on the ground, he almost fainted. Elder sister. Ebizo was shocked when he saw this scene, and there was pain and incomprehension in his eyes. Why Chimu Yu would only be cruel to her sister? Ho. Chio was panting, some of his eyes lost focus. She has never figured out why Chimu Yu is targeting herself. Could it be because of the Sanagakure thing that was grudges? But this is not right. It was Sanagakure and her Chio who suffered at the beginning. Her whole right arm was chopped off by Chimu Yu. Chimu Yu can't remember how she hates her, right? But being able to be remembered by Chimu Yu is also an honor. Chio's eyes gradually lost focus. Huh? Still no reward, you bastard, have you been chopped off by me before? At this moment, Yu's words made Chio, who was about to pass out of a coma because of excessive blood loss, suddenly opened his eyes. What's so special about you? You forgot the thing that cut me off. Looking at his empty right sleeve, Chio felt that there was not much blood in his body, and he rushed to his forehead. I really did fight with you. Chio only felt that the little blood left in his body was pouring into his head. It was only about half a year since Chimu Yu invaded Sanagakure and cut off her right arm. With Chimu Yu's shocking stab, Qian, Dai almost died. Up to now, there are still serious sequelae. However, Chimu Yu now, even forgot to chop himself down? This made Chio's eyes widen, wishing to find Yu desperately. Puff. But as soon as he was about to act, more blood spurted from the wounds everywhere, and Chindai became a bloodman in an instant. Sister. Ebizo was shocked suddenly, and he held Chio's figure in a panic, and hurriedly pressed Chio's wound, trying to stop the bleeding of Chio. "Doctor, medical ninja!" Ebizo exclaimed in panic, then looked at Yu nervously. "Yes, Lord Yu, me, can we treat it by ourselves?" Ebizo said nervously. "It's up to you, but it's really necessary to treat her, especially her brain." Yu carried Chusui and said disgustingly, "Isn't it just that your brain is not good for being cut so many knives by yourself, and you have to move forcibly?" Okay, let's get treatment right now, thank you Lord Yu. Ebizo didn't dare to refute the slightest, and said with trembling lips, and then hurriedly treated Chio with a few medical ninjas from San Shinobi. As for Chio, the moment he heard Yu's words, he was anxious and lost a lot of blood, his head shifted, and he passed out. "Those who haven't been hacked yet are all lined up for me." Yu carried Chusui, his figure swayed, and pointed at the remaining Cloud Shinobi San Shinobi allied ninjas and shouted. The remaining Cloud Shinobi San Shinobi coalition ninjas quickly lined up one by one, massaging their muscles with chakra constantly in the team, trying to make Yu cut more smoothly. They have already discovered that if Master Chimu Yu cuts smoothly, they will suffer a lot less damage. If Chimu Yu-sama didn't do what you wanted, those guys who died of severe injuries and fainted are the most typical examples. The black and purple Chusui kept flying around with swords and flowers, and the only remaining coalition ninjas fell to the ground like wheat, covering their mouths tightly to prevent themselves from screaming. Here you are. The massage was good. The harvest has come to an end. Yu walked to the side of Fourth Raikage, looked at his physical condition, and nodded in satisfaction. With the back of the knife, patted the muscles of Fourth Raikage's whole body constantly, looking for which one to cut feels better. Yes, Lord Yu, you are satisfied. Several think tanks from Cloud Shinobi Village on the side rubbed their hands and showed a grin like an old bustard. The corners of Fourth Raikage's mouth twitched wildly. What do these bastards think of him as Raikage? He has never been insulted like this since he was born. However, thinking that the life and death of Cloud Shinobi Village is the master in his own hands, Fourth Raikage closed his eyes in despair while his face was distorted. Cut it casually. I can't resist anyway. The dark and purple autumn water drew a cold light and slashed on Fourth Raikage's body fiercely. Suddenly, the blood rose, and a dazzling blood flower bloomed from the scars of a scary knife from Fourth Raikage's neck to the abdomen. Ding. Chakra plus 600. Ding. Physical plus 500. Ding. Armament hockey plus 500. Ding. Kendo comprehension plus 500. Because too many people were hacked, Yu commanded the system to block the hacking information, leaving only a reminder of reward points. Yu blinked when he saw the newly added attribute point in his mind. Unexpectedly, you bastard is much better than Luosh's trash. Yu grinned as you looked at Fourth Raikage, who was holding his wound and looking pale. When Fourth Raikage heard Yu scold him as an asshole, his mouth twitched. However, there was a hint of joy in his heart. What did you call Chimu Yu before? Little electric mouse, spoiled the waste of the name I. All in all, Chimu Yu doesn't like him at all. Up to now, the ninja recognized by Chimu Yu in the entire ninja world seems to be his dead father, Third Raikage. Although he was scolded as a bastard, it was a thing to be proud of to be recognized by Chimu Yu. The corners of Fourth Raikage's mouth moved. By the way, where is that little electric mouse? Fourth Raikage's face suddenly froze. Little electric mouse. I don't know, Lord Yu, what did you ask? The oldest think tank in Cloud Shinobi Village asked nervously. The incompetent bastard son of I. Yu thought for a while and said. No, it's not a good thing. Fourth Raikage's face was green. He thought Chimu Yu just approved him. After doing it for a long time, this bastard just forgot him? I stood in front of you and asked you to chop it down. Didn't you recognize yourself? It's so terribly deceiving. Fourth Raikage jumped with blue veins all over. The blood from the knife edge was constantly pouring out like a dam with a valve open. What do you look at, bastard? Hurry up and tell me where that little electric mouse is. Yu narrowed his eyes slightly and yelled. Yes. Fourth Raikage said word by word. Yu blinked, squinted, and took a closer look at the appearance of the person in front of him. Finally, he felt a sense of clarity. It turned out to be you. What a waste. What a shame to your father. It's ruining the family. Yu pointed to Fourth Raikage's nose and cursed. Cut this bastard, even less than half of Third Raikage. Fourth Raikage was stunned by the scolding. Cut him, still dislike him? Isn't this too deceptive? And what does your home have to do with Chimu Uyu? Where is your son? Today I will clean up I's house. Finally, Fourth Raikage heard such a sentence. Chong. Yes, Uyu-sama, calm down. We Raikage will also ask the name of Thunder Country for you to ask for a good wine. You have hacked our Raikage to death now. Isn't it a pity that those fine wines? The think tank of Cloud Shinobi Village saw that the black and purple knife had been raised, and was half deadly frightened, and quickly persuaded. Well, there is some truth to what I said, then wait for you to get the wine, I will clean the door. Uyu thought for a moment, nodded, and finally cursed. Ho, ho, Fourth Raikage felt like he was going to explode right now. When is it better to have some fine wine? And even if I cut myself off, I will endure it for the future of Cloud Shinobi Village. But how come Chimu Uyu's mouth is about to become his son? Do you want to clean up the door for your father? What is your own father? He was hacked to death by you, okay. At this moment Fourth Raikage felt like a balloon exploded all over himself, exploding. Bang. Puff. Hurry up, come on. Lord Raikage spurts blood. A Cloud Shinobi elite Jonin, who was holding his wound, exclaimed. While exclaiming, he took his hand from his wound. Compared with the blood-spurting speed of Master Raikage, my own injury is a fart. Fourth Raikage lowered his head mechanically, looking at the blood that looked like a fountain that opened a valve. The blood was still on his head just now, and his face full of veins paled quickly. Special, I really exploded. This was the last thought in Fourth Raikage's mind before he passed out due to excessive blood loss. Finally, after the blood of the last Cloud Shinobi was chopped off, the harvest was completely over. Chong. Uyu returned the sword to its scabbard and looked at each of the Cloud Shinobi San Shinobi Coalition ninjas covered in blood, and nodded in satisfaction. The harvest of this wave is quite good. You bastards have listened to me. Within 3 days, send me the wine to the Konoha frontline camp, otherwise I will chop off all of you. Did you hear everything clearly? Uyu shouted loudly. After listening to Uyu's words, the faces of the coalition ninjas turned pale due to excessive blood loss, and suddenly turned green. 3 days? Not to mention transporting the wine. Even if you simply rush back to the village, you can't do it in 3 days. Yes, Lord Uyu, we are incompetent. We can't get it in 3 days. The think tank of Cloud Shinobi Village said bitterly. Huh. Can't it happen in 3 days? Uyu confirms to Tsunade next to him. Uyu, you really can't do it in 3 days, so let's give them 10 days. Tsunade thought for a while and gave a similar time. Then 10 days, remember, if I can't be satisfied, I will cut you all off. Uyu pointed Chusui at the ninjas of the coalition army and shouted loudly. We will do it. Luo Sha and the think tank of Cloud Shinobi Village looked at each other and responded bitterly. Although 10 days is a relatively hurried time, but now I can only fight. If it is not shipped, the 2 ninja villages will be destroyed. The brutal man in front of him would not give them a second chance. Just when Sanagakure and Cloud Shinobi Village started to prepare fine wines for Uyu. Cloud Shinobi Battlefield is a road leading to Konoha Village. Boom. Eight Tails' huge body stomped on the ground fiercely, and threw the 2 behemoths in his hands on the ground, making a huge roar. There are about 2 days left before Konoha. These 2 guys are really dead asleep. Eight Tails looked at One Tail and Erway, who were thrown on the ground by him, and the corners of his mouth twitched a little. Abba. Can we really only go to Konoha? Inside Eight Tails, Killer Bee said reluctantly. Bye. I don't want to, but Chimu Uyu's horror is beyond our imagination. If we don't do this, we will all be dead. Eight Tails looked at the Killer Bee in front of him, his mouth was a little bitter, and said bitterly. Forget it. Anyway, no matter where you are, there will be you are with me, idiot, jerk. Killer Bee was silent for a moment, regaining her rap accent, and rapped. Before Konoha, let me wake up these 2 guys. Eight Tails' gaze fell on Morizuru and Niu, who had passed out into a coma. Morizuru felt as if he was trapped in a huge uzumaki, and the terrifying current inside made it difficult to breathe. Guru, bang. Eight Tails, you bastard, do you want to kill this uncle? Shohei's head was pressed into a lake by Eight Tails, and he was screamed at Eight Tails after he got rid of Eight Tails' control. Huh. Stupid civet cat, what right do you have to yell at me? Eight Tails looked at Shohei with a very ugly face. Asking this bastard to help is definitely the worst decision he has ever made. Eight Tails. Where is Chimu Uyu? The second tail, who was sober on the side, shook his head and asked suspiciously. Kai. Haha, that monster is gone. My uncle is free. Shuhei first shrank his neck in fear, and when he didn't see Yu Yu's figure, Yang Tian screamed. 8 tails, 2 tails, you two bastards, my uncle is in a good mood, so I don't care about the previous things with you, haha. Shuhei laughed, saying that he was about to leave. Woo. Bang. At this moment, several octopus tentacles suddenly entangled Shuhei, causing him to fall into a dog to eat shit. 8 tails, what are you bastard doing? Crazy. Shuhei screamed. 8 tails, what's the matter? The second tail on the side was also very puzzled, looking at 8 tails warily. Because of its feeling, the look in 8 tails' eyes was also very wrong. Stop talking nonsense, labor and management are going to escort you to Konoha. 8 tails roared. Had it not been for you two bastards, would it have fallen here? The expressions of Morizuru and Niu were shocked. What? 8 tails are going to escort them to Konoha. A road leading to Konoha village at the Cloud Shinobi battlefield. Shozuru and Erwei blinked, feeling that they seemed to be auditory hallucinations just now. 8 tails, are you going to escort them to Konoha village? After getting confirmation again, Shuhei suddenly screamed. Are you crazy? Why don't you run away when the monster is not there? At this time, go to attack Konoha and find that monster to get revenge? 8 tails, go by yourself. Shozuru screamed. In its thoughts, 8 tails wanted to take it in Nitail to attack Konoha and take revenge on Chimu Uyu. Yeah, 8 tails, if we want to avenge the monster that finds Chimu Uyu, we still need to think about it long term. Hearing the words, Nio remembered the scene of being violently beaten by Uyu on the ground, and suddenly shuddered and persuaded. I avenge you. Didn't you understand? It's Chimu Uyu, let the 3 of us escort ourselves to Konoha, find 3rd Hokage, find a place, put ourselves in, wait for him to come back and deal with us. 8 tails only felt that their lungs were going to explode. How could these 2 idiots think that they were going to attack Konoha and avenge Chimu Uyu? Did they think they are as stupid as they are? 8 tails roared out the cruel reality. Morizuru and Erwei glanced at each other, blinked, and then the corners of their mouths twitched. In the end, the 2 behemoths convulsed like a goat. Are you crazy? Let's escort ourselves to Konoha, and then shut ourselves up? What a joke. Shuhei screamed and roared. Since the birth of their 9-tailed beasts, this kind of thing has never happened. Although in the period of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, their 9-tailed beasts were captured by these 2 men, and they were distributed to the various ninja villages. They were sealed in Jinchuriki's body and became the war machines of the various ninja villages. But that is forced, and during the time they were sealed, they never gave up resisting. The runaways from time to time also caused the ninja village who owned them to pay a bloody price. But now, what does it here? Chimu Uyu let them escort themselves to Konoha, and then lock themselves up and wait for Chimu Uyu's release? That bastard, what do they think of their tail beasts? Yeah, 8 tails, why do we have to listen to that guy Chimu Uyu? Why don't we just run away? Because Niu and 8 tails belong to Cloud Shinobi village, the relationship has been good after so many years, so he is not as irritable as Morizuru, but he also asked with a little dissatisfaction. Escape. You can try. Although I don't know why, I can tell you that Chimu Uyu's power has become even more terrifying after cutting us. The power of the old man of 6 paths, he has mastered most of it, that is the power that can create everything and destroy everything. Do you think the shinobi world is great in front of this kind of power? Or do you think that if Chimu Uyu is caught, he will give us a second chance? 8 tails looked at these 2 idiots so innocent, and said silently. If it can run, it won't run early. Say with these 2 bastards? In the eyes of Chimu Uyu, who has the power of the old man of 6 paths, these 3 tail beasts he has treated with the power of 6 paths are just like living targets. You will find Chimu Uyu wherever you go. At that time, it's not as simple as escorting yourself, but shutting yourself in Konoha. That man, he wouldn't give them a second chance. 8 tails are sure that if they escape and are caught by Chimu Uyu, they will end up. 8 tails shuddered severely when he thought of the process of he being half dead, then healed, and half dead. At that point, death may be an extravagant hope. What are you doing looking at me like this? Shuhei looked at 8 tails' eyes and shivered sharply. Need me to help you think about it, Chimu Uyu's method? Shuhei. To remind you, Chimu Uyu has the ability to cure you in a dying state, and with Chimu Yuyu's power that can attack our essence, you should be able to understand what this means. Eight Tails silently looked at the unresponsive Shuhei, and said lightly. Shohei's restless heart slowly calmed down, and he recalled carefully. Was beaten up by Chimu Yuyu violently, bombarded by tailed beast bomb, was dying, was instantly cured by Chimu Yuyu, and was slashed to death by Chimu Yuyu, and then healed. This, what's so special, isn't it able to kill it countless times, and then be cured again, never stopping? Thinking of the pain that directly affects the soul and is more painful than the seal in Jinchuriki's body, Shuhei trembled all over. And this kind of pain, Chimu Yuyu can give it countless times. Don't stop yet. Shohei's khaki eyes shrank suddenly, and his eyes were full of horror. Finally, I really want to understand. If you still want to go, then go. Eight Tails snorted, deliberately excited. Of course, this is just the rhetoric of Eight Tails. If Shozuru escapes, Chimu Yuyu will never let him go. If Shozuru really wants to escape, Eight Tails will also tie Shozuru to Konoha. Ben. My uncle suddenly remembered that I haven't been to Konoha yet, so I want to go around and see the scenery. Sho Hezui said stiffly. Huh, Niu, how about you? Eight Tails looked at the hearted Shuhei, snorted coldly, and looked at the second tail on the side. I also want to take a look at Konoha. I'm not afraid, mainly because Konoha's scenery is better. Erwei's mouth twitched and said. Two-tail beasts stronger than it have succumbed, what else can it do? Drive yourself to Konoha and lock yourself up. You will be beaten to death by Chimu Yuyu, right? Nio recalled the scene where he was hit and beaten wildly by Chimu Yuyu, and his whole body was trembling constantly. That kind of pain, it couldn't support it for half an hour. If you get away and get caught by Chimu Yuyu, you will be tortured for a lifetime. Thinking of it, Niu suddenly wanted to discuss with Yu Wooden Golem what a qualified pet cat should do. Eight Tails' mouths twitched after hearing them, and the mouths of these two idiots were really hard. Do you want to go to Konoha to see the scenery? When you are locked up, there is a ghost scenery for you to see? If you figure it out, hurry up. If it's late, let Chimu Yuyu know, we'll all be done. No longer paying attention to Morizuru and Niu, Eight Tails rushed out of chakra all over and said. At that time, Chimu Yuyu said, if they are late, they should look good. But Eight Tails doesn't know what Chimu Yuyu's standard is for being late, it can only be as fast as it can be. No, got it. Morizuru and Niu trembled suddenly, and chakra burst out all over. Swish, 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 boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, three behemoths over 100 meters rushed towards Konoha's direction. The red-tailed beast chakra, like a wave, rages in the air, forming a wave of terrible-tailed beast chakra tides. And the goal of this tide is Konoha. Konoha Village, Hokage Building. Ha! Sarutobi Hiruzen sat in Hokage's seat, humming a little song in a good mood. There is a bottle of wine on the table and a small glass in front of it. Sarutobi Hiruzen hummed a little tune, took the wine glass, and delivered it to his mouth. Suddenly, Sarutobi Hiruzen thought of something and looked around subconsciously. When he saw the empty Hokage office, he let out a long sigh of relief. That brat. Sarutobi Hiruzen drank all the wine in the glass like a vent, a little helpless in his eyes. He was caused by Yuyu, and he has a psychological shadow. In the past, Sarutobi Hiruzen just can't drink at home, after all, Pippa's pipe is relatively strict. But outside, Sarutobi Hiruzen can still have a couple of drinks. But since meeting Yuyu, Sarutobi Hiruzen has never had a decent wine. He has cherished the good wines for decades, all of which were caught by Yuyu. Every time you want to drink secretly, Yuyu will be there for the first time, and then there will be another brutal search. The bottle of wine in front of me, in a strict sense, can only be said to be average. In the past, Sarutobi Hiruzen's inventory contained many fine wines that were much better than this bottle of wine. But in the eyes of Sarutobi Hiruzen at this time, this bottle of wine is a rare wine. Because it is better, it was copied by Yuyu a long time ago. Even this bottle was bought by Sarutobi Hiruzen with private money. Think about it, the war should be over soon, right? Sarutobi Hiruzen thought of Yuyu, rubbed his eyebrows, and said with emotion. After Yuyu's rise, although it also brought him a lot of bad things, such as cutting Danzo, beating Udatane Kaharu, etc. But in general, Sarutobi Hiruzen is very pleased and proud. It is precisely because Yuyu is here that even when facing the siege of the 4 ninja villages, he, Hokage, sits firmly on the Diautai. If it weren't for Uyu, Sarutobi Hiruzen would have been on the front line long ago. Great victories time after time unprecedented record. Let Sarutobi Hiruzen trust Uyu incomparably. As long as Uyu is there, no Cloud Shinobi or Sand Shinobi coalition forces are worth mentioning. The Blitz. What a genius idea. How did Uyu come up with it? Sarutobi Hiruzen picked up the last battle report sent from the front line and exclaimed in amazement. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't know how many times he watched this report. Every time he saw it, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt extremely amazed. Such a fierce command is indeed a genius discovered by his Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen raised the corners of his mouth slightly and thought shamelessly. However, since this report, how come there is no new report on the front line? What are the two guys Jiraiya and Orochimaru doing? Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, a little puzzled. After Uyu and Tsunade go to the front, Sarutobi Hiruzen certainly knows the fate of his two apprentices. If you don't lie down for a few days, it's probably impossible to get rid of Uyu's temper. So Tsunade became the commander-in-chief of the front line. In fact, the front line was handed over to Uyu. The task of connecting Konoha and the battle report was given to Jiraiya and Orochimaru, who possessed summoning mon. Orochimaru and Jiraiya, who signed a contract with Mount Myoboku and Ryuchi Cave, were able to send the battle report back to Konoha for the first time. But the strange thing is that since this last report, no new report has been sent back to Konoha. Obviously, so much progress has been made. Are you just attacking the enemy's supply line these days? Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned unconsciously, presumably thinking. He already knew the result of the blitzkrieg. The fort on the periphery of the Sand Shinobi Cloud Shinobi coalition forces had been completely destroyed. It can be said that the Sand Shinobi Cloud Shinobi coalition has become a lone army, deaf and blind. For the sake of safety, hitting the enemy's supply line is indeed an excellent strategy. Sarutobi Hiruzen's brows gradually loosened, but he always felt that something was wrong. But what was wrong in detail, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't want to understand for a while. Boom. Boom. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned and watched the table in front of him shake easily. The amplitude is not large, even if the wine in the full glass, there is only a slight ripple. But then, the amplitude of this shaking became larger and larger, making Sarutobi Hiruzen's complexion abruptly change. Konoha, located in the plain, has not said that there is an earthquake. Woo! Fire, Master Naruto! At this moment, an Anbu suddenly appeared, stumbled to the ground, and shouted in horror. What's the matter? Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his heart. Anbu, as the sharpest blade in Hokage's hands, every member is an absolute elite of Konoha. What happened to the ninja who was able to make Anbu so horrified? Although Sarutobi Hiruzen was a little worried, he was still very calm on the surface and asked in a deep voice. Fire, Master Naruto, the tail beast is coming. The Anbu swallowed fiercely and said in horror. Sarutobi Hiruzen blinked, and then there was a sudden shock in his eyes. What? Konoha was in a panic at the moment. Quick! Bring all the detonating charms here. Most of the detonators have been sent to the front line, damn it. Damn Cloud Shinobi Village and Sanagakure. At the entrance of Konoha's village, Konoha's ninjas quickly formed a line of defense. Standing on the wide wall, the Konoha shinobi were staring at the three giant beasts in the distance. The three giant beasts are more than 100 meters high, and they are exuding terrifying chakra waves. I saw the body of a giant beast with a bull's head and an octopus, and its 8 tails quickly slapped the ground. The huge body was like a primitive giant beast, raging across the earth. The other giant beast resembles a civet cat, made of sand, with weird purple prints on it, and a huge tail behind it is constantly waving, and with every wave it sets off a terrifying chakra tide. The last giant beast looked like a cat, with blue flames burning all over his body, and the 2 tails behind him were constantly waving. With every swing, the blue flames all over its body were soaring. The 3 giant beasts are precisely known as the most terrifying natural disasters in the ninja world. 1 tail belongs to Sanagakure, and 2 tails and 8 tails belong to Cloud Shinobi Village. The 3-tailed beasts, in a devastating posture, constantly approached Konoha, and the horrible tailed beast's chakra waved all over their bodies, intertwined with each other, forming a terrifying chakra tide. The amount of chakra of a tail beast is almost infinite in Jonin's eyes. The chakras of the 3-tailed beasts are intertwined, and one of them is the 8 tails second only to 9 tails. The terrifying chakra tide almost made the entire space turbulent. Woo! At this moment, a figure appeared. Master Third Hokage. Seeing the people in Konoha who were panicking just now, as if they had found the backbone of the main body, they all breathed a sigh of relief and said with joy. 1 tail, 2 tails, 8 tails, this. Sarutobi Hiruzen had already taken off his imperial robe at this time and put on his unique battle uniform. He looked at the 3-tailed beasts constantly running towards Konoha in the distance, and a drop of cold sweat dripped from Sarutobi Hiruzen's forehead. Hokage-sama, it is estimated that in 10 minutes, the 3-tailed beasts will reach Konoha. At this time, an Anbu said quickly, his tone full of solemnity. Master Naruto, all the adults in the village have gone to the front. It is almost impossible to deal with the 3-tailed beasts with our strength alone. It is better to let the 4 tails and 5 tails in the village, as well as 9 tails Jinchuriki, deal with these 3. A beast, right? A Konoha's Jonin suggested. 4 tails, 5 tails and 9 tails. Sarutobi Hiruzen's thoughts fluttered quickly, his face full of dignity. No. A tail beast can't be used, we can only rely on our own strength. After a while, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face sank suddenly and said. 4 tails and 5 tails, you caught Konoha. Don't look at the 2 Jinchuriki and the tail beast, they were very well behaved when Uyu was there. That's because Uyu is here, which is a terrifying deterrent to them. Without Uyu, Sarutobi Hiruzen really dare not use 4 tails and 5 tails indiscriminately. The tail beast, as the strongest war weapon in the ninja world, is also a double-edged sword. Can kill the enemy or destroy yourself. What if 4 tails and 5 tails, seeing 8 tails attack Konoha, but not Uyu's figure, fall into the battle? 9 tails is the same. As the most powerful tail beast, if it loses control, Konoha will face the attack of the 6 tail beasts. That is really the end for Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen can't afford to bet. Hokage-sama, this. The Jonin was shocked. Execute the order. Order in the village. All the ninjas in combat positions above Chunin are gathered at the entrance of the village. Order. The roots immediately join the battle to prevent the tail beast from attacking Konoha. Order. All major families, all combatants above Chunin, all gather at the entrance of the village. Order the rest of the logistics personnel to evacuate the villagers to the emergency station to ensure the safety of the villagers. Tell the big families that at this time, Konoha's life and death are already at stake. If you still dare to violate the yin and yang, kill without mercy. Everyone, I am with you, coexisting and dying with Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen exploded with a terrifying aura. He who has not completely aged yet is still what the ninja world calls nin shang. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was frosty, and he quickly gave orders, with a terrifying aura, so that the surrounding Konoha shinobi immediately responded in unison. Yes. Hokage-sama. The Konoha ninja's momentum was greatly enhanced, and after responding quickly, in the arrangement, he quickly fulfilled his accusations. You immediately send a secret letter to the front line to explain Konoha's situation and ask Uyu to come back for support. After the ninjas dispersed, Sarutobi Hiruzen found the captain of the intelligence squad and said in a deep voice. Yes, Master Naruto. There was still a little panicked Konoha intelligence squad leader. When he heard this name, his expression immediately rose and he responded. Damn Cloud Shinobi Village, Sanagakure, do you want to die with Konoha? Let's see if the 3-tailed beast can shake Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen's waist was straight, the blue veins pinched in his fist skyrocketed, and the momentum of the nin shang continued to condense, and a sharp color flashed in his eyes. The current Sarutobi Hiruzen has determined that it is a conspiracy between Cloud Shinobi Village and Sanagakure. Because they were defeated by Uyu on the front line, they desperately invested the 3-tailed beasts in Konoha, hoping to turn the tide of the battle. Although I don't know how Cloud Shinobi Village and Sanagakure managed to hide from Uyu and the others, they sent the 3-tailed beasts to Konoha. But this is the end of the matter. Sarutobi Hiruzen is determined to die, to keep the 3-tailed beasts out of Konoha. As long as you drag it back to Uyu, Konoha will be safe and sound. Konoha will eventually win this battle. The will of fire will eventually be inherited. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes flashed with death will, and he stared at the 3 behemoths that were approaching in the distance. Konoha. Roots. In the gloomy environment, Danzo sat high on a chair, under the dim candlelight. Danzo's face flickered. Woo. Master Danzo, something went wrong. Ryoma rushed to Danzo in a panic. What's the matter? Don't panic. Danzo frowned, patted the ground fiercely with a cane, and said in a deep voice. Dao, the tail beast attacked Konoha. Ryoma swallowed and quickly recounted the matter. Third Hokage puts our roots in the fight, and we don't respect those who kill them without mercy. Finally, Ryoma spoke the words of Anbu sent by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi said so. It seems that it is really the moment of crisis. Is that guy ready to die in battle? Danzo was silent, tapping the ground with his crutch. Master Danzo, what shall we do? Shall we go? Ryoma swallowed and asked. My goal is to become Hokage. If Konoha is gone, can I still be called Hokage? Danzo stood up and walked slowly towards the route exit. And if Sarutobi is killed in battle, I wouldn't be reconciled if I didn't see it with my own eyes. Danzo muttered to himself, his eyes condensed sharply. However, Sarutobi is not sufficiently guarded after all. Ryoma drew a part of the elite from the roots and stared at the Uchiha clan. When the tail beasts are attacking, that clan must be optimistic. Danzo said to Ryoma. Yes, Lord Danzo, Long Ma replied in a deep voice. Turn to the family land. Did the tail beast attack Konoha? Damn Sarutobi, what did you eat? Udatane Kaharu, who was half paralyzed, roared. I saw Udatane Kaharu at this time, and his image has changed drastically. The hair was dangled indiscriminately, and there was a spiteful expression on his face, like a ghost crawling out of hell, making one's hair creepy. Kaharu, Sarutobi means to let all the forces in our clan support the front line and protect Konoha. On the side, Mitokado Homura was silent for a moment and said. Isn't he Chimu very good? How could the tail beast attack Konoha's door? Don't go. The trouble he caused, we won't help him clean up the mess. Waiting for something big, I want to make him Chimu look good. Transferring to relatives Kaharu said bitterly, and at the end, he said very happily. Chimu, who has always been invincible because of her achievements in battle, has finally made a huge mistake. Fighting with the enemy on the front line can make the enemy master's tail beast attack Konoha. This is the first time in history. This incident is enough to make Seiki from Konoha's hero to Konoha's sinner. In the face of heroes, some tricks cannot be used, but in the face of sinners, there are too many ways to use them. At that time, her Udatane Kaharu will finally be able to take revenge on Chimu. As for Chimu strength, how about Konoha's White Fang? Didn't die from non-combat factors? Udatane Kaharu looked at his unconscious lower body, recalling the experience that life was worse than death during this period, and his eyes became more and more bitter. Chimu, she must let him die. Swish, swish, swish. Hurry up, transport all the ninja to the entrance of the village. Defend Konoha. Under the command of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Konoha began to gather in an orderly manner. Villagers and non-combatants, organized by logistics personnel, gathered towards the shelter. And all the combatants above Chunin quickly assembled in families and teams towards the entrance of the village. Woo! Master Naruto, all personnel have assembled. An Anbu ninja said in a deep voice. Well, where's Danzo? Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, frowning suddenly. Da. There was a sound of crutches, and Sarutobi Hiruzen looked towards the source of the sound, and saw Danzo walking slowly with his crutches. Why come so slowly? Sarutobi Hiruzen's brows were slightly loose, and he gave a cold snort and said dissatisfiedly. Sarutobi, you were so careless. The tail beast attacked and ignored the Uchiha clan. Danzo said with a calm face. Sarutobi Hiruzen was scolded by Danzo, and the corners of his mouth twitched. This guy, even at this time, still guards the Uchiha clan like thieves. But Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't say anything. After all, the Uchiha clan once appeared a character who could control 9 tails, Uchiha Madara. Under its Sharingan, the tail beast is a completely controlled puppet. The 3-tailed beasts attack Konoha, and they really want to prevent the Uchiha clan from possible incidents. Of course he, Hokage, cannot and will not do this kind of thing. Since Danzo has done it, then forget it. As for the Uchiha clan, what do they think? The most important thing for Konoha is to survive this level. Sarutobi Hiruzen cast his gaze on the 3-tailed beasts in the distance, his gaze dignified. At this time, the 3-tailed beasts were less than a minute away from Konoha. The horrible chakra tide is almost suffocating. Even Jonin almost lost the will to resist under this terrifying chakra tide. Everyone. At this moment, it is the survival of Konoha. Behind us is Konoha. Use our flesh and blood to protect Konoha. Everyone, be with Konoha, and I, be with you. Summoning technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen roared, and slammed his hands to the ground. Bang. A puff of smoke filled, and an old ape appeared in front of everyone. 1 tail, 2 tails, 8 tails, Sarutobi, did you let me come to see how you died? The old ape saw the 3 giant beasts in the distance, his eyes twitched, and looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen weirdly. Stop gossip, change quickly, old man. Sarutobi Hiruzen said in a deep voice. Understood. I never thought I would still have the opportunity to fight the 3-tailed beasts. The old ape sighed and turned around. After a while, a club appeared in Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand. Come on. Tailed beast. Sarutobi Hiruzen roared and jumped up to the 3-tailed beast first, with a sharp color in his eyes. Bah. At this moment, the 3 giants that were about to hit the wooden leaf wall suddenly braked sharply, marking a long passage on the ground. Where is Konoha's 3rd Hokage? Come out to my uncle. At this moment, a piercing scream sounded, and everyone in Konoha covered their ears in pain, and looked at the behemoth in front of them with some horror. 1-tail Shuhei. The people of Konoha are no strangers to this monster. During the Second Ninja War, I saw the power of this monster. Huh. If you want to attack Konoha, step on the old man first. Sarutobi Hiruzen roared, and the whole person jumped up, swiping the stick in his hand to a full circle. Are you 3rd Hokage? Quickly find a place for us and lock up my uncle. Shozuru looked at 3rd Hokage and screamed. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression suddenly froze on his face, and the movement of his hands stopped abruptly. Crack. Immediately afterwards, there was a piercing sound of bone cracks, and Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was filled with pain. He flashed his waist. Crack. There was a crisp sound of bone cracks, and Sarutobi Hiruzen's stiff face suddenly filled with a touch of pain. Puff. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts, my waist. Sarutobi Hiruzen fell to the ground from the air, clutching his waist, with an expression of great pain. But at this time, he has no more time to pay attention to his waist injury, staring at the behemoth in front of him, his eyes full of disbelief. 1-tail Shuhei. What do you say? Find a place to lock them up. The Konoha shinobi who were preparing to fight the 3-tailed beasts were also stunned at this time, and they didn't know whether they should throw the 3-tailed beasts with the ninja in their hands. The ninjas had big eyes and small eyes, and they didn't know what to do. Danzo, who was not far behind, was also stunned. Looking at the 3 giant beasts standing in front of Konoha, his lips opened, and he didn't know what to say. What did you say? Sarutobi Hiruzen supported the ground with the stick in his hand, stood up with difficulty, looked at the Morizuru in front of him, and asked in disbelief. You old man is a lot of nonsense. I said to lock up my uncle quickly. The environment should be better. Shuhei screamed and screamed. After Sarutobi Hiruzen got the affirmative answer, the corners of his mouth twitched. Special. How does Sarutobi Hiruzen feel like she is dreaming? You 3-tailed beasts, with a turbulent momentum, the chakra spilled, almost overturned Konoha, in a gesture of smashing Konoha for a long time, in order to let Konoha take you close it up. Is there such a requirement in the world? Sarutobi Hiruzen opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. The 3-tailed beasts ran to the door of Konoha and wanted to be locked up. What should they do? Sarutobi Hiruzen's brain has become a mass of paste at this time. Boom. At this moment, the octopus tail of 8 tails suddenly waved, hitting Shohei's body fiercely, making a loud noise. 8 tails, you guy, what are you doing with this uncle? Shuhei let out a painful cry and roared. Idiot. What are you doing here? You want to kill yourself, don't hold me. 8 tails looked at Shuhei, his lungs exploded. Does this idiot think they are here to enjoy Konoha? Looking for a better environment. This bastard Shuhei is afraid of Chimu Yu immune to death them. When Shuhei heard this, his whole body trembled, a flash of fear flashed in his khaki eyes, his head shrugged, and he stopped talking. Ah, 3rd Hokage, you haven't received Chimu Yu, no. Did you write a letter from Lord Yu? 8 tails gave a dry cough and looked at the awkward-looking 3rd Hokage and Konoha people. A trace of puzzlement flashed in his eyes, and he asked in embarrassment. Logically speaking, with Konoha's intelligence capabilities, let the 3 of them escort themselves to Konoha. Shouldn't 3rd Hokage know it a long time ago? Why did Konoha treat them like an enemy? Yes, Yu, my lord. Sarutobi Hiruzen was startled, as if he had understood something, his whole body trembled. Yes, Yu asked you to come to Konoha? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked with trembling lips. Yes, that, Uyu-sama is busy. Let us come to Konoha by ourselves and find a place for us to stay. Eight Tails saw what Sarutobi Hiruzen looked like, but I didn't understand why Konoha hadn't heard that the three of them came to Konoha. While feeling speechless, he changed his view and said embarrassingly. When everyone in Konoha heard this, their whole bodies trembled, and the eyes of the three-tailed beasts showed shocked colors. This is a tailed beast. The most terrible natural disaster in the ninja world. The ultimate war weapon in all ninja villages. Every village with tail beasts has almost experienced the rampage of tail beasts, and on the battlefield, tail beasts are the most terrifying war weapon. In the history of the ninja world, the number of ninjas killed and injured by the tail beast is definitely a terrible number. Such a brutal tail beast unexpectedly escorted itself to Konoha? Many people even slapped themselves. After confirming the truth, they took a hard breath. Master Uyu, what exactly did you do on the Cloud Shinobi battlefield? At the same time, many people looked strangely at Sarutobi Hiruzen standing in front of the ninjas. The tail beast escorted himself to Konoha. How could Master Naruto not know? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the three beasts with the appearance of good-looking babies. Not only the corners of their mouths were twitching, but the whole face, the whole person seemed to have gone mad and convulsed. Orochimaru. Jiraiya. Sarutobi Hiruzen clutched his waist, gritted his teeth and uttered two names in a low voice. Jiraiya and Orochimaru are responsible for all the information on the Konoha frontline. Such a big thing, Sarutobi Hiruzen doesn't believe Jiraiya and Orochimaru don't know. These two unfilial apprentices must be deliberate. Just to retaliate for not telling them clearly that Uyu is going to trouble them. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt the strange look in the eyes of the Konoha ninjas behind him, and felt his waist hurt even more. Sarutobi Hiruzen is strong and calm, but when he thinks of the passionate slogans he yelled in front of the Konoha ninjas just now, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face flushed a little, and he even wanted to find a place to bury himself. This is so embarrassing. But what did Uyu do? How could the three-tailed beasts escort themselves to Konoha? Sarutobi Hiruzen's thoughts are a little erratic. What do you look at? Have you never seen a tail beast that will be delivered by yourself? Sarutobi Hiruzen's erratic eyes were more dazzling in Shohei's eyes, feeling that he had been insulted, and screamed loudly. When Konoha heard it, the corners of his mouth suddenly twitched, and he shook his head subconsciously. This is so special that I haven't seen it before. Grumble. Bang. Stop yelling. Morizuru wanted to say something, but was covered by Eight Tails' octopus tail. Eight Tails' complexion flushed, looking at the weird eyes of the Konoha shinobi. Really want to kill the show crane. You have a special mouth, don't you? This idiot, the more you talk, the more embarrassing them. Anyway, third Hokage, find us a place to stretch out. Eight Tails leaned down slightly, looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, and said awkwardly. Eight Tails is a place that dare not expect a better environment. If Chimu Uyu returns to Konoha and sees them look like an uncle, you can't kill them? Eight Tails at this time, even a little lucky, they escorted themselves back. At least, I can make some small requests with third Hokage. Eight Tails felt that if Chimu Uyu escorted them back, there might not even be a place to stretch out. Can you not get into Jinchuriki's body? Sarutobi Hiruzen slowed down, looking at the huge body of the three-tailed beasts up to 100 meters, and said with some entanglement. Where can Konoha go in a short time to find a place where all the three-tail beasts can be sealed in? Ah, Uyu, your lord asked us to come to Konoha, but he didn't say we could enter Jinchuriki's body, and this guy doesn't have Jinchuriki at all now. Eight Tails said awkwardly, and finally pointed at Shuhei. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't know what his expression was now, and rubbed his stiff cheek. Special. What exactly did Uyu do on the battlefield? Make these three-tailed beasts so afraid? Without Uyu's approval, they dare not even enter Jinchuriki's body. The most outrageous thing is that Shuhei is not bound by Jinchuriki, so he dare not run away, and arrives at Konoha obediently. This is really. Sarutobi Hiruzen can vaguely think of how cruel Uyu is on the battlefield that makes these three-tailed beasts afraid of this. Wait at the entrance of the village first, I will find a place for you. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a weird face. When did the relationship between the tail beast and shinobu be like this? Even in the era of first Hokage, this has never happened, right? Well, it's troublesome. Eight Tails also felt that the situation was a little weird at this time, and nodded embarrassingly, then pulled Morizuru and Niue, found an empty place outside Konoha, and sat down quietly. Huo, Hokage-sama, what should we do? Konoha Elite Jonin, Yuri is really red, walked in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen and asked with a twitching corner of his mouth. As Hong's father, after Yuyu's rise, Yuri Zhenhong's status in Konoha can also be said to have risen and entered the core of the Naruto system. Anyway, let the Earth-style ninja find a place where the three-tailed beasts can be put down. The villagers still stay in the refuge before the seal is completed. Sarutobi Hiruzen rubbed his stiff cheeks and said for a while. Although these three-tailed beasts behave incredibly well behaved, they are tailed beasts after all. If you go crazy, that pair of Konoha will be a disaster. It is most appropriate to seal them while Yu is away. Clear. Yuri Zhenhong nodded and responded. Under the command of Yuri Zhenhong, Konoha's ninjas quickly dispersed, preparing to build a place to seal the three-tailed beasts. After the ninjas dispersed, Danzo stood alone, staring blankly at the three behemoths lying on the ground in the distance, stunned. The tail beast, the most terrifying war weapon in the ninja world. Once upon a time, in order to fight for the control of 9 tails, he and Sarutobi Hiruzen can be said to be incompatible. But now, with these three-tailed beasts, Konoha already has 6-tailed beasts. These 3 are so special that they were delivered to the door by themselves. Chimu-yu, what did you do? Can the three-tailed beasts escort themselves and let Konoha lock them up? Such a terrifying Chimu-yu, can you really avenge him? Danzo subconsciously touched the knife marks on his face, and the corners of his eyes twitched slightly. Danzo, let your people withdraw from the Uchiha clan. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen clutched his waist, walked to Danzo's side, and spoke. Sarutobi, you, Naruto, are really incompetent. You don't even know such an important thing. How much loss you made Konoha suffer, do you know? Danzo looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, and then at the three-tailed beasts in the distance. The nameless fire suddenly rose in his heart. He looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, how awkward he was, and asked in a deep voice. I'm Naruto incompetent. Konoha now has 6 tail beasts, and he must win the battle between Cloud Shinobi Village and Sanagakure. Under my leadership, Konoha has achieved unprecedented prosperity. Are you blind? Sarutobi Hiruzen felt embarrassed at first, but when Danzo said that, he felt that his face couldn't hold back, and he cursed. When Danzo heard Sarutobi Hiruzen say this, the corners of his mouth twitched wildly. He really wants to tear off the skin of Sarutobi Hiruzen's face to see how thick it is. This special 6-tailed beast has something to do with you. It was all caught by Chimu-yu. Now Danzo already knows why he doesn't like Sarutobi Hiruzen. Envy. This bastard, sitting in the Hokage office during the entire Third Ninja World War, didn't do anything at all. Konoha won one victory after another. Said that it was Sarutobi Hiruzen who led Konoha to win the Third Ninja Battle, rather than Saiga Yuyu's victory alone. Sarutobi is just a bastard who sits and reaps the rewards. Sarutobi, you shameless. Hey, 6-tailed beast, where should I put it? It's really a headache. As soon as Danzo was about to swear, he saw Sarutobi Hiruzen screaming and shook his head and walked towards Konoha. Look, Danzo almost didn't scold his mother in his heart. You really dislike too many tail beasts, but you give one to labor and capital. Sarutobi Hiruzen hummed a small tune and walked towards Konoha happily. Crack. Just when Sarutobi Hiruzen was proud, a harsh bone crack sounded. Sarutobi Hiruzen's triumphant expression froze immediately, clutching his waist in pain, and gasping for a few breaths. Damn Sarutobi. Deserve it. Danzo saw Sarutobi Hiruzen happily and sorrowfully, and immediately felt very happy. But before he could relax for a while, Yu Guang saw the 3-tailed beasts in the distance, and his mood suddenly became heavy again. 4 tails plus 5 tails, have you played 8 tails, 2 tails plus 1 tail? What a fart. Danzo took heavy steps and walked towards the base of the roots. At this moment, the Konoha frontline of the Cloud Shinobi battlefield received a letter from Konoha. Konoha, the frontline camp. These days, Konoha frontline camp is very lively. According to Yuyu's orders, most of these Cloud Shinobi Sand Shinobi coalition forces were detained here. After the wines of Cloud Shinobi Village and Sanagakure arrive, they will be redeemed according to the amount of wine. I saw the high morale Sand Shinobi Cloud Shinobi coalition ninjas at the time of the expedition. At this time, their heads were raised and concentrated in the prison camp of the Konoha frontline camp. It is said that the prisoners are being held, but in fact these coalition ninjas have lost their ninjas. Konoha just used Earth style to construct several walls, enclosing them in the center. But in fact, with the power of a ninja, these walls are no different from none. Konoha is also very casual about these Cloud Shinobi Sand Shinobi ninjas. Instead, in the direction of Cloud Shinobi Village and Sanagakure, countless reconnaissance ninjas are densely packed. Once the liquor from Cloud Shinobi Village and Sanagakure arrives, Konoha can guarantee to get the news as soon as possible. But even with such a relaxed detention, these ninjas of the Cloud Shinobi Sand Shinobi coalition forces did not have the slightest intention to escape. They obediently concentrated in the prison camp, quietly waiting for Cloud Shinobi Village and Sanagakure to redeem people. Old teacher, why don't we run? A young Sand Shinobi, looking at the wall where there are few Konoha Shinobi guards around, pushed his guide Jonin, and asked tremblingly. Run. Even in Sanagakure, Jonin, who is also ranked at the top, gave a wry smile when he heard his disciple's question. In my mind, I recalled the fear in my heart when I faced the man again. From the outside world, these Jonins in the 5 hidden villages above are like lambs to be slaughtered, obediently lining up for the man to chop for fun. Just looking at the man, I felt unable to breathe. Want to come to the legendary God of Ninja, but that's all. Konoha dared to take care of them so relaxed, his confidence stemmed from that terrible man. Chimu Uyu, the most terrifying, cruel and tyrannical man in the ninja world today. Stop thinking about it. Just stay obediently. After the village delivers the wine, we will naturally be able to return to Sanagakure. The Sand Shinobi Jonin shuddered severely and shouted at his disciple. Okay, teacher. The young Sand Shinobi didn't understand why his teacher made such a big fire, and said tremblingly. Seeing the ignorance of his disciple, this Jonin of Sand Shinobi hates iron and steel, but at the same time he is a little envious. Without Jonin, you don't even have the qualifications to feel that man's powerfulness. But sometimes ignorance is also a kind of happiness. At the same time, this Sand Shinobi Jonin prayed secretly in his heart, hoping that the wine in the village would satisfy the adult and let them all return to Sanagakure safely. Konoha commanded the camp. Tsunade looked at the secret letter sent from Konoha in his hand, with a pretty weird face. After reading the letter, and then at Orochimaru and Jiraiya who looked guilty, Tsunade's mouth twitched. Huh. What's the matter? What happened? Looking at Tsunade's weird expression and guilty conscience, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Uyu frowned. He snatched the secret letter in Tsunade's hand. Tailman attacked Konoha. At this look, Uyu's eyes also turned weird. You two are F***ing up. Uyu raised his head, looked at Jiraiya and Orochimaru with guilty faces, and asked. Seeing Uyu's eyes, Jiraiya and Orochimaru trembled all of a sudden, got up from their seats quickly, glanced at each other, and twitched the corners of their mouths. In fact, they wanted to suppress this letter. But what the letter wrote was really miserable, as if Konoha was about to be breached in the next moment. This makes Orochimaru and Jiraiya feel a little unconfident. Don't be the 3-tailed beasts, suddenly going crazy, ignoring Uyu's orders, really attacking Konoha, right? If this is true, then the two of them must not be beaten to death by Uyu? So worried, Jiraiya and Orochimaru quickly handed this letter to Tsunade and Uyu. We just didn't send back the news that the tail beast was going to Konoha. Under the pressure of Uyu's eyes, Jiraiya whispered the truth. Minato looked at his teacher dumbfounded, and the corners of his mouth twitched fiercely. Teacher, I really have you. Minato, who had experienced the whole incident, immediately understood what was going on. My teacher and Orochimaru are revenge against Master Third Hokage, concealing the true purpose of their two Uyus coming to the front line, causing them to be caught off guard and be beaten by Uyu. This made Minato speechless, but at the same time, there was a little anxiety in his heart. Those 3-tailed beasts don't really attack Konoha, right? Any follow-up news from Konoha? Uyu's expression was a little calm, looking at Tsunade and asked faintly. Uyu's calm look made Orochimaru and Jiraiya tremble all over, and they looked at each other, and both saw a little despair in each other's eyes. The two of them are dead, Orochimaru and Jiraiya wailed in their hearts. No follow-up news. Tsunade's pretty willow frowned slightly and said. Yes, Uyu, we. Jiraiya and Orochimaru watched Uyu stand up abruptly, trembling all over, stammering, and subconsciously raised their hands to protect their vitals. Uyu glanced at Jiraiya and Orochimaru, without saying anything, pinning Chusui around his waist. Boom. In the command camp, there was a terrible storm. Uyu's figure turned into an afterimage, shooting away in the direction of Konoha. Jiraiya and Orochimaru stared blankly in the direction of Yu Yu's disappearance, with both hands still subconsciously protecting their vitals. You two. Can this kind of thing be a joke? Tsunade recalled Yu Yu's expression just now, and Lu raised his eyebrows, angering Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Jiraiya and Orochimaru were scolded by Tsunade and opened their mouths, not knowing what to say. Thinking about it carefully, before, they had never been sloppy or deliberately joking in such matters. The reason why I dare to set Sarutobi's teacher this time is because I believe too much in Yu Yu's power. Subconsciously thought that the three-tailed beasts, under Yu Yu's power, would absolutely not dare to make a second. But in fact, this kind of thing must be explained to Mr. Sarutobi in advance. If Konoha had something to do because they concealed it, then they would die. Damn it, I'll go back to Konoha too. What's the use for you to go back? What if something happens to the prisoner here? Just as Jiraiya and Orochimaru were about to say something, Tsunade suddenly angered. Jiraiya and Orochimaru suddenly seemed to wilt, sitting on the stool absent-mindedly, like puppets that have lost their souls. Old teacher, should we ask Konoha for verification first? Minato looked at Jiraiya and Orochimaru who were lost and said. Yes, verify. Jiraiya and Orochimaru, as if they had found a life-saving straw, summoned the summoning beast, and asked Konoha about the situation. But the intelligence was like a rock in the ocean, and there was no reply at all. Jiraiya and Orochimaru turned around in a hurry, and kept sending letters to Konoha. And the other side. Woo! 2 idiots, I can't scare you to death. Yu Yu's figure appeared. A nasty smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and finally he grinned louder and louder, and laughed loudly. Since Yu dared to let 8 tails escort themselves back to Konoha, it was natural to be sure. Treating 8 tails with the power of 6 paths is not just for their condition. At the same time, 8 tails also left their mark on their bodies. Both the position and the status are under Yu Yu's control. What is the status of 8 tails, what chakra is used for, and the ultimate observation Haki, Yu knows everything well. Without this guarantee, how could Yu let 8 tails escort themselves back to Konoha? Jiraiya and Orochimaru, do you think they are just as idiots as them? However, there must be a punishment that should be there. The 2 idiots, Jiraiya and Orochimaru, even though Yu didn't let them inform Konoha that there was something about 8 tails. But according to their duties, Orochimaru and Jiraiya must be done. These 2 guys made small movements behind themselves. This time, they couldn't scare them to death. As for why you didn't beat Orochimaru and Jiraiya, that's because Yu was a bit tired of beating. Sometimes, mental torture is the most uncomfortable. Yu can think of Jiraiya and Orochimaru anxious and regretful. The more you thought about it, the happier Yu smiled, took out a bottle of wine, and drank it. As for Konoha, the old man should be busy imprisoning 8 tails and forgot to send a letter to the front line. After drinking a bottle of wine, Yu pondered for a moment, and thought to himself. Yu, who knew Sarutobi Hiruzen very well, immediately guessed the matter. The reason Yu left Daeng quickly was to prevent Konoha from getting in touch with Daeng. Otherwise, how could he trouble the old man? Without knowing everything, he thought that the tail beast was really going to attack Konoha, and then rushed back to Konoha to rescue as quickly as possible. It turned out that it was because of Sarutobi Hiruzen's negligence that he did not convey the news like Konoha's front line in time, and then angered himself. He stunned Sarutobi Hiruzen's beard, and then he repaired the 8 tails severely. Well, you can also find the trouble of the bastards who didn't defend Konoha in time in this incident. Come to think of it, guys like Danzo should sit back and watch Konoha's crisis. Yu doesn't plan to let go of the guy who is malicious towards him. But everyone in the ninja world knows that he, Yu, is the most reasonable person. But with a handle, it's time for him Yu to reason. Yu shook Chusui around his waist and grinned. The perfect script. Yu smiled uncontrollably at the corner of your mouth, then calmed down, and smoothed the corner of his mouth. After a while, Yu returned to his coldness, and at the same time frowned slightly, looking a little anxious. Perfect. Yu took the bottle that he had just finished drinking, looked at his expression reflected on the bottle, and thought with satisfaction. Wow. Boom. The power of horror erupted completely, and Yu turned into an afterimage and ran away in Konoha's direction. In order to prevent the old man from having time to prepare, Yu must rush back to Konoha as quickly as possible. Konoha, the hospital. Sarutobi Hiruzen was lying on a hospital bed at this time, and a Konoha medical ninja was treating him for a back injury. Master Naruto, you need to rest in bed for a week. After the medical ninja finished the treatment, he spoke. Know it. Thank you for your hard work. Sarutobi Hiruzen grinned in pain. But despite the pain, Sarutobi Hiruzen is very happy. There are a total of 9-tailed beasts in the ninja world, and all 6-tailed beasts have been in Konoha's hands. The defeat of Sanagakure and Cloud Shinobi village is already in sight, plus Iwagakure who has surrendered to Konoha. Konoha has never been so brilliant since the death of first Hokage. The more Sarutobi Hiruzen thinks about it, the bigger the corner of his mouth grows. Bang! Fire, Master Naruto. At this moment, the leader of Konoha's intelligence team slammed open the door of the ward and hurried in. What's the matter? What a decent way of being so flustered. Sarutobi Hiruzen watched the captain of the intelligence team so flustered, frowned and scolded. He was still immersed in beautiful fantasies just now, and was interrupted by someone, still a little bit angry. And I want to come to Sarutobi Hiruzen, what else can happen to Konoha now? The captain of this intelligence class is too unstable. Huo, Master Naruto, the frontline big camp kept sending secret letters asking about the resistance to the tail beast, and also said. The captain of the intelligence class said breathlessly. Also, what else did you say? Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, with a bad feeling. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was immersed in the wonderful fantasy, indeed forgot this matter. Also, Yu-Sama has already rushed to Konoha with the knife. As Konoha's intelligence squad leader, he is very clear about the character of Lord Yu. Looking tremblingly at Sarutobi Hiruzen, whose face suddenly became dull, he stammered. What? Sarutobi Hiruzen's cold sweat came down, and he stood up abruptly. Crack. Hokage-sama, your waist. Konoha, Hokage office. What, how? Did the front line reply? At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen was holding his waist in pain. Counting this time, it is already the third injury today. According to the leader of the Konoha Medical Ninja Squad, he needs at least 1 month of treatment to fully recover. But at this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen had no time to worry about his waist injury. He hurried around in the Hokage office, constantly urging Konoha intelligence captain to get in touch with Konoha frontline. Before, the frontline has already replied. The leader of the Konoha intelligence team looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen who was anxious and said dryly. What? How did you say? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked quickly, with a nervous look on his face. Since, Lord Jiraiya said, Lord Yu came back alone, and there is no way to contact him now. The leader of Konoha's intelligence team dropped a drop of cold sweat on his forehead. As the leader of the Konoha intelligence team, he was arguably the person who had the most contact with Sarutobi Hiruzen during the war. As a frequent visitor to Hokage's office, he knows the character of Lord Yu too well. In such a situation, Hokage-sama is dead. Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to have lost his soul. By the way, Naruto-sama, Jiraiya-sama also said, Yu-sama is completely different from usual, although he is drunk, but his expression is unusually calm, and then he hurried back to Konoha with Chu Shui as quickly as possible. At this time, the leader of Konoha's intelligence team gave Sarutobi Hiruzen another knife. It's over, it's over. What should I do? Sarutobi Hiruzen really wanted to slap himself at this time. What makes you so immersed in Konoha's powerful vision, and get overwhelmed? I forgot the message to Yu. Is this all right? Yu took the knife and rushed back to Konoha to rescue. It turned out that it was his negligence that caused Yu to get the wrong message. Then he would be finished? The last time Sarutobi Hiruzen moved the conflict to Jiraiya and Orochimaru because he flicked Yu to the Rock Shinobi battlefield, he escaped. Even so, Sarutobi Hiruzen's own inventory was raided by Yu, and it was reduced to the point where he could only drink some ordinary alcohol to relieve his hunger. The situation this time is many times more serious than the last time. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't imagine how it would end this time. Huo, Master Naruto? The leader of the Konoha intelligence team looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen's heartbroken expression and said dryly. You, go down first, boom, wow, gee. Sarutobi Hiruzen just waved his hand, and before he finished speaking, a terrifying sound and harsh screams suddenly sounded. Yes, Yu is back. Sarutobi Hiruzen trembled suddenly when he heard the loud noise and harsh screams. He knew the scream too well, it belonged to Shuhei and 8 Tails. You can't escape. Sarutobi Hiruzen patted his stiff face, showing a slightly awkward smile, clutching his waist, and leaping towards the entrance of the village. Konoha, the entrance of the village. Boom. Wow. Gee. The huge bodies of Shuhei and 8 tails were pressed to the ground, and the tails behind them screamed screams indiscriminately over their vitals. I saw that their bodies had already had several hideous knife wounds. At this moment, the jet-black scabbard cut through the afterimages and landed on them, causing them to scream. The second tail on the side leaned down on the ground, watching this scene tremblingly. Yes, Uyu-sama, we really didn't attack Konoha. 8 tails felt that if this continued, Uyu would really be beaten to death, and said in horror. They felt wrong as soon as Uyu appeared. Because it carries a terrifying murderous aura, even if it kills 8 tails, who don't know how many ninjas, they will be frightened. But they haven't waited for 8 tails to say anything. What greeted them was the light of the sword. They didn't even have a chance to react, so they were chopped to the ground. If it weren't for 8 tails' cleverness, saying that they did not attack Konoha, it is estimated that they would have already gone to see Sage of 6 Paths by this time. Even so, they are still being pressed by Uyu to the ground with the scabbard and slammed. Yes, yeah, Uyu, no, great Uyu-sama, we really didn't attack Konoha. Shuhei let out shrill screams and looked at the man in front of him in fear. This man has become stronger, and the magnitude of the increase is very exaggerated. If in the Cloud Shinobi battlefield, the 3 of them can still play against Chimu Uyu for a while, then now they are completely crushed. This reminds the dusty memory of Shozuru. When Shinobu was first built, Konoha's Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara captured them in this way. In the hands of the 2 of them, they were just like Uyu now, and they didn't have the slightest strength to fight back. Do not. Even more exaggerated, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, but there is no means to make them so painful. People in the ninja world all say that they are demons in the desert. According to Morizuru, in front of Chimu Uyu, he is a cute little civet cat. This guy is the devil. Shuhei protects his vitals with both hands, and looks at Chimu Uyu with no expression in fear. Really? What's the matter then? Uyu looked at the expressions of Shuhei and 8 tails, with a nasty smile in his heart, but on the surface, he was still indifferent. Pointing to the deep ravines that 8 tails rushed to Konoha, asked indifferently. Yes, Uyu-sama. This was done by us to get to Konoha as fast as possible. 8 tails looked at Uyu and knew for the first time what it was like to feel wronged, and said nervously. Oh? According to that, I wronged you. Uyu raised his brows, frosting Chushui's blade, and asked faintly. No, no. How could the great Uyu-sama wrong us? It's our fault that we didn't consider it well, it's our fault. Before 8 tails could speak, Shuhei quickly showed a dog-leg expression, fell on the ground, and said flatteringly. The appearance of Morizuru made 8 tails and Niue on the side stunned. F*K. This is the Shuhei who dared to challenge 9 tails. It's shameless. Looking at Morizuru's expression, 8 tails and Erwei felt a rush of heat on their faces. Why haven't they noticed that Shuhei is so shameless? They simply lost the face of their tail beasts. Being a shameless guy like Shuhei is a tail beast, it's a shame for them. Feeling the look in the eyes of 8 tails and Erwei, Shozuru cursed in his heart. Where are you guys? The same is afraid of Chimu Uyu, and escorted him to Konoha. What qualifications do you have to look at it this way? And Chimu Uyu hit him the hardest just now. If he has not behaved, wouldn't he be beaten to death? Oh? How about you too? Uyu nodded and looked at 8 tails and Niu. Dang, of course it's not your problem with Uyu, yes, it's our problem. Meow. 8 tails shuddered and said quickly. But Erwei is even more exaggerated, responding like a pet cat. When Shuhei heard this, the corner of his mouth twitched. Especially, these 2 bastards are more shameless than him. Especially this guy Erwei. What a shit. As a collection of chakra, the tail beast is nothing more than a superficial appearance. Do you really think you are a cat? Stay here. If you let me know that you dare to make small moves. Uyu carried Chusui and snorted coldly. No, I dare not. 8 tails they nodded quickly, fell on the ground, and said obediently. Uyu turned his back, with a nasty smile on the corner of his mouth, with great satisfaction in his heart. For the 3-tailed beasts of 8 tails, especially the Shuhei who has the most rampages, we must strictly educate them. Last time, I was so easy to talk, and only after I helped them heal their injuries completely, I let them come to Konoha. Like 4 tails and 5 tails, which one didn't heal his wounds slowly? After recovering from the injury, they became incredibly well behaved. Eight Tails naturally had to go through such an experience. Woo. At this moment, there was a sound of breaking through the air. Yu looked at it. Observation hockey was filled. The corners of his eyes suddenly twitched when he looked at the figure that kept dangling in the distance. Old man, I know how to play. The waist can be twisted to this extent. It seems that life last night was very colorful. Yu controlled his expression well and returned to his indifferent expression. Yes, Yu. Sarutobi Hiruzen clutched his waist and came to Yu with an awkward smile on his face. When seeing the expression on Yu's face, Sarutobi Hiruzen's awkward smile suddenly disintegrated. What kind of expression is this? He actually saw fatigue and anxiety in Yu's expression. At this moment, the memories of being with Yu for so many years are let go in Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind like playing a movie. Over the years, has he ever seen such an expression on Yu's face? Come to think of it, Yu must have been in a hurry when he heard about Konoha's crisis, right? Sarutobi Hiruzen even made up his mind, and Yu was anxious when he rushed back. No wonder, Yu rushed back to Konoha so quickly, it turned out to be concerned about his own safety. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen was so touched that he almost had no tears. Yu still have a good relationship with him. He actually felt that Yu would make him trouble because of this, and cut himself angrily? Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to slap himself twice. Yu has such a good relationship with herself and cares about herself so much, how could you cut yourself off? Yu looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression, felt a chill, and almost couldn't hold back a slap. Yes, Yu, this time it was my fault. I didn't tell you the true situation of Konoha in time. Sarutobi Hiruzen touched the corner of his eye and said warmly. The corner of Yu's eyes jumped, and he pressed his right hand hard to resist not giving Sarutobi Hiruzen a slap. I know you must be anxious. If it can make you feel better, then you can cut me to relieve your anger. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a smile, and finally said with a serious face. Yu, how could you be willing to chop yourself? Sarutobi Hiruzen gave his performance a thumbs up in his heart. Yu cares about yourself so much, it must be impossible. Cut. Self. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the black knife Chusui slowly raised in Yu's hand with a stiff expression. Oh? Since the old man you have said so. Yu's brows jumped wildly, and the blue veins burst out. The old man's performance of taking the wrong medicine made Yu want to kill him a long time ago. Yes, Yu, are you really going to cut me? Sarutobi Hiruzen said dryly. In this scene, the 8 tails lying on the ground next to them twitched. Are you joking when you are this cruel guy? Relax, soon. Huh. Yu didn't want to talk nonsense with Sarutobi Hiruzen at all, as Chu Shui drew an afterimage and fell fiercely. Puff. There was a harsh sound, and Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression froze. Sarutobi Hiruzen blinked blankly, feeling as if there was something missing from his mouth up and down. He touched his gaze blankly, and there was an immense horror in his eyes. Me. Where's my beard? Sarutobi Hiruzen wailed the soul. Puff. 8 tails were lying on the ground and daring not to move, but they couldn't help but laughed out loud. No way. At this time Sarutobi Hiruzen, Konoha's third Hokage, his lips were bare up and down, and his expression seemed to be unclothed, like a chicken that had been plucked out, so funny. Sarutobi Hiruzen heard the low laughter of 8 tails and pressed his mouth tightly. His beard has been kept for decades, it is a symbol of majesty. A middle-aged man loses his beard. What is the difference between it and no clothes? At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen can't wait to let Yu stab him on his body, it's better than shave his beard. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen can't imagine Konoha's other people seeing his expression like this. Sarutobi Hiruzen, there is an urge to kill him.